Scar tissue. Introduction. I'm sitting on the couch in the living room of my house in the Hollywood Hills. It's a clear, crisp January day, and from my vantage point, I can see the beautiful expanse known as the San Fernando Valley. When I was younger, I subscribed to the conventional wisdom, shared by everyone who lived on the Hollywood side of the hills, that the valley was a place where the losers who couldn't make it in Hollywood went to disappear. But the longer I've lived here, the more I've come to appreciate the valley as a soulful and quieter side of the Los Angeles experience. Now I can't wait to wake up and look out on those majestic mountain ranges topped with snow. But the doorbell interrupts my reverie. A few minutes later, a beautiful young woman enters the living room, carrying an exquisite leather case. She opens it and begins to set up her equipment. Her preparations complete, she dons sterile rubber gloves and then sits next to me on the couch. Her elegant large glass syringe is handcrafted in Italy. It's attached to a spaghetti-shaped piece of plastic that contains a small microfilter so no impurities will pass into my bloodstream. The needle is a brand new, completely sterilized microfine butterfly variant. Today my friend has misplaced her normal medical tourniquet, so she pulls off her pink fishnet stocking and uses it to tie off my right arm. She dabs at my exposed vein with an alcohol swab, then hits the vein with the needle. My blood comes oozing up into the spaghetti-shaped tube, and then she slowly pushes the contents of the syringe into my bloodstream. I immediately feel the familiar weight in the center of my chest, so I just lie back and relax. I used to let her inject me 4 times in one sitting, but now I'm down to 2 syringes full. After she's refilled the syringe and given me my second shot, she withdraws the needle, opens a sterile cotton swab, and applies pressure to my puncture wound for at least a minute to avoid bruising or marking on my arms. I've never had any tracks from her menstruations. Finally, she takes a little piece of medical tape and attaches the cotton to my arm. Then we sit and talk about sobriety. 3 years ago, there might have been China white heroin in that syringe. For years and years, I filled syringes and injected myself with cocaine, speed, black tar heroin, Persian heroin, and once even LSD. But today I get my injections from my beautiful nurse, whose name is Sathari. And the substance that she injects into my bloodstream is ozone, a wonderful-smelling gas that has been used legally in Europe for years to treat everything from strokes to cancer. I'm taking ozone intravenously because somewhere along the line, I contracted hepatitis C from my drug experimentation. When I found out I had it, sometime in the early 90s, I immediately researched the topic and found an herbal regimen that would cleanse my liver and eradicate the hepatitis. And it worked. My doctor was shocked when my second blood test came up negative. So the ozone is a preventative step to make sure that the pesky Hep C virus stays away. It took years and years of experience and introspection and insight to get to the point where I could stick a needle into my arm to remove toxins from my system as opposed to introducing them. But I don't regret any of my youthful indiscretions. I spent most of my life looking for the quick fix and the deep kick. I shot drugs into freeway off-ramps with Mexican gangbangers and in $1,000-a-day hotel suites. Now I sip vitamin-infused water and seek out wild as opposed to farm-raised salmon. For 20 years now, I've been able to channel my love for music and writing and tap into the universal slipstream of creativity and spirituality while writing and performing our own unique sonic stew with my brothers, both present and departed, in the Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is my account of those times, as well as the story of how a kid who was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, migrated to Hollywood and found more than he could handle at the end of the rainbow. This is my story, scar tissue and all. Chapter 1. Me, I'm from Michigan. I'd been shooting coke for 3 days straight with my Mexican drug dealer, Mario, when I remembered the Arizona show. By then, my band, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, had 1 album out, and we were about to go to Michigan to record our second album. But first, Lindy, our manager, had booked us a gig in a steakhouse disco in Arizona. The promoter was a fan of ours, and he was going to pay us more than we were worth, and we all needed the money, so we agreed to play. Except I was a wreck. I usually was whenever I went downtown and hooked up with Mario. Mario was an amazing character. He was a slender, wiry, and wily Mexican who looked like a slightly larger, stronger version of Gandhi. He wore big glasses, so he didn't look vicious or imposing, but whenever we shot coke or heroin, he'd make his confessions. I had to hurt somebody. I'm an enforcer for the Mexican Mafia. I get these calls and don't even want to know the details. I just do my job, put the person out of commission, and get paid. You never knew if anything he said was true. Mario lived in an old 8-story brick tenement downtown, sharing his squalid apartment with his ancient mother, who would sit in the corner of this itty-bitty living room, silently watching Mexican soap operas. Every now and then there'd be outbursts of bickering in Spanish, and I'd ask him if we should be doing drugs there. He had a giant pile of drugs and syringes and spoons and tourniquets right on the kitchen table. "Don't worry, she can't see her here. She doesn't know what we're doing," he'd reassure me. So I'd shoot speedballs with Granny in the next room. Mario wasn't actually a retail drug dealer. He was a conduit to the wholesalers, so you'd get incredible bang for your buck, but then you'd have to share your drugs with him, which we were doing that day in his tiny kitchen. Mario's brother had just gotten out of prison, and he was right there with us, sitting on the floor and screaming each time that he tried and failed to find a working vein in his leg. It was the first time that I'd ever seen someone who had run out of useful real estate in his arms and was reduced to poking a leg to fix. We kept this up for days, even panhandling at one point to get some more money for coke. But now it was 4:30 in the morning, and I realized we had to play that night. Okay, time to buy some dope, because I need to drive to Arizona today, and I don't feel so good, I decided. So Mario and I got into my cheesy little hunk of junk green Studebaker Lark and drove to a scarier, deeper, darker, less friendly part of the downtown ghetto than we were already in. A street that you just didn't want to even be on, except the prices here were the best. We parked and then walked a few blocks until we got to a run-down old building. "Trust me, you don't want to go in," Mario told me. "Anything can happen inside there, and it's not going to be good, so just give me the money, and I'll get the stuff." Part of me was going, Jesus Christ, I don't want to get ripped off right now. He hasn't done it before, but I wouldn't put it past him. But the other, larger part of me just wanted that heroin. So I pulled out the last $40 that I had stashed away and gave it to him, and he disappeared into the building. I'd been up shooting coke for so many days straight that I was hallucinating, in a strange limbo between consciousness and sleep. All I could think was that I really needed him to come out of that building with my drugs. I took off my prized possession, my vintage leather jacket. Years earlier, Flea and I had spent all our money on these matching leather jackets, and this jacket had become like a house to me. It stored my money and my keys, and, in a nifty little secret pocket, my syringes. Now I was so wasted and chilly that I just sat down on the curb and draped my jacket over my chest and shoulders as if it were a blanket. "Come on, Mario. Come on, you gotta come down now," I chanted my mantra. I envisioned him leaving that building with a dramatically different pep in his step, going from the slumping, downtrodden guy to the skipping, whistle while you work, let's go shoot up guy. I just closed my eyes for an instant when I sensed a shadow coming over me. I looked over my shoulder and I saw a hulking, big, dirty, crazy-looking Mexican Indian coming at me with a huge, industrial-sized pair of cut-your-head-off giant scissors. He was in mid-stab, so I arched my back as forward as I could to get away from his thrust. But suddenly, a skinny, little jack-o'-lantern Mexican bastard jumped in front of me, holding a menacing-looking switchblade. I made an instantaneous decision that I wasn't going to take it in the back from the big guy. I'd rather take my chances with the scarecrow killer in front of me. This was all happening so fast. But when you're faced with your own death, you go into that slow-motion mode where you get the courtesy of the universe expanding time for you. So I jumped up, and with my leather jacket in front of me, charged the skinny guy. I pushed the jacket onto him and smothered his stab, then dropped it and ran out of there like a Roman candle. I ran, and I didn't stop until I got to where my car was parked. But then I realized that I didn't have the keys. I had no keys, no jacket, no money, no syringes, and worst of all, no drugs. And Mario was not the kind of guy to come looking for me. So I walked back to his house, but nada. Now the sun had come up and we were supposed to leave for Arizona in an hour. I went to a payphone and found some change and called Lindy. "Lindy, I'm down on 7th and Alvarado, and I haven't been asleep for a while, and my car is here, but I have no keys. Can you pick me up on the way to Arizona?" He was used to these Anthony distress calls. So an hour later, there was our blue van pulling up to the corner, packed with our equipment and the other guys. And one deranged, sad, torn-up, filthy passenger climbed aboard. I immediately got the cold shoulder from the rest of the band, so I just laid down lengthwise under the bench seats, rested my head in the center column between the two front seats, and passed out. Hours later, I woke up drenched in sweat because I was lying on top of the engine and it was at least 115 degrees out. But I felt great. And Flea and I split a tab of LSD, and we rocked out that steakhouse. Most people probably view the act of conception as merely a biological function. But it seems clear to me that on some level, spirits choose their parents. because these potential parents possess certain traits and values that the soon-to-be child needs to assimilate during his or her lifetime. So 23 years before I'd wind up on the corner of 7th and Alvarado, I recognized John Michael Kiedis and Peggy Nobel as two beautiful but troubled people who would be the perfect parents for me. My father's eccentricity and creativity and anti-establishment attitude, coupled with my mother's all-encompassing love and warmth and hard-working consistency, were the optimal balance of traits for me. So, whether through my own volition or not, I was conceived on February 3rd, 1962, on a horribly cold and snowy night in a tiny house on top of a hill in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Actually, both of my parents were rebels, each in his or her own way. My dad's family had migrated to Michigan from Lithuania in the early 1900s. Anton Kiedis, my great-grandfather, was a short, stocky, gruff guy who ruled his household with an iron fist. In 1914, my granddad, John Alden Kiedis, was born, the last of 5 children. The family then relocated to Grand Rapids, where John went to high school and excelled in track. As a teen, he was an inspiring Bing Crosby-like crooner and an excellent amateur short story writer. Growing up in the Kiedis household meant that my granddad couldn't drink, smoke cigarettes, or swear. He never had a problem conforming to that strict lifestyle. Eventually, he met a beautiful woman named Molly Vandenveen, whose heritage was a pastiche of English, Irish, French, and Dutch, and, as we've recently discovered, some Mohican blood, which explains my interest in Native American culture and my identification with Mother Earth. My dad, John Michael Kiedis, was born in Grand Rapids in 1939. 4 years later, my grandparents divorced, and my dad went to live with his father, who worked in a factory that produced tanks for the war effort. After a few years, my granddad remarried, and my dad and his sister had a more conventional home life. But John Alden's tyranny was too much for my dad to bear. Dad had to work in the family businesses, a gas station and then a drive-in burger joint. He couldn't play with his friends, he couldn't stay up late, he couldn't even think about drinking or smoking cigarettes. On top of that, his stepmom, Eileen, was a devout Dutch Reformed Christian who made him go to church 5 times during the week and 3 times on Sunday, experiences that later embittered him towards organized religion. By the time he was 14, he had run away from home, jumping a bus to Milwaukee, where he spent most of his time sneaking into movies and drinking free beer in the breweries. After a while, he returned to Grand Rapids and entered high school, where he met Scott St. John, a handsome, rakish ne'er-do-well who introduced my father to a life of petty crime. Hearing the stories of their exploits was always depressing to me, because they were so unsuccessful. One time they went to a nearby beach, stripped down to their boxer shorts in an attempt to blend in, and then stole someone's unattended wallet. But there was at least one witness to the crime, so there was an immediate APB on the beach for 2 guys in boxer shorts. They got nabbed and they had to spend the whole summer in jail. At the same time that Jack, as he was known then, and Scott were raising hell in Grand Rapids and beyond, Peggy Nobel was leading what looked like a life of conventional propriety. The youngest of a family of 5, my mom was the embodiment of a Midwestern sweetheart, petite, brunette, and cuter than the Dickens. She was very close to her dad, who worked for Michigan Bell. She always described him as a sweetheart of a man, wonderful, loving, kind, and fun. Peggy wasn't as close to her mom, who, although brilliant and independent, followed the conventions of the day and eschewed college for life as an executive secretary, which probably made her a little bitter. And as the rigid disciplinarian of the family, she often clashed with my mom, whose rebellious attitude took some unconventional routes. My mom was enthralled with black music, listening almost exclusively to James Brown and then Motown. She was also enthralled with the star athlete of her high school class, who just happened to be black, a pretty taboo romance for the Midwest in 1958. Enter Jack Kiedis, freshly back in Grand Rapids from a jailhouse stay for a burglary in Ohio. His sidekick Scott was stewing in the Kent County Jail for a solo caper, so my dad was on his own when he went to a party in East Grand Rapids one night in May of 1960. He was reconnoitering the talent when he looked down a hallway and caught a glimpse of a small, dark-haired angel wearing white-fringed Indian moccasins. Smitten, he jostled people and rushed to the spot where he'd seen her, but she was gone. He spent the rest of the night trying to find her, but he was content just to learn her name. A few nights later, Jack showed up on Peggy's porch, dressed up in a sport jacket and pressed jeans, holding a huge bouquet of flowers. She agreed to a date to see a movie. 2 months later, after obtaining permission from her parents, the still 17-year-old Peggy married Jack, who was 20, on the day before her parents' 35th anniversary. Scott St. John was the best man. 6 weeks later, Peggy's dad died from complications of diabetes. A few weeks after that, my dad started cheating on my mom. By the end of that year, somehow Jack convinced Peggy to let him take their brand new blue Austin Healey and, along with his friend John Reeser, drive to Hollywood. Reeser wanted to meet Annette Funicello, and my dad wanted to be discovered and become a movie star. But most of all, he didn't want to be tied down to my mom. After a few months of misadventures, the two friends settled in San Diego, until Jack got word that Peggy was seeing a man who had a monkey back in Grand Rapids. Insanely jealous, he drove 100 miles per hour without stopping and moved back in with my mom, who was just innocent friends with the primate owner. A few weeks later, convinced that he'd made a huge mistake, Jack moved back to California. And for the next year, my parents alternated between being married and being separated, and between being in California and being in Michigan. One of those reconciliations led to an arduous bus ride from sunny California to freezing Michigan. The next day, I was conceived. I was born in St. Mary's Hospital in Grand Rapids, 5 hours into November 1st, 1962, just shy of 7.5 pounds, 21 inches long. I was nearly a Halloween baby, but being born on November 1st is even more special to me. In numerology, the number 1 is such a potent number that to have 3 ones all in a row is a pretty good place to start your life. My mom wanted to name me after my dad, which would have made me John Kiedis III, but my dad was leaning toward Clark Gable Kiedis or Courage Kiedis. In the end, they settled on Anthony Kiedis, which was an homage to my great-grandfather. But from the start, I was known as Tony. I left the hospital and joined my dad, my mom, and their dog, Panzer, in their tiny new government-funded home in the country outside of Grand Rapids. But within weeks, my dad started getting wanderlust and cabin fever. In January 1963, my granddad, John Kiedis, decided to uproot the entire family and move to the warmer climates of Palm Beach, Florida. So he sold his business and packed up the U-Haul and took his wife and 6 children, plus my mom and me. I don't remember living in Florida, but my mom said it was a pleasant time, once we got out from under the yoke of the abusive patriarch of the Kiedis family. After working at a laundromat and saving some money, my mom found a little apartment over a liquor store in West Palm Beach, and we moved in. When she got a bill for 2 months' rent from Grandpa Kiedis, she promptly wrote him, "I forwarded your bill to your son. I hope you hear from him soon." Mom was working for Honeywell by then, pulling in $65 a week, 1 week's worth of that going towards our rent. For another $10 a week, I was in daycare. According to my mom, I was a very happy baby. Meanwhile, my dad was alone in his empty house in the country. Coincidentally, the wife of one of his best friends had left him, so the 2 buddies decided to move to Europe. Dad just left the house with his car still in the garage, packed up his golf clubs, his typewriter, and the rest of his meager possessions, and took off for Europe on the SS France. After a wonderful 5-day trip that included the conquest of a young French woman married to a Jersey cop, my dad and his friend Tom settled in Paris. By then, Jack had grown his hair long, and he felt simpatico with the beatniks on the left bank. They had a pleasant few months, writing poetry and sipping wine in smoke-filled cafes, but they ran out of money. They hitchhiked up to Germany, where they were inducted into the army to get free passage back to the States on a troop ship. They were packed in like sardines, tossed around on turbulent seas and dodging vomit along with insults like, "Hey, Jesus, get a haircut." That ride home was the worst experience of my father's life. Somehow he convinced my mother to let him move back in with her again. After her mother died in a tragic car crash, we all moved back to Michigan in late 1963. By now, my father was determined to follow the lead of his friend John Reeser and enroll in junior college, ace all his courses, and get a scholarship to a good university, and ultimately get a good job and be in a better position to raise a family. For the next 2 years, that was exactly what he did. He finished junior college and got many scholarship offers, but decided to accept a scholarship from UCLA, go to film school, and realize his dream of living in Los Angeles. In July 1965, when I was 3 years old, we moved to California. I have some vague recollections of the first apartment that the 3 of us shared, but in under a year, my parents had once again split up, once again over other women. My mom and I moved into an apartment on Ohio Street, and she found a job as a secretary at a law firm. Even though she was in the straight world, she always maintained that she was a closet hippie. I do remember her taking me to Griffith Park on the weekends to a new form of social expression called love-ins. The verdant, rolling hills were filled with little groups of people picnicking and stringing love beads and dancing. It was all very festive. Every few weeks, my routine would be interrupted by a special treat when my dad came to pick me up and take me on outings. We'd go to the beach and climb down on the rocks, and my dad would put his pocket comb out, and all these crabs would grab it. Then we'd catch starfish. I'd take them home and try to keep them alive in a bucket of water at my house, but they'd soon die and stink up the entire apartment. In each of our ways, we were all prospering in California, especially my dad. He was having a creative explosion at UCLA and using me as the focal point of all his student films. Because he was my father, he had a special way of directing me, and the films all wound up winning competitions. The first film, A Boy's Expedition, was a beautiful meditation on a 2.5-year-old who rides his tricycle down the street, does a big slow-motion wipeout, and lands on a dollar bill. For the rest of the film, I go on a wild ride through downtown LA, going to the movies, buying comic books, taking bus rides, and meeting people, thanks to that buck I found. In the end, it all turns out to be a fantasy sequence, as I pocket the bill and ride off on my tricycle. My dad's budding career as a director got derailed in 1966, when he ran into a cute, young roller-skating car hop who introduced him to pot. When I was about 4, my dad and I were on one of our outings, walking down Sunset Strip, when he suddenly stopped and gently blew some pot smoke into my face. We walked a few more blocks, and I was getting more and more excited. Then I stopped and asked, "Dad, am I dreaming?" "No, you're awake," he said. Okay." I shrugged and proceeded to scamper up a traffic light post like a little monkey, feeling slightly altered. Once my dad got into pot, he started hanging out at the music clubs that were part of the new scene on Sunset Strip. Correspondingly, we saw less and less of him. Each summer, my mom and I returned to Grand Rapids to see our relatives. Grandma Molly and her husband Ted would take me to Grand Haven Beach, and we'd have a great time. During that stay in the summer of 1967, my mom ran into Scott St. John at Grand Haven. After they spent some time together, he talked her into returning to Michigan with him in December 1967. The move wasn't all that traumatic, but Scott coming into the picture was definitely disturbing. There was nothing calming or soothing or comforting about this chaotic character. He was big and tough and swarthy and mean with black, greasy hair. I knew that he worked at a bar and that he got into a lot of fights. One time I woke up early in the morning and went into my mom's room, and he was lying on the bed. His face was just obliterated, with black eyes and a bloody nose and a split lip and cuts. Blood was everywhere. My mom was putting ice on one part of his head and cleaning up the blood off another part of his face and telling him he should probably go to the hospital. He was just being gruff and gnarly and mean. It was unsettling, knowing that my mom was in love with this guy. I knew he had been a friend to someone in the family, but I didn't realize that he was my dad's best friend. Scott had a short fuse and a big temper, and he was physically volatile. It was the first time in my life that I had received pretty hardcore spankings. One time I decided that I didn't like the tag in the back of my favorite blue jacket because it was itchy. It was pitch black in my room, but I knew where the scissors were, so I went to cut the tag out, and I ended up cutting a huge hole in the coat. The next day, Scott saw the hole, pulled down my pants, and spanked me with the back of a brush. So it was a rough little patch there. We were living on a very poor side of Grand Rapids, and I entered a new school to finish kindergarten. Suddenly, I stopped caring about learning, and I became a little rogue. I remember walking across the schoolyard and just cursing wildly at age 5, stringing together 40 curse words in a row, trying to impress my new friends. A teacher overheard me and called a parent-teacher conference, and I started developing the mentality that authority figures were against me. Another manifestation of my emotional discombobulation was the Slim Jim episode. I was with a friend of mine, and we had no money, so I stole some Slim Jims from a candy store. The owner called my mom. I can't remember my punishment, but shoplifting Slim Jims wasn't the average thing for a 6-year-old boy to do in Grand Rapids. In June 1968, my mom married Scott St. John. I was the ring bearer, and at the reception, I got a purple Stingray bicycle as a gift, which elated me. Now I equated their marriage with a great bicycle that had training wheels. There was a stretch around this time when I didn't see very much of my father, because he had gone to London and become a hippie. But every now and then I'd get packages from England stuffed with t-shirts and love beads. He'd write me long letters and tell me about Jimi Hendrix and Led Zeppelin and all these different bands he was seeing and how great the English girls were. It was like my dad was on some kind of psychedelic Disneyland ride off in the world, and I was stuck in snowy-ass Nowheresville, USA. I knew that there was this magic out there in the world, and that my father was somehow the key to it. But I also, especially in retrospect, enjoyed growing up in a calmer clime. That summer, I went out to California for a few weeks to see my dad, who had returned from London. He had an apartment on Hilldale in West Hollywood, but we spent a lot of time in Topanga Canyon, where his girlfriend Connie had a house. Connie was a fantastic character with a huge shock of flowing red hair, alabaster skin, really beautiful and crazy as could be. Besides Connie, my dad's friends were all these quintessential, drug-saturated hippie cowboys. There was David Weaver, a non-stop talking, huge man with shoulder-length hair, a handlebar mustache, and basic California hippie attire, not quite as stylish as my dad. He was a brutal brawler who fought like a wolverine. The last corner of my dad's triangle was Alan Bashara, a former Vietnam vet who sported a huge afro and a big, bushy mustache. Bashara wasn't a macho tough guy hippie. He was more the Georgie Jessel of the group, spewing a mile-a-minute comic shtick. So with David, the cool, tough, fighting guy, my dad, the creative, intellectual, romantic guy, and Alan, the comedian, it was working for all of them, and there was no shortage of women, money, drugs, and fun. It was round-the-clock partying with these guys. Weaver and Bashara had a house near Connie's, and they ran a rather enormous marijuana business out of Topanga Canyon. When I first got there, I didn't realize all this. All I saw was a lot of people constantly smoking pot. But then I walked into a room, and Weaver was sitting there counting stacks of money. I could tell that the vibe was very serious. I thought, okay, don't even know if I want to be in this room because they're doing math. So I went into the next room, where there was a small mountain of marijuana on top of huge tarps. Connie would constantly have to come get me and take me out to play in the canyon. It was, don't go into that room, don't go into this room, keep an eye out, make sure no one's coming. There was always the element of suspense that we were doing something we might get caught for, which would give a kid some worry. But at the same time, it's like, what's going on in there? Why do you guys have so much money? What are all these pretty girls doing everywhere? I do remember having a sense of concern for my dad. At one point, some friends of his were moving from one house to another, and they filled this big open truck with all their possessions. My dad jumped up and rode on top of the mattress, which was precariously balanced on top of all the other belongings. We started moving, and we were careening down these canyon roads, and I was looking at my dad, barely holding onto the mattress, going, "Dad, don't fall off!" "Oh, don't you worry," he said. But I did. That was the beginning of a theme, because for many years to come, I'd be scared to death for my dad's life. But I remember having a lot of fun, too. My dad and Connie and Weaver and Bashara would all go to the Corral, a little shit-kicker bar in the middle of Topanga Canyon where Linda Ronstadt and the Eagles and Neil Young played regularly. I'd go with the adults, and I'd be the only kid in the crowd. Everyone would be wasted, drinking and drugging, but I'd be out on the floor, dancing away. When I got back to Michigan, things hadn't changed much. First grade was pretty uneventful. My mom worked days as a secretary at a law firm, and after school I'd stay with a babysitter. But my life took a decided turn for the better in the fall of 1969, when we moved to Paris Street. We'd been living in a real poor white trash section of the city, with lots of quadruplexes and shanty towns, but Paris Street was like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting. Single-family houses and manicured lawns and neat, clean garages. By now, Scott was mostly out of the picture, but he had stayed around long enough to impregnate my mother. Suddenly, I had a trio of beautiful young teenage girls watching me after school. At age 7, I was a little too young to be having crushes, but I adored these girls in a sisterly way, in awe of their beauty and their budding womanhood. I couldn't have been happier to spend time with them, whether it was watching TV or swimming in the local pool or going for walks in the small wildlands in the area. They introduced me to Plaster Creek, which would become my secret stomping grounds for the next 5 years. A sanctuary from the adult world where my friends and I could disappear into the woods and make boats and catch crawfish and jump off bridges into the water. So it was definitely a huge relief to move into that neighborhood where everything seemed nicer and where flowers grew. I even liked school. Whereas my previous school seemed dark and dismal and dreary, Brookside Elementary was a pleasant-looking building that had beautiful grounds and athletic fields that ran beside Plaster Creek. I wasn't as J.C. Penney as the rest of my classmates, because we were on welfare after my mom gave birth to my sister, Julie. So I was wearing whatever hand-me-downs we'd get from the local charitable institutions, with the occasional Liverpool Rules t-shirt I'd get from my dad. It didn't really register that we were on welfare until about a year later, when we were at the grocery store and everyone else was paying in cash, but my mom broke out this Monopoly money for the groceries. Being on welfare bothered her, but I was never fazed by that so-called stigma. Living with a single parent and seeing that all my friends had mothers and fathers in the same house didn't make me envious. My mom and I were actually having a blast, and when Julie came into the picture, I couldn't have been happier to have a baby sister. I was really protective of her, until a few years later, when she became the subject of many of my experiments in torture. By the third grade, I developed real resentment towards the school administration. Because if anything went wrong, if anything was stolen, if anything was broken, if a kid was beaten up, they would routinely pull me out of the class. I was probably responsible for 90% of the mayhem, but I quickly became a proficient liar and cheat and scam artist to get out of the majority of the trouble. So I was bitter, and I'd get these ludicrous ideas such as, what if we detach the metal gymnastic rings that hang next to those swings, use them like a lasso, and put them right through the picture window of the school? My best friend, Joe Walters, and I snuck out of the house late one night and did it. And when the authorities came, we scampered like foxes down to Plaster Creek and never got caught. Many, many years later, I sent Brookside an anonymous money order for the damages. My problem with authority figures increased as I got older. I couldn't stand the principals, and they couldn't stand me. I had loved my teachers up until 5th grade. They were all women and kind and gentle, and I think they recognized my interest in learning and my capacity to go beyond the call of scholastic duty at that stage. But by 5th grade, I'd turned on all the teachers, even if they were great. By now, there was no male figure in my life to rein in any of this antisocial behavior, as if any of the males in my life would have. When my sister Julie was 3 months old, the police started staking out our house looking for Scott because he had used some stolen credit cards. One night they came to the door, and my mom sent me to the neighbors while they interrogated her. Weeks later, Scott showed up and came storming into the house in a complete violent rage. He'd found out that someone had called my mom and told her he'd been cheating on her, so he rushed over to the phone in the living room and pulled it out of the wall. I started shadowing him every inch because my mom was terrified and I wasn't having any of that. He started to go into my room to get my phone, but I threw myself in front of him. I don't think I was too successful, but I was prepared to fight him, using all the techniques that he had taught me a few years earlier. My mom finally sent me next door to get the neighbors, but that was clearly the end of his welcome in that house. Still, about a year later, he attempted to reconcile with my mother. She flew to Chicago with little Julie, but he never showed up at the rendezvous spot. The cops had busted him. She had no money to get back home, but the airlines were nice enough to fly her back free. We went to visit him at a hardcore maximum security prison, and I found it fascinating but a little disconcerting. On the way home, my mom said, "That's a first, and that's a last." And shortly after that, she divorced him. Lucky for her, she worked for lawyers, so it didn't cost her anything. Meanwhile, my admiration for my dad was growing exponentially. I couldn't wait for those 2 weeks every summer when I'd fly out to California and be reunited with him. He was still living on the top floor of a duplex house on Hilldale. Every morning I'd get up early, but my dad would sleep until about 2 p.m. after a late night of partying, so I had to find a way to entertain myself for the first half of the day. I'd go around the apartment to see what there was to read, and on one of my searches, I came across his huge collection of Penthouse and Playboy magazines. I just devoured them. I even read the articles. I had no sense that these were dirty magazines or in any way taboo, because he wouldn't come out and say, "Oh God, what are you doing with those?" He'd be more likely to come over, check out what I was looking at, and say, "Isn't that girl incredibly sexy?" He was always willing to treat me like an adult, so he talked openly and freely about the female genitalia and what to expect when I ended up going there. His bedroom was in the back of the house, next to a tree, and I remember him explaining his early warning system and escape plan. If the cops ever came for him, he wanted me to stall them at the front door so he could jump out the bedroom window, shimmy down the tree to the top of the garage, go down the house behind the garage to the apartment building, then on to the next street. That was confusing to me at 8 years old. How about if we just don't have the cops at the front door? But he told me that he had been busted for possession of pot a few years earlier, and he'd also been beaten up by cops just for having long hair. All that scared the pants off of me. I certainly didn't want my dad beaten up. All this only reinforced my distaste for authority. Even though I had concerns about my dad's well-being, those trips to California were the happiest, most carefree, the world is a beautiful oyster times I'd ever experienced. I went to my first live music concerts and saw artists like Deep Purple and Rod Stewart. We'd go to see Woody Allen movies and even an R-rated movie or two. And then we'd sit around the house watching all those great psychedelic TV shows like The Monkees and the Banana Splits Adventure Hour, a show that featured these guys dressed up like big dogs, driving little cars and going on adventures. That's how I looked at life at that time. Psychedelic, fun, full of sunshine, everything's good. Every so often, my dad would make an unscheduled visit to us in Michigan. He'd show up with a lot of heavy suitcases, which he stored in the basement. I realized from my trips to California that he was involved in moving huge truckloads of marijuana, but it never registered that when he came to visit, that was what he was up to. I was just euphoric that he was there. And he couldn't have been more different from every other person in the state of Michigan. Everyone on my block, everyone I'd ever come into contact with there, wore short hair and short-sleeved button-down shirts. My dad would show up in 6-inch silver platform snakeskin shoes with rainbows on them, bell-bottom jeans with crazy velvet patchwork all over them, giant belts covered in turquoise, skin-tight, almost midriff t-shirts with some great emblem on them, and tight little velvet rocker jackets from London. His slightly receding hair was down to his waist, and he had a huge, bushy handlebar mustache and huge sideburns. My mom didn't exactly embrace my dad as a good friend, but she recognized how important he was to me, so she was always pleasant and facilitated our communication. He would stay in my room, and when he left, she would sit down with me and I would write him thank you notes for whatever presents he'd brought me and tell him how much fun it was to see him. By the 5th grade, I had begun to show some entrepreneurial talent. I'd organize the neighborhood kids and we'd put on shows in my basement. I'd pick out a record, usually by the Partridge Family, and we'd all act out the songs using makeshift instruments like brooms and upside-down laundry tubs. I was always Keith Partridge, and we'd lip-sync and dance around and entertain the other kids who weren't quite capable of partaking in the performance. Of course, I was always looking to make a buck or two, so one time when we had the use of a friend's basement, I decided that I would charge whatever these kids could come up with, a dime, a nickel, a quarter, to come down to my friend's basement and attend a Partridge Family concert. I set up a big curtain and put a stereo behind it. Then I addressed the crowd. The Partridge Family are basically shy, and besides, they're much too famous to be in Grand Rapids, so they're going to play a song for you from behind this curtain. I went behind the curtain and pretended to have a conversation with them. Then I played the record. All the kids in the audience were going, "Are they really back there?" "Oh, they're there, and they've got someplace else to go, so you guys get running now," I said. I actually got a handful of change out of the deal. During 5th grade, I also devised a plan to get back at the principals and the school administrators I despised, especially since they had just suspended me for getting my ear pierced. In a school government class one day, the teacher asked, "Who wants to run for class president?" My hand shot up. "I'll do it," I said. Then another kid raised his hand. I shot him a look of intimidation, but he kept insisting he wanted to run. So we had a little talk about it after class. I told him that I was going to be the next class president, and if he didn't bow out immediately, he just might get hurt. So I became the president. The principal was dismayed beyond belief. I was now in charge of assemblies, and whenever we had special dignitaries come to the school, I was the one who showed them around. Sometimes I'd rule by intimidation, and often I'd get into fights at school. But I also had a tender side. Brookside was an experimental school with a special program that integrated blind and deaf and mildly retarded older kids into the regular classes. As much of a hooligan and an intimidator as I was, all of these kids became my friends. And since kids can be evil and torment anyone who's in any way different, these special students took a beating at every recess and lunchtime, so I became their self-imposed protector. I was keeping an eye on the blind girl while the deaf guy was stuttering, and if any of the jerk-offs teased them, I'd sneak up behind the offender with a branch and brain them. It definitely had my own set of morals. In 6th grade, I started coming home for lunch, and my friends would congregate there. We'd play spin the bottle, and even though we had our own girlfriends, swapping was never a problem. Mostly we just French kissed. Sometimes we'd designate the time that the kiss had to last. I tried to get my girlfriend to take off her training bra and let me feel her up, but she wouldn't give in. Somewhere late in the 6th grade, I decided that it was time to go live with my dad. My mom was at her wit's end with me, clearly losing all control. When I wasn't given the green light to go live with him, I started to really resent her. One night she sent me to my room, probably for talking back to her. I don't think I even grabbed anything. I went straight out of my bedroom window to make my way to the airport, call my father, and figure out a way to get on a plane and go straight to L.A. None of the flights went straight to L.A., but I didn't know that. I never even made it as far as the airport. I ended up at the house of one of my mom's friends a few miles away, and she called up my mom and took me home. That was the point at which my mother started considering letting me go. A big factor in the final decision was the entrance into her life of Steve Idema. Since Scott St. John had gone to jail, my mother decided that maybe her idea of reforming bad boys wasn't such a good one. Steve was a lawyer who provided legal aid for the impoverished. He had been a Vista volunteer working with poor people in the Virgin Islands. He was a totally honest, hard-working, compassionate, stand-up fellow with a heart of gold, and my mom was crazy about him. As soon as I realized that he was a good guy and that they loved each other, I began lobbying harder to go to California and live with my dad. Chapter 2. Spider and Son. When I left Michigan at 12 years old in 1974, I told all my friends that I was moving to California to be a movie star. But as soon as I started driving around with my dad and his Healy, singing along to the pop songs on the radio, which I wasn't particularly good at, I announced, I'm going to be a singer. That's really what I'm going to do. Even though I verbalized it, I didn't think about that vow for years. I was too busy falling in love with California. For the first time in my life, I felt like this was where I was supposed to be. It was palm trees and Santa Ana winds and people I liked looking at and talking to and hours I liked keeping. I was forging a friendship with my dad that was growing by leaps and bounds every day. He thought it was great because he had this young guy who could handle himself, whom all his friends and girlfriends loved. I wasn't slowing him down in the slightest. If anything, I was giving him a new prop. So it was working to our mutual benefit. And I was going through the roof with new experiences. Some of the most memorable of those new experiences happened right in my dad's little bungalow on Palm Avenue. He lived in one half of a house that had been split into 2 units. It had a quaint kitchen and wallpaper that was probably from the 30s. There were no bedrooms per se, but my father converted a small add-on storage room into a bedroom for me. It was all the way at the back of the house, and you had to go through a bathroom to get to it. My dad's bedroom was the den, a room that was enclosed by 3 swinging doors that led to the living room, the kitchen, and the bathroom. It had nice black wallpaper with big flowers and a window that looked into the side yard, which was teeming with morning glories. I had been there only a few days when my dad called me into the kitchen. He was sitting at the table with a pretty 18-year-old girl he'd been hanging out with that week. "You want to smoke a joint?" he asked me. Back in Michigan, I automatically would have answered no. But being in this new environment made me adventurous. So my dad got out a thick black American Heritage dictionary box. He opened the box, and it was full of weed. Using the lid as a preparation area, he broke off some of the pod, letting the seeds roll down to the bottom of the lid. Then he took out some rolling papers and showed me exactly how to roll a perfectly formed joint. I found the whole ritual fascinating. Then he lit up a joint and passed it to me. "Be careful. Don't take too much. You don't want to cough your lungs out," he counseled. I took a little drag and then passed the joint back to him. It went around the table a few times, and soon we were all smiling and laughing and feeling really mellow. And then I realized I was high. I loved the sensation. It felt like medicine to soothe the soul and awaken the senses. There was nothing awkward or scary. I didn't feel like I had lost control. In fact, I felt like I was in control. Then my dad handed me an Instamatic camera and said, "I think she wants you to take some pictures of her." I instinctively knew that some form of skin was about to be exposed. So I said to her, "What if we pull up your shirt and I'll take a picture of you?" "That's a good idea, but I think it might be more artistic if you just had her expose one of her breasts," my dad said. We all concurred. I took some pictures, and no one felt uncomfortable about it. So my entry into the world of pot smoking was as smooth as silk. The next time I smoked, I was already a pro, rolling the joint with an almost anal precision. But I didn't become fixated on it, even though my father was a daily pot smoker. For me, it was just another unique California experience. My first priority that fall was to get into a good junior high school. I was supposed to enroll in Bancroft, but when we went to check it out, we saw that the building was in a shady neighborhood and scarred with all sorts of gang graffiti. The place just didn't scream out, "Let's go to school and have fun here." So my dad drove us to Emerson, which was in Westwood. It was a classic California Mediterranean building with lush lawns and flowering trees and an American flag waving proudly in the breeze. Plus, everywhere I looked, there were these hot little 13-year-olds walking around in their tight Ditto jeans. "Whatever it takes, I want to go here," I said. What it took was using Sonny Bono's Bel Air address as my home address. Connie had left my dad for Sonny, who had recently split with Cher. But everyone stayed friendly. And I'd met Sonny on my previous visit, and he was fine with the deception, so I enrolled. Now I had to find a way to get to school. If I took a city bus, it was a straight shot, 4.2 miles down Santa Monica Boulevard. The problem was the RTA was on strike. My dad was established in his routine of staying up late, getting up late, being high most of the time, and entertaining women all the time, so he wasn't exactly going to be a soccer mom and drive me to and from school. His solution was to leave a $5 bill on the kitchen table for a cab. Getting home would be my project. To facilitate that, he bought me a Black Knight skateboard, which had a wooden deck and clay wheels. So I'd skateboard and hitchhike or walk the 4 miles home, all the time discovering Westwood and Beverly Hills and West Hollywood. I went through almost all my first day at Emerson without making a friend. I started getting worried. Everything seemed new and daunting. Coming from a small Midwestern school, I wasn't exactly an academic. But at the end of the day, I had a creative arts class, and there was a friend waiting to happen. Sean, a black kid with bright eyes and the biggest smiles. It was one of those times when you march up to someone and say, "Do you want to be my friend?" "Yeah, I'll be your friend." Boom, you're friends. Going to Sean's house was an adventure. His dad was a musician, which was a new one for me, a dad who went out to the garage and practiced music with friends. Sean's mom was as warm and loving as could be, always welcoming me into the house and offering me some exotic food as an after-school snack. I had come from the most clueless area of the world when it came to cuisine. My culinary world consisted of things like white bread and Velveeta and ground beef. Here they were eating yogurt and drinking a strange substance called kefir. Where I came from, it was Tang and Kool-Aid. But the education was a two-way street. I taught Sean a new pickpocketing technique I invented that semester, something I called the bump. I would target a victim and walk up to him and bump into him, making certain I had bumped him right on the object that I had coveted. It might be a wallet or a comb, whatever. It usually wasn't anything over a few dollars value, because that was what most kids had. My antisocial behavior at school continued unabated at Emerson. The minute someone would confront me in any way, even just telling me to get out of the way, I would pop him. I was a tiny fellow, but I was a quick draw, so I soon became known as the guy you didn't want to fuck with, and I'd always come up with a good story to avoid being suspended after a fight. Perhaps one of the reasons I didn't want to get suspended was that I would have let down one of the few conventional positive role models in my life at the time, Sonny Bono. Sonny and Connie had become surrogate parental figures to me. The Sonny and Cher show was probably the biggest thing on television then, and Sonny was always generous about ensuring that I'd get whatever extra care I needed. There was always a room for me in his mansion in Holmby Hills, and an attentive, around-the-clock staff to cook whatever I desired. He lavished gifts on me, including a brand new set of skis and ski boots and poles and a jacket so I could go skiing that winter with him and Connie and Chastity, Sonny's daughter with Cher. We would sit on the chairlift, and Sonny would give me his version of life, which was different from my father's or even Connie's version of life. He definitely was on the straight and narrow. I remember him teaching me that the only unacceptable thing was to tell a lie. It didn't matter if I'd made mistakes or fucked up along the way, I just had to be straight with him. One time I was at his Bel Air mansion during a star-studded Hollywood party. I didn't care about the Tony Curtises of the world at that point, so I started going up and down in the mansion's old carved wood elevator. Suddenly, I got stuck between floors, and they had to use a giant fireman's axe to free me. I knew I was in big trouble. But Sonny never screamed at me or demeaned me in front of all the adults who were watching this rescue. He just calmly taught me a lesson to respect other people's property and not play in things that weren't made to be played in. I never liked that there might be some expectation of how I should behave in order to be in that world. I was a 12-year-old kid, destined to be misbehaving and out of line. One time later that year, we were hanging around the house, and Sonny and Connie asked me to get them coffee. "How about if you guys got your own coffee?" I answered somewhat flippantly. I had no problem getting the coffee, but it seemed to me that they were bossing me around. Connie took me aside. "That's curbside behavior," she told me. "If you act that way, I'm just going to say curbside, and you'll know that you have to go and rethink what you just did." Forget that. Where I was coming from, I could act however I wanted. My dad and I were getting along famously precisely because there were no rules and no regulations. He wasn't asking me to get him any coffee, and I wasn't asking him to get me coffee. It was take care of yourself where I came from. I was growing up quickly, and in a way that definitely wasn't Sonny-friendly. More and more, I was getting high and partying with my friends and skateboarding and committing petty crimes. All the stuff I wasn't supposed to do was the stuff I wanted to do immediately. I had my eye on the prize, and I wasn't really hanging out with Sonny. So we grew apart, and I was okay with that. Correspondingly, my bond with my dad got stronger and stronger. As soon as I had moved in with him, he instantly became my role model and my hero, so everything I could do to bolster the solidarity between us was my mission. It was also his. We were a team. Naturally, one of our bonding experiences was to go together on his pot smuggling escapades. I became his cover for these trips. We'd take 7 giant Samsonite suitcases and fill them up with pot. At the airport, we'd go from one airline to another checking in these bags, because at that time they didn't even look to see if you were on the flight. We'd land at a major airport, collect all the suitcases, and drive to someplace like Kenosha, Wisconsin. On our Kenosha trip, we checked into a motel because my dad's transactions were going to take a couple of days. I was adamant that I wanted to go with him when the deal went down, but he was dealing with badass biker types, so he sent me to a movie, which turned out to be the new James Bond flick, Live and Let Die. The transactions took place over a 3-day weekend, so I wound up going to that movie every day we were there, which was fine with me. We had to return to LA with 30 grand in cash. My dad told me I'd be carrying the money, because if they caught someone who looked like him with all that money, he'd be busted for sure. That was fine with me. I'd much prefer to be part of the action than be sitting on the sidelines. So we rigged a belt piece, stuffed it with the cash, and taped it to my abdomen. "If they try to arrest me, you just fade away," he instructed me. "Just pretend you're not with me and keep on going." We made it back to LA, and I later found out that my dad was only getting $200 a trip to mule that pot for his friends Weaver and Bashara. I also discovered that he was supplementing that meager income with a nice steady cash inflow from a growing coke dealing business. In 1974, cocaine had become a huge scene, especially in LA. My dad had developed a connection with an old American expatriate who brought up cocaine from Mexico. Dad bought the coke and then cut it and sold it to his clients. He wasn't selling ounces or kilos, just grams and half grams and quarter grams. But over the course of a day or two, it started to add up. He'd also moved Quaaludes. He gave a doctor a sob story about never being able to sleep, and the doc wrote a prescription for 1,000 Quaaludes, which cost maybe a quarter apiece and had a market value of $4 or $5. So between the coke and the ludes, it was a pretty lucrative business. Pops never tried to hide his drug dealing from me. He didn't go out of his way to tell me about it, but I was such a shadow to him that I'd observe all his preparations and transactions. There was a small add-on room similar to my bedroom off the kitchen. It even had a door that led to the backyard, and my dad set up shop there. The centerpiece of his drug paraphernalia in that back room was his triple beam scale, which was put to more use in our household than the toaster or the blender. His work plate and snorting tray of choice was a beautiful green and blue Mexican tile, perfectly square and flat. I'd watch him cut up the coke and strain it, and then take a brick of Italian laxative called mannitol and strain it through the same strainer so it would have the same consistency as the coke. It was important to the bottom line to make sure the coke had been cut with the proper amount of laxative. There were a lot of people coming by, but not as many as you would think. My dad was fairly surreptitious about his dealings, and he knew the risk would increase with a lot of activity. But what his clientele lacked in quantity, it sure made up for in quality. There were plenty of movie stars and TV stars and writers and rock stars and tons of girls. One time we even got a visit from 2 famous Oakland Raiders on the eve of the Super Bowl. They came over pretty early, about 8 or 9 p.m., and they looked a lot straighter than the usual clientele, sitting on my dad's homemade furniture and looking sheepish and unnerved by the fact that there was a kid hanging around. But it all worked out. They got their stuff, and they went out and won the Super Bowl the next day. What was kind of annoying about the whole experience was the late-night traffic. It was then that I saw the real desperation this drug could induce. I wasn't being judgmental about it. It was more like, wow, that guy really wants that damn coke. One guy who was an insatiable garbage disposal for the cocaine was the brother of a famous actor. He'd come by every hour, on the hour, until 6 in the morning, wheeling and dealing and shucking and jiving and talking long promises. Each time he knocked, my dad would get up out of bed, and I'd hear him sigh, "Oh no, not again," to himself. Sometimes my dad wouldn't even open the door. He'd just talk to people through the window screen. I'd be lying there in bed listening to, "It's too late. Get the hell out of here. You owe me too much money anyway. You're into me for $220. My dad had a list of what people owed him. I'd look over that list and hear him say, "If I could just get everyone to pay me what they owe me, I'd have all this money." It was hard to convince me that we weren't living large, especially on the weekends, when my dad took me out night clubbing, where he was known as the Lord of the Sunset Strip. He was also known as Spider, a nickname he had picked up in the late 60s when he scaled a building just to get into the apartment of a girl he was fixated on. Sunset Strip in the early 70s was the artery of life that flowed through West Hollywood. People constantly jammed the street, shuttling between the best clubs in town. There was the Whiskey A Go-Go and Filthy McNasty's, 2 blocks from the Whiskey was the Roxy, another live music club. Across the parking lot from the Roxy was the Rainbow Bar and Grill. The Rainbow was Spider's domain. Every night he'd get there around 9 and meet up with his posse, Weaver and Connie and Bashara, and a rotating cast of characters. Getting ready for the night out was a ritualistic experience for my father, since he was so meticulous about his appearance. I'd sit there and watch him preen in front of the mirror. Every hair had to be just so, the right cologne applied in the right quantity. Then the donning of the tight t-shirt and the velvet jacket and the platforms. Eventually, we'd go to custom tailors to replicate his outfits for me. It was all about mimicking my dad. Part of the ritual was getting the right high to start the night. He was obviously saving the grand finale of Chemical Cocktail for much later in the evening, but he didn't want to leave the house without the appropriate beginnings of that buzz, which usually revolved around alcohol and pills. He had Quaaludes and Placidils, which were downers that stopped you from having motor skills. When you mixed them with alcohol, they stopped the guy next to you from having motor skills. But my dad's pills of choice were Tuinols. When I went out with him, he'd pour me a small glass of beer. Then he'd break open a Tuinol capsule. Because the powder from the Tuinols was so horrible tasting, he'd slice up a banana and shove the broken up Tuinol in the banana. He'd take the part that contained more powder and give me the smaller portion. Then we were ready to go out. Our royal reception would start as soon as we walked up to the Rainbow's door. Tony, the maitre d' of the club, would greet my dad as if he were the most valued customer on the strip. Of course, the $100 bill that my dad handed him as we walked in didn't hurt. Tony would lead us to my dad's table, the power table, right in front of a huge fireplace. From that vantage point, you could see anyone who was coming in the club or walking down from Over the Rainbow, a nightclub within the club. My dad was incredibly territorial. If a person who didn't pass his muster sat down at the table, Spider would just confront him. "What do you think you're doing?" I just wanted to sit down and hang out," the guy would say. "Sorry, pal, out of here. You gotta go." But if someone came in who was of interest to my father, he'd jump up and arrange seating. His policing of the table made me uncomfortable. I didn't necessarily want interlopers to sit down, but I thought my dad could have been kinder and gentler. Especially when the booze and the downers were flowing at the same time. He could be an asshole. But he was a great catalyst for getting interesting people together. If Keith Moon, or the guys from Led Zeppelin, or Alice Cooper was in town, they'd be sitting with Spider, because he was the coolest guy in the house. We'd be at the Rainbow most of the night. He didn't stay at the table the whole time, just long enough for his anchors to arrive to hold down the table, and then they'd all take turns making the rounds within the restaurant bar area, or going upstairs. I always loved the upstairs club. Whenever one of my dad's girlfriends would want to dance, she'd ask me, because Spider was not a dancer. The night wouldn't be complete without cocaine, and it became a great sport to see how clandestinely you could consume your blow. The experienced coke hounds were easy to spot, because they all had the right pinky coke fingernail. They'd grow that pinky at least a good half-inch past the finger and shape it perfectly, and that was the ultimate coke spoon of the time. My dad took great pride in his elaborately manicured coke nail, but I also noticed that one of his nails was decidedly shorter than the rest. "What's up with that one?" I asked. "Well, that's so I don't hurt the ladies down below when I'm using my finger on them," he said. Boy, that stuck in my mind. He actually had a finger that was pussy-friendly. I was the only child present for all of this insanity. For the most part, the adults who didn't know me just ignored me. But Keith Moon, the legendary drummer for The Who, always tried to make me feel at ease. In the midst of this chaotic, riotous, party-life atmosphere where everyone was screaming and shouting and sniffing and snorting and drinking and humping, Moon would take the time to be still and take me under his arm and say, "How you doing, kid? You having a good time? Shouldn't you be at school or something?" "Well, I'm glad you're here anyway." That always stuck with me. We'd usually stay until closing time, which was 2 a.m. Then it was time to congregate in the parking lot, which had filled up with girls and boys in their outlandish glam rock clothing. The parking lot scene was all about getting phone numbers and bird dogging and finding the after party. But sometimes it was the scene of an altercation that oftentimes involved my dad. He'd take on biker gangs in front of me, and I'd be the little guy jumping into the middle of these scraps going, "This is my dad. He's really wasted right now. Whatever he said, just go ahead and forgive him. He didn't mean it. And please, don't hit him in the face, because it really hurts a kid like me to see his dad get hit in the face." I did have a horrible feeling that my dad would end up hurting himself badly in a fight or in a car accident. At that point in the night, he'd be so high that walking across the room was a vaudevillian routine of a guy stumbling, falling down, and somehow managing to stay up on his feet. He'd be bouncing off furniture, holding on to anything that was stable, slurring every word, but still, he tried to get into the car to drive to the party. I'd be, oh shit, my dad can't talk. This is not good. When he'd had too much, I became responsible for his security, which was a difficult place to find myself. All of this was taking an emotional toll on me, in ways that I couldn't even articulate. Even though I had friends at Emerson, and I was going to the Rainbow on weekends as my dad's sidekick, I was alone a lot and starting to create my own world. I had to get up in the morning and go to school and be a guy in his own private bubble. I didn't mind it, since I had this space to pretend in and create in and think in and observe in. Sometime that year, one of the neighbor's cats had kittens, and I used to take one of the fluffy white kittens up on the roof of the garage apartment behind us to hang out with. He was my little friend, but at times I would scold that kitten, for no reason other than to exert power over him. During one of these scolding sessions, I started thumping the kitty in the face with my fingers. It wasn't anything deadly, but it was an act of aggression, which was strange, because I'd always been an animal lover. One time I thumped the kitty too hard, and his little tooth punctured his little kitty lip, and a drop of blood was drawn. I completely freaked out. I started feeling intense self-loathing for bringing harm to this tiny animal that still stayed affectionate toward me even after that incident. I was fearful that my inability to stop myself from engaging in that behavior was a sign of an incipient psychosis. But on the whole, I wouldn't have traded my lifestyle for anything else, especially some of the mundane realities of my friends at Emerson. I'd go to their houses and see their dads come home from their office buildings and not have any time or energy or compassion for their kids. They just sat there and drank their whiskey and smoked their cigar and read their paper and went to bed. That didn't seem like a much better option. Trying to get some sleep so I'd be rested for school the next day while people were having sex on the couch and shooting cocaine and cranking the stereo was definitely not a mundane reality, but it was mine. On school nights, I'd stay home, but Spider would be right at the power table at the Rainbow, and half the time the after party was at our house. I'd be at home asleep, and all of a sudden I'd hear that door open and a stream of maniacs would flood into the house. Then the music would begin, and the laughter and the cutting of the lines and the general mayhem would ensue. I'd be trying to sleep in my back room, which was connected to the one and only bathroom, and people would be in and out of there pissing and screaming and doing drugs. Thank God I had my 70s alarm clock radio. Every morning at 6:45 it would wake me up with the popular music of the day. I'd usually be dead to the world, but I'd stumble to my closet, put on a t-shirt, go to the bathroom, and get ready to go to school. Then I'd walk through the house and survey the damage. It always looked like a battlefield. Sometimes there were people passed out on the couch or on the chairs. My dad's doors were always shut. He was usually asleep with some girl, but sometimes he would still be awake, closed off in his module. One of the reasons I cherished that alarm clock was that I really was that anxious to get to school every day. I loved almost all of my classes. As crazy and as high and as full of the nightlife as his routine was, my dad was backing me 100% in all of my classes. He had come from an academic background himself, and I think he knew the importance of studying and of learning and exposing yourself to new ideas, particularly the creative avenues that were offered. Every day he'd use some crazy-ass esoteric word to get me to increase my vocabulary. He also expanded my taste in literature from the Hardy Boys to Ernest Hemingway and other great writers. At school, the class that I looked forward to most was English. Jill Vernon was my teacher, and she was by far the most profoundly inspirational one I'd ever come across. She was a diminutive lady with short black hair, about 50 years old. She really knew how to communicate with kids and turned everything she talked about, writing, reading, whatever, into something interesting and appealing and fun. Every day we'd spend the first 15 minutes of class writing in a journal. She'd put a trigger sentence up on the board, and we were supposed to riff on the sentence to any other subject that we felt like. Some of the other students would write for 5 minutes and stop, but I could have written away the whole class time. Mrs. Vernon would regularly keep me after school and talk to me about writing, because she could see how I poured my heart into those essays. I read all these journals, and I have to say, you have a special gift for writing, and I think you should be aware and do something with it, she told me. You should continue to write. When you're in 7th grade, and this really wonderful woman whom you look up to takes the time to express an idea like that to you, that was a bell that wouldn't stop ringing for the rest of my life. Another bell started ringing around that time. My dad had told me about his first attempted sexual experience, and it wasn't a pleasant one. He went to a whorehouse in downtown Grand Rapids. The prostitutes were all black. My dad was sent up to a room, and a few minutes later, a middle-aged lady with a little potbelly came in. She asked him if he was ready, but he was so scared that he blurted out, "I'm sorry, I can't do this." How could anyone have performed under those circumstances? Going to a weird place and ending up with a weird person with absolutely no connection to you and having to pay for it? I think that experience had a lot to do with him wanting my first sexual experience to be nicer. I just don't know if he envisioned that my first time would be with one of his girlfriends. As soon as I moved in with my dad, the idea of having sex became a priority for me. Actually, the anticipation and the desire and the infatuation with the inevitable act had been rolling long before I got to California. But now I was 11 on the cusp of 12, and it was time to act. Girls my age at Emerson wanted nothing to do with me. My father had a succession of beautiful young teenage girlfriends whom I couldn't help fantasizing about, but I couldn't quite get up the nerve to approach them. Then he started seeing a girl named Kimberly. Kimberly was a beautiful, soft-spoken 18-year-old redhead with snow-white skin and huge, perfectly formed breasts. She had an ethereal, dreamy personality that was typified by her adamant refusal to wear her glasses despite terrible nearsightedness. I once asked her if she could see without them, and she said that things were very fuzzy. So why didn't she wear the glasses? "I really do prefer the world unclear," she said. One night, shortly before my 12th birthday, we were all at the Rainbow. I was high as a little kite on a quaalude, and I got up the courage to write my father a note. "I know this is your girlfriend, but I'm pretty sure she's up for the task, so if it's okay with you, can we arrange a situation where I end up having sex with Kimberly tonight?" He brokered the deal in a flash. She was game, so we went back to the house, and he said, "Okay, there's the bed, there's the girl, do what you will." My father's bed was bizarre to begin with, because he had piled 4 mattresses on top of one another to create an almost throne-like effect. He was a little too present for my taste, and I was nervous enough as it was, but Kimberly did everything. She guided me the whole way, and she was very loving and gentle, and it was all pretty natural. I can't remember if it lasted 5 minutes or an hour. It was just a blurry, hazy, sexy moment. It was a fun thing to do, and I never felt traumatized then, but I think subconsciously it was probably something that always stuck with me in a weird way. I didn't wake up the next morning going, "Geez, what the hell was that?" I woke up wanting to go brag about it to my friends and find out how I could get the arrangement happening again. But that was the last time my dad ever let me do that. Whenever he'd have a new beautiful girlfriend, I'd say, "Remember that night with Kimberly? How about it?" He always cut me off. "Oh, no. That was a one-time deal. Don't even bring that up. It's not going to happen." The summer of 1975 was my first trip back to Michigan since I moved out to live with my dad. Spider gave me a big fat ounce of Colombian gold, which was at the time the top of the food chain when it came to weed, and some Thai sticks and a giant finger brick of Lebanese hash. That was my supply for the summer. Naturally, I turned my friends Joe and Nate on for the first time. We went to Plaster Creek, smoked a fatty, and emerged doing somersaults and cartwheels and laughing. All summer, I told people about the wonders of living in Hollywood and about the different, interesting people I had met and the music I was listening to, which was everything in my father's collection, from Roxy music to Led Zeppelin to David Bowie, Alice Cooper, and The Who. In July of that summer, my mom married Steve. They had a beautiful wedding under a willow tree in the backyard of their farmhouse out in Lowell. So I felt that things were okay for her and my sister, Julie. I went back to West Hollywood at the end of the summer, anxious to resume my California lifestyle and to get back to someone who would become my new best friend and partner in crime for the next 2 years. I first met John M. at the end of 7th grade. There was a Catholic boys' school immediately adjacent to Emerson, and we used to razz each other through the fence. One day, I went over there and got into a verbal put-down match with some kid who claimed to know karate. He was probably learning his forms and had no idea about street fighting, because I whomped on his ass in front of the whole school. Somewhere in that melee, I made a connection with John. He lived at the top of Roscommare Road in Bel Air. Even though it was in the city, there were mountains and a reservoir behind his house that had a giant waterfall that drained into another reservoir. It was the perfect playground. John's dad worked for an aerospace company and was a heavy drinker, so nothing was discussed. Feelings were not talked about, you just pretended like everything was okay. John's mom was super sweet, and he had a sister who was confined to a wheelchair with some degenerative disease. When I started 8th grade, John became my best friend. It was all about skateboarding and smoking pot. Some days we could get pot, and some days we couldn't, but we could always skateboard. Up to that point, all of my skateboarding had just been street skating for transportation and jumping off curves, basically getting where I had to go with a modicum of style in the way I rode. Really, it was as functional as it was anything else. In the early 70s, the sport started to elevate, and people were riding in drainage ditches and along banks and at emptied-out swimming pools. It was about the same time that the dog pound skaters in Santa Monica were taking skateboarding to a new, higher semi-professional level. John and I were doing it for fun and challenge. John looked like an all-American kid. He had a real taste for beer, and we'd go hang out in front of the local country market and talk adults into buying beer for us. Getting drunk wasn't my preferred high, but it was kind of exciting to get out of control in that way, to feel you didn't know what was going to happen. We graduated from asking people to buy us six-packs to pulling off heists for our booze. One day we were walking through Westwood and saw workers at a restaurant loading cases of beer into a third-floor storage area. When they left for a second, we climbed up on a dumpster, grabbed the fire escape ladder, pulled ourselves up, opened the window, and took a case of Heineken that lasted us for the next couple of days. We graduated from beer heists to stealing whiskey from the supermarkets of Westwood. We'd go into the supermarket and take a bottle of whiskey and slip it up a pant leg, pull the sock up over it, and walk out with a bit of a peg leg. It was terrible tasting, but we'd force ourselves to get it down. Before we knew it, we were out of our minds on the firewater. Then we'd skate around and crash into things and get in mock fights. At a certain point, John decided to grow his own marijuana garden, which I thought was very inventive of him. Then we realized that it would be easier to search out other people's gardens and steal their weed. One day after we searched fruitlessly for weeks, we found a patch that was guarded by dogs. I diverted the dogs, John stole the weed, and we brought all these huge plants back to his mom's house. We knew we had to dry them out in the oven first, but John was worried that his mother would come home, so I suggested since most people were still at work, we should just use somebody else's oven. We walked a few houses down from John's, broke in, cranked the oven, and shoved this mound of weed in. We stayed there for an hour, and though the weed never became smokable, now we knew how easy it was to break into people's houses, and we started doing that with some regularity. We weren't out to take people's televisions or to go through their jewelry. We just wanted money, or stuff that looked fun to have, or drugs. We went through people's medicine cabinets, because by now I'd seen a lot of pills, and I knew what to look for. One day we found a huge jar of pills that said Percodan. I'd never taken one, but I knew they were considered the creme de la creme of painkillers. So I took the jar, and we went back to John's. "Well, how many should we take?" he asked. "Let's start with 3 and see what happens," I guessed. We both took 3 and sat around for a few minutes, but nothing happened. So we took a couple more. The next thing we knew, we were out of our minds on an opium high and loving it. But that was a one-time thing. We didn't take the Percodans again. Our small successes with pulling off heists emboldened John. He lived across the street from his old elementary school, and he knew that all the day's receipts from the cafeteria were kept in a strong box and stored in the freezer every night. It turned out that during his last month as a 6th grader, John had stolen a set of the janitor's keys to the school. We plotted out a strategy. We got some masks, wore gloves, and waited until after midnight one night. The keys worked. We got into the cafeteria, went to the freezer, and there was the strong box. We grabbed it and ran out, right across the street to John's house. In his bedroom, we opened the box and counted out $450. This was by far the most successful take we had ever had. Now what? "Let's get a pound of pot, sell some, and make a profit and have all the weed that we ever wanted to smoke," I suggested. I was sick of running out of pot to the point where we would have to clean pipes to try to find some THC resin. I knew that Alan Bashara would have a pound of pot lying around, and he did. Unfortunately, it was shite pot. I had the idea to sell it out of my locker at Emerson, but that was too nerve-wracking, so I ended up taking the pot home and selling it out of my bedroom, all the time dipping into the brick and smoking the better pieces. At one point, I was trying to sell this shitty pot to a couple of junkies who lived across the street, but even they were critics. When they saw my bottle of Percodins, they offered me $5 a pill. I sold the whole jar in one fell swoop. The pinnacle of my 8th grade drug experimentation with John was our 2 acid trips. I didn't know anyone who took LSD. It seemed like a different generation's drug. Still, it sounded like a more adventurous experience that wasn't about getting high and chatting up the ladies, but about going on a psychedelic journey to an altered state. That was exactly how I saw my life then. Going on these journeys to the unknown, to places in the mind and in the physical realm that other people just didn't. We asked all around, but none of our stoner friends knew how to score acid. When I went to Bashar's house to score the weed, it just so happened that he had a few strips with 20 little pyramid gelatin blotches, 10 bright green and 10 bright purple. I took 2 hits of each color and ran home to John. We immediately planned the 2 trips. The first would be that upcoming weekend. We'd save the second for when John and his family went to their beach house in Ensenada, Mexico. We went with the purple acid first. Because it was so pure and strong, we immediately got incredibly high. It was as if we were looking at the world through a new pair of glasses. Everything was vivid and brilliant, and we became steam engines of energy, running through the woods and jumping off trees, feeling totally impervious to any danger. Then the spiritual aspect of the acid kicked in, and we started to get introspective. We decided to observe families in their homes. So we broke into different backyards and started spying on the residents through the windows. As far as we were concerned, we were invisible. We bellied up to the windows and watched families eat dinner and listened to their conversations. The sun began to set, and John remembered that his father was coming home from a business trip that day, and he was due for a family dinner. "I don't think that's a great idea. They're going to know that we're crazy out of our minds on acid," I said. "We know we're crazy high on acid, but I don't think they'll be able to tell," John said. I was still dubious. But we went to his house and sat down and had a full formal dinner with John's straight-laced dad and his sweet mom and his sister in the wheelchair. I took one look at the food and began to hallucinate and couldn't even think of eating. Then I started watching with fascination as John's dad's mouth opened and these big words came floating out of it. By the time John's parents started turning into beasts, both of us were laughing uncontrollably. Needless to say, we both absolutely loved it. It was as beautiful and remarkable and hallucinogenic as we could ever have imagined. We'd had mild hallucinations from smoking pot, when we might see colors, but nothing where we felt like we were traveling to a distant galaxy and suddenly understood all the secrets of life. So we could hardly wait for our next acid trip in Mexico. John's folks had a beautiful house on a white sandy beach that went on forever. We dropped that green acid in the morning, walked out to a sandbar, and stayed out in the ocean for 7 hours, just tripping on the shimmer and sparkle of the water and the dolphins and the waves. Those 2 times were the best acid trips I ever had. It seemed later like they stopped making really good LSD, and acid became much more speedy and toxic feeling. I'd still hallucinate wildly, but it was never again as peaceful and pure a feeling. I don't want to imply that John was my only friend at Emerson, because that wasn't true. But again, most of my friends were outsiders in the social scheme of things. Sometimes I'd have the occasional feeling of less than. I was less than because I wasn't as rich as most of these kids. I also felt left out when it came to girls. Like every good boy going through puberty, I started fixating on every hot girl who came into my line of vision, and Emerson was full of them. They were rich little prima donna debutante girls with names like Jennifer and Michelle. Their skin-tight ditto jeans came in a myriad of pastel colors and did something truly wonderful to the young adolescent female body. Just framed it, formed it, cupped it, shaped it, packaged it perfectly. So I couldn't take my eyes off of them. But whenever I approached a girl and asked her to hang out with me, she'd go, "You're joking, right?" They were beautiful, they were hot, but they were snobs. All those girls wanted a guy who was a couple of years older or who had some game or a car. To them, I was a freak to be avoided, and I hated it. The same sense of confidence and self-assuredness that I took into my other life, my club life and my party life and my father's friend's life, where I felt at ease and in control and capable of communicating, I just didn't have that with the girls in my junior high school. They didn't give me anything in terms of confidence building, with the exception of Grace. Before I talk about the anomaly that was Grace, I should backtrack and pick up the thread of my sexual history. After my liaison with Kimberly, I had no sexual involvement with women for about a year. But around the same time as my Kimberly experience, I discovered the art and joy of masturbation, thanks to National Lampoon's Photo Funnies. For some reason, masturbation was not a subject that my dad broached. He taught me every minuscule part of the female anatomy, but he never told me that if I needed sexual satisfaction, I could do it myself. National Lampoon inspired me to figure it out. All this experimentation took place one afternoon in my add-on bedroom. I wasn't a horribly late physical bloomer, but I was by no means early. Around the first month that I was even capable of having an orgasm and ejaculation, it dawned on me that I could use photos to achieve that end. Surprisingly, I didn't use my dad's vast collection of Penthouse and Playboy magazines. I was attracted to the realism of the girls in those lampoons. The fact that the girls weren't in the conventional postures of what was supposed to be sexy. They were just real naked girls. Shortly thereafter, I would abuse every magazine I could in my quest, especially in high school, when it would become almost a contest to see how many times you could jack off in one day, and what stimuli you were jacking off to, and what implements you were incorporating into the process. But that was much later. Around the time that my hormones started raging, I had the wonderful experience of being babysat one night by Cher. I was in the 8th grade and still hanging with Sonny and Connie from time to time, and for some reason they got jammed up, so Cher volunteered to watch me for the night. We camped out in her bedroom, having a heart-to-heart talk for hours on end, really getting to be friends for the first time. After a while, Cher turned to me and said, "Okay, it's time for bed now. We're going to sleep in the same bed. That's your side of the bed, and this is my side of the bed." In my mind, there was a bit of tension. Not that I was going to make any moves on this woman, just the idea that I'd be in bed with such a gorgeous creature. But I thought it was okay because we were friends. Then Cher got up to go to the bathroom and get ready for bed. She left the door wide open. It was dark in that bedroom, but it was light in the bathroom, so I watched her take off her clothes, all the while feigning to be on my way to sleep. There was a woman's naked body, and it was long and slender and special and just thrilling. Not that I had the wherewithal to want some physical relationship with her, but in my mind it was a stimulating and semi-innocent moment. After a while, she walked back into the room and got into bed naked. I remember thinking, this is not bad, lying next to this naked lady. The next woman who advanced my sexual education was older than I was. Becky was an ex-girlfriend of Alan Bashara. She was about 24 at the time and small and beautiful with adorable curly hair. She was also into Quaaludes. I would go on errands with her, and she'd break up some ludes, and then we'd pile into her Fiat and drive around town. The days would always end up with us both getting high, coming home, and fooling around. Our sessions turned into great instructional lessons for me, because she showed me exactly how to go down on a girl. One time she even told me to massage her buttocks. Wow, I never would have thought of that, I marveled. Sex was still pretty sporadic for me in the 8th grade. But even then there wasn't a kid I knew who was getting laid. Every one of my friends was destined to stay a virgin for the next few years, so part of the joy for me was going to school the next day and telling my friends, "Hey, I spent the night with a girl." They were like, "Whoa, that's beyond comprehension." They were even more amazed after my experience with Grace at Emerson. It started, like a lot of my sexual encounters at the time, with a Quaalude. Or half a lude, to be precise. I brought a lude to school and split it with John. We planned to meet up at lunch and share our experience of what it was like to be high during school. By the 4th period, I was totally loaded. I was in my journalism class with a beautiful girl named Grace, who was very physically developed for a 14-year-old, especially for a Japanese girl. I knew that she had always had a crush on me. Suddenly, I had a brainstorm. I asked the teacher if I could take Grace on a campus assignment and wander around to see if we could generate some stories for the class newspaper. I was assertive because I was high and feeling the gregarious coercion of Quaalude running through me. The teacher said, "Okay, just make sure you're back before the end of class." Grace and I left the classroom and walked down the hallway, right into the men's bathroom, which was this big old beautiful bathroom built in the 30s with lots of stalls and a tall ceiling and huge windows. I started to play with her breasts and kiss her, and she loved it. I was high and she wasn't, but she was just as horny as I was and equally willing to have this experience. Just as I began to finger her, a little kid came into the bathroom, saw us in the stall, and screamed and ran out. Instead of panicking and aborting the mission, I was determined to find a safer place. So we walked around the campus and found a janitor's utility shed behind one of the bungalows. We immediately stripped down and started going for it. Much to my surprise, she seemed to know exactly what she was doing. As soon as I came, I stood up, and since I was a teenager, my dick stayed hard. Instantaneously, she went right down on her knees and started giving me a blowjob, and I came again. I was amazed. How did she even know to do that? We got dressed and ran back to class, giggling the whole way. As soon as I got to lunch, I told my friends the whole story, and they were dumbfounded and envious. That was just another day at the office for me, because I was pretty willing to do whatever came my way. In July, I went back and spent a typical summer in Michigan, a relaxing domain of forest and lakes and peach orchards, shooting my BB gun and hanging with Joe and Nate. But when the summer ended, my mom and I decided that I should stay on in Michigan for the first semester of 9th grade. My mom was pregnant with her third child, and she wanted me around for the birth so I could bond with my new sibling. Because she and Steve lived in Lowell, which was in the country, I wound up going to school in a town with a population of under 2,000 people. Most of the kids ostracized me. All the popular guys, the meatheads who were sons of farmers, were calling me girly boy and Hollywood and faggot because I had long hair. When school started, I showed up wearing different clothes and a different haircut and a different attitude, and these hay-baling hillbillies wanted to kill me. My only solace was my relationships with girls, who seemed to appreciate me a little more. That semester, I hooked up with a hot Hispanic girl and a blonde named Mary, who was the winner of L'Oreal's Long and Silky Hair contest in the Midwest. She was beautiful and a year older, but our relationship never developed into the full-blown romance that I had envisioned. We spent most of our time together holding hands and making out, and she let me touch various parts of her body, but she never gave up the whole enchilada. I couldn't tell if she was humoring me because I was younger and 2 heads shorter than her. On October 3rd, 1976, my mom gave birth to my second sister, Jennifer Lee Idema. It was a joyful time in the family, and we had a real nice little unit going on with Steve and Julie and my mom and the new baby and Ashley, the dog. As well as bonding with Jenny, I spent some quality time with Steve. He was always so supportive of whatever I did. When I returned to Emerson for the second half of 9th grade, a sea change had taken place. When I left, I was the king of the campus in the misfit outcast realm. But when I came back, it was Tony who? There were new kids who were in charge now, and some of them had whiskers. I was miles away from having a single whisker. So I developed a new identity. I was going to become an actor, mainly because that was what my dad was doing. Spider had always had an interest in acting. By now he was getting tired of life as the Lord of the Sunset Strip. He was fed up with selling drugs and the constant barrage of people invading the house at all hours of the night. So when Lee Strasberg opened a branch of his institute in Los Angeles, Pops decided to enroll. He'd come home after class all excited about method acting and sense memory recall and all these new concepts. It all seemed quite a craft to get your head around. As part of his decision to start in a new direction, my dad cut off his long hair. Overnight, he reinvented himself with a distinctive, slicked-back film noir 30s gangster look. Within days, I was sitting in a barber chair asking for a 30s gangster haircut. By this time, all of the other kids were starting to catch up to me, and long hair was no longer a real sign of rebellion and individuality. So I got the haircut and baffled all my schoolmates with this new look. When my dad started wearing double-breasted pinstripe suits with black and white spectator shoes and nice white button-down shirts with fancy ties, the first thing I did was go out and get an identical outfit made up. Now it was time for me to enroll in acting school. I took children's classes with a woman named Diane Hull, and they were wonderful. We were taught that there was more to acting than merely pretending. You really had to get into the headspace of the character you were playing. After a few months of studying, my dad dropped a bombshell on me. He was going to legally change his name from John Kiedis to Blackie Dammit. For his new last name, he had combined the first and last names of one of his favorite authors, Dashiell Hammett. "What do you want your stage name to be?" he asked me. In one more gesture of solidarity with my dad, I said, "Well, it's got to be something Dammit, because I'm your son." So Cole Dammit was born. Get it? Cole, son of Blackie. From that day on, he was known only as Blackie, both professionally and personally. No John, no Jack, no Spider. But I had the two separate identities going. There was no way I was shaking Tony at school, and my family wasn't about to start calling me Cole. But Blackie did. He called me Cole more often than not because he always stayed in character. With our stage name set, it was time to get agents. He found an agent to represent him, and then he got a recommendation for a child actor's agent for me. Her name was Toni Kelman, and she was the hottest child agent in all of Hollywood. By the time I signed, I had already been cast in a movie. Roger Corman was doing a triple R-rated version of Love American Style called Jokes My Folks Never Told Me. It was the quintessential 70s flick, with beautiful naked women throughout. The director had gone to UCLA with my dad, and he came over to visit one day. I answered the door. "I'm here to see your dad," he said cordially. I didn't know the guy, and I certainly didn't know his relationship to Blackie, so I summoned myself up to my 5-foot-something height and hissed, "Well, who are you?" What I was saying with my body language was, "I'll kick your ass if you try to come in my house, even though I'm just a kid." He was so impressed with my confidence that he cast me in 2 vignettes as this badass kid who tells dirty jokes in a classroom. Right off the bat, I got hired to do an after-school special and a public network children's show. Of course, I was cast as the bad kid in both shows. But it was work, and it was piling up. I started an account at my dad's bank, and soon I opened that bank book up and saw a couple of grand in there, a shocking amount of money for me. I was getting spoiled, cast for every part auditioned for. One afternoon, I was at John's house when Blackie called me to tell me that I'd just been cast as Sylvester Stallone's son in Fist, his next movie after Rocky. I was so excited, I ran out of the house, whooping and singing the theme song to Rocky with my arms up in the air. I was convinced that I would be the next big thing because I was co-starring with Sly Stallone, even though I had only one scene with him at the dinner table. When I got to the set, I went to Stallone's trailer and knocked on the door, figuring we should bond before we shot our big scene. "Who's that?" said a gruff voice from the trailer. "It's Cole. I'm playing your son in the scene we're about to do," I answered. He cautiously opened the door. "Why are you here?" he said. "I'm playing your son, so I thought we should get some hang time in so I could develop—" Stallone interrupted me. "No, I don't think so," he said and looked around for a PA. "Hey, somebody come and get this kid. Get him out of here," he screamed. We did the scene, and when I delivered my big line, "Can you pass the milk?" the camera wasn't exactly in tight for a close-up. It turned out to be a don't blink or you'll miss it role. But still, it was another credit. Having been in Fist helped when I went to Paramount to audition for a film called American Hot Wax, which was the story of Buddy Holly and the DJ Alan Freed. It was a big movie, and I was auditioning for a key role in the film, the president of Buddy Holly's fan club. After cattle calls and innumerable callbacks and even a screen test, it narrowed down to 2 candidates, me and the hottest child actor around, Moosey Dreer. I was confident that I'd get the role because Blackie had gone all out to help me prepare for the role, learning all of Buddy Holly's songs and buying the big horn-rimmed glasses. So when Tony called me to tell me that I hadn't gotten the part, I was shattered. That night, Connie took me to a friend's house, and we went on a total drug binge, snorting coke, smoking pot, sipping booze, and chatting about how I was going to get them next time and end up being the biggest movie star this town had ever seen, and yada, yada, yada. An endless stream of nonsensical cocaine gabbing between the boy who had just lost the role of a lifetime, the lady who wanted to help him out but really was kind of lost herself, and the guy who just wanted to get in the lady's pants. It went on until the wee hours of the morning, when the coke finally ran out, at which point the reality ran in, and it was not so nice. The chemical depression of the drugs wearing off, combined with the reality of the loss, made for a brutalizing 24 hours for me. Despite my other early success, I wasn't the most disciplined or diligent of acting students. I dug it, and I participated in it, and I learned from it, but I wasn't committed to putting all of my energy into that world. Having fun with my friends and running around town and skateboarding were still high on my list. Getting high was high on my list. I had already discovered the pleasures of cocaine before that night Connie tried to cheer me up. When I was 13, Alan Bashara had come over to our house on Palm in the middle of the day and told my dad that he had some incredible cocaine. Back in the 70s, cocaine was very strong and very pure. It wasn't so chemical heavy as it is these days. I'd been seeing the adults do it for the last year and a half in the house, so I told him I wanted in. Bashara made me a line and I snorted it. 20 seconds later, my face went numb, and I started feeling like Superman. It was such an unabashedly euphoric rush that I felt like I was seeing God. I didn't think that feeling would ever go away, but then, boom, it started to wear off. Whoa, can we get some more of that? I was frantic. But Alan had to leave, and my dad went about his business, and I was bummed out. Fortunately, the young boy's chemistry doesn't take that long to recover. An hour later, I was fine and moving on to the next thing. So I fell in love at first sight with cocaine. I would always check the house to see if there was anything left behind from the night before. There frequently was. I'd scrape the plates with a razor blade and scour the empty glass vials and cobble the residue together, then take it to school and share it with John. But we always waited for school to let out. Except for that half Quaalude, I never did drugs in school. Cocaine inadvertently led me to heroin. I was 14 and with Connie one day when she took me for a ride to Malibu. We wound up at a coke dealer's house where all these adults were doing massive amounts of the white powder from a huge pile on the drawing table. I was right in there with them, monkey see, monkey do, and we were all as high as can be. At one point, they decided to go out somewhere. By now, there was only one small solitary line on the mirror. "You can stay here, but whatever you do, don't do that little line," they said. I just smiled and said okay. The minute they closed that front door, whoosh, I snorted up that line. When they came back in, they saw that the line had been hoovered. "Where's that line?" someone said. "Well, I got confused," I started an alibi. "We better rush him to the hospital. He's going to OD." Everyone was getting frantic. Unbeknownst to me, that little line was China white heroin. But I was fine. Really, really fine. I realized that I liked the heroin even better than the cocaine. I was high on the coke, but I didn't feel jittery or nervous. My jaw wasn't grinding. I wasn't at all worried about where my next line of coke was going to come from. I was in a dream, and I loved it. Of course, on the ride home, I threw up, but that was no biggie. I just asked Connie to stop the car real quick and blop, right out the window. They were keeping a keen eye on me. Sure, I would go into cardiac arrest, but nothing ever happened. I loved it, but I didn't pursue it. By the end of 9th grade, on the surface, things seemed to be looking up. Blackie was studying acting and really getting into his roles, sometimes to a frightening extent. He became a regular at the Hollywood Actors Theater, which was a non-equity 99-seat theater off Hollywood Boulevard. Whether he was playing a bit role or the lead, he'd completely immerse himself in the character. A lot of it had to do with finding the look of a person. He became a great master of disguise, changing his wardrobe, his hair, his glasses, his posture, and his demeanor. He'd decorate his scripts with pictures and writing and artifacts that were representative of the character. The problems began when he started to become his characters, and they reached a boiling point when he got cast as a transvestite in a Hollywood Actors Theater production. Blackie was so completely unafraid of what people would think of him, and so completely enraptured with the idea of becoming this character, that he lived as a transvestite for months. He had taken all these pictures of himself in drag and mounted them above the fireplace, along with charts and graphs and diagrams and posters pertaining to transvestitism. Then my brawling, voraciously hetero dad started wearing cut-off hot pants with his whole package encased over to one side in nylon pantyhose. He'd put on a tube top and wear gloves with rings over them. His makeup would be immaculate, down to the hot pink lipstick. He'd prance around the house in high heels, sucking on a lollipop, talking all crazy gay. It got worse when he started to go outside like that. He'd just walk up and down Hollywood Boulevard talking to strangers in character. I started off supportive and proud of his great commitment to his art, but in the end, I broke down. All of my masculinity was being challenged, so when he started yelling at me one day for some school problem, I called him a faggot. The second that word came out of my mouth, he took a swing at me. And my dad was fast. Somehow, I managed to catch his right jab before it could connect. I was about to counter with a punch of my own, but I got only halfway before I thought it wouldn't be a good idea to get violent with my own father. By now, he had shoved me up against the bookshelf, and there was this fist-holding standoff between us. Ultimately, there was no bloodshed, but the energy was violent and ugly, and something would never be the same between us for decades to come. Chapter 3. Fairfax High. I'll never forget my first day of high school. I arrived at Uni High and checked in with my counselor to get my class assignment. Then she dropped the bombshell. Tony, I know you've been going to Emerson for 3 years under a false address. Because you don't live in the district, you can't go to school here. I didn't know it then, but that was one of the most eventful twists of fate I'd ever experienced. I went home to figure out what high school was in my district. It turned out to be Fairfax High, a sprawling school in the corner of Fairfax and Melrose. I went there the next day and felt like an alien in a sea of people who already knew one another. Because I was a day late, a lot of the classes I wanted were full. I didn't know any of the students. I didn't know any teachers. I didn't even know where the cafeteria was. I started filling out my class forms, and when they asked for my name, I impulsively wrote Anthony instead of Tony. When roll was called, the teachers all called out Anthony Kiedis, and I didn't correct them. I just became Anthony, this slightly different guy who was more mature, more in control, more adult. Fairfax was a true melting pot. There were Chinese immigrants, Korean immigrants, Russian immigrants, Jewish kids, and tons of black kids, along with the white kids. Once again, I started befriending all of the loneliest and the most unwanted kids in school. My first friends were Ben Tang, a scrawny, uncoordinated, huge, bespectacled Chinese kid, and Tony Schur, a pasty-faced 98-pound weakling. About a month into the school year, Tony and I were talking in the quad at lunchtime when a tiny, crazy-looking, gap-toothed, big-haired kid came waltzing up to Tony, put him in a headlock, and started roughing him up. I couldn't tell at first if this was friendly fooling around or if the guy was bullying my best friend at Fairfax, so I erred on the side of friendship. I stepped in, grabbed him off Tony, and hissed, "If you touch him again like that, you're going to regret it for the rest of your life." "What are you talking about? He's my friend," the kid protested. It's weird. Even though we were starting off on this "I'll kick your ass" aggressiveness, I felt an instant connection to the remarkable little weirdo. Tony told me his name was Michael Balzari, soon to be known beyond the confines of Fairfax High as Flea. Mike and I became inseparable. He lived about 5 blocks from me on Laurel Avenue. Every day we'd walk home from school, scrape together our meager assets, and buy a plate of taquitos to share at this hamburger taco grease shack. Then we'd play football on the street. In a strange way, I was going from this very adult life with my father, partying and nightclubbing and hanging out with primarily his friends, to having a second, genuine, no-worries childhood. Mike was another outsider at Fairfax. He had been born in Australia. His father was a customs agent who had moved his family to New York and enjoyed a pretty conservative, stable lifestyle until Mike's mom took up with a jazz musician. Mike's parents split up, and he and his sister and his mom and his new stepdad moved to L.A. Mike was painfully shy and insecure, and much more sheltered than I had been, so I assumed the alpha role in the relationship. This would be the dynamic that would continue for a long time, and it would be a beautiful thing, because we shared so much together. However, it would also carry an aspect of resentment for him, because I was kind of a bastard and a mean-spirited bully at times along the way. Mike would never go anywhere without his trumpet. He was first trumpet in the school band, which meant that we'd work together. I was in play production that year. I was impressed by his musical skill and the fact that his lip was always swollen from playing the trumpet. His trumpet playing also opened me up to a whole other world, the world of jazz. One day, Mike played me a Miles Davis record, and I realized that there was this type of music that was spontaneous and improvisational. Even though Mike was living in a more or less traditional family unit, his situation at home seemed as chaotic as mine. He would regale me with stories of his out-of-control stepfather, Walter. For years, Walter had dealt with an alcohol problem. He had gotten sober, a concept that I was unfamiliar with then, but now he was a real hermit. I hardly ever saw him, and the few times that I did, he'd be real gruff, screaming because Mike could not remember once to take out the trash on the right day. Every single time it was, Oh, I forgot it's Thursday. I'll be in so much trouble." Mike's mom was a real sweetheart, even if she had a bizarre Australian accent. But for the first few months I knew him, Mike kept talking to me about his older sister, Karen, who was back in Australia. "She's a wildcat," he'd tell me. "She's really hot. She's got 1 million boyfriends, and she's the best gymnast at Hollywood High. She went streaking in the middle of a citywide competition." I had to meet this Balzari sister. Later that school year, Karen finally showed up. She was young and foxy and incredibly forward. By then it was common for Mike and me to sleep over at each other's houses. In fact, Mike's room had 2 tiny cot beds, one for him and one for me. His family had a hot tub in the backyard, and one night Mike, Karen, and I were in the tub drinking some wine. Karen's hand was continually wandering over to me under those bubbles, and when Mike called it a night and I was about to do the same, Karen grabbed me. "You stay," she implored. Time to meet the sister. Karen immediately took charge. She started making out with me, then took me back to her bedroom, where she spent the next 3 hours introducing me to a variety of sexual experiences I hadn't even known were possible. She was on her game, doing things like going to the sink and coming back with a mouthful of hot water and giving me a blowjob. What in heaven's name had I done to deserve this beautiful experience? The next day, Mike asked, "How is my sister?" I spared him the details because, after all, she was a sister, but I did thank him profusely for introducing us. Years and years later, he came to me and said, "We're really good friends, but this is something that's been bothering me for years. While you were in the room with my sister, I went outside the house and was peeping through the window for a few seconds." By then, I couldn't have cared less, but it was probably a good thing that he waited as long as he did to tell me. Mike was into pot when I first met him, so I began to dip more and more into my dad's stash to satisfy our needs. I knew the hiding places on the top of the bookshelves where he kept his half-smoked joints. But he locked his main stash in the same closet where he kept his scale. One day I was hanging out with Mike in his stepdad's cellar workshop, and I came across a huge cache of skeleton keys. It was a 1 in a million chance, but I asked Mike if I could try these keys on Blackie's closet, and sure enough, I found one that worked. So I started to carefully skim off my dad's stash of grass, quaaludes, and coke. Mike was impressed that I could grab a bud and leave everything so intact that Blackie never realized anything was missing. My first real bonding trip with Mike happened that semester, when we went skiing on Mammoth Mountain. The Greyhound bus ride up was full of your classic mixed nut variety of derelicts and forlorn people. Girl with a black eye, a speed freak who'd just been fired from his job, the whole bus culture of weirdos, and us 2 green kids. Immediately, I went to the back bathroom, smoked half a joint, then passed it to Mike, and he repeated the ritual. By the time we got to Mammoth, a blizzard had started, and it was pitch black. Our plan was to spend the night in the laundry room of the condos there, a tip that one of my Emerson friends had given me, but the Greyhound left us in the middle of nowhere. We set out in the general direction of the condos, and suddenly Mike got a horrible stomachache. We walked, and we were freezing, and Mike was nearly in tears from the pain. Just as frostbite was about to set in, we made an arbitrary turn and found the condos. We walked into the laundry room, got out our sleeping bags, and rolled out one beneath the rickety plywood shelf for folding clothes, and the other on top of the shelf. I popped a few quarters in the dryer and curled up on the floor, while Mike slept on the rickety shelf that was meant to hold a few pounds of clothes. The next morning, we went to rent skis. We picked out all our equipment, and Mike tried to pay with the credit card his mom had given us, but the 17-year-old girl behind the counter wouldn't take it. She insisted Mike's mom had to be there in person to authorize the charge. Mike tried to explain that his mom was already on the slopes, but she wouldn't budge. I had to salvage this trip, so I went outside and approached a lady who was getting ready to ski with her kids and asked to borrow her jacket and her ski hat and her glasses. Somehow I convinced her, and I put on her parka and her hat and her big square sunglasses. I took our mittens and hats and stuffed them in the parka to make tits, and I channeled Mike's mom's voice in my head, and then I went back into the ski shop and marched up to the girl behind the counter. "I can't believe you pulled me off the slopes for this. This is my card, and I gave it to my son. What is your problem?" I said. The girl was scared out of her mind, hearing this crazy woman's voice coming from behind this ski mask, and we got the stuff. We had the time of our lives, getting stoned on the chairlift and cutting in line and being the little bastards that we were. Mike had no idea at all how to ski. The first time down the mountain, he fell about 50 times. By the 3rd time, he was keeping up with me. He just willed himself to learn to ski within an hour. That night, we went back to the laundry room and quartered our way through another night. We got in a second day of skiing, and it was time to go home. For some reason, I decided that the ski shop really didn't have a good inventory system, so these skis were now ours. We walked to the Greyhound station and loaded the rentals onto the bus with everyone else's skis. We were just about to board when a sheriff's car pulled up. The sheriff got out and said, "You two, over here, now." "What's the problem?" I said innocently. "Those skis are stolen property. I need some ID," he said. Oh, no. We're not taking these. Did you think we were taking these skis? No, we rented these and we were actually going to bring them back. In fact, we could probably just leave them here and go now, I desperately riffed. We finally convinced the guy to just ticket us, and we promised to come back up and resolve the issue. We made it back down to Hollywood. The trip had been a monstrous success, even with a bad taste left in the mouth from the sheriff thing at the end. Some time passed and no calls, no summonses, no bad news coming from up north. And then one day it happened. Both Mike and I had been keeping an eye on the mail, but on the same day, while we were in school, both Blackie and Walter got letters. Now we were in serious trouble. Walter was strict, and my dad wasn't having any kind of extra inconvenience in his life, especially because minors had to bring their parents to court in Mammoth. Now these guys had to deal with our problem. We were thinking it was going to be the end of the world as we knew it, but oddly enough, both our dads used that trip as a bonding session with their sons. Ultimately, we got off with a slap on the wrist, and all we had to do was write a letter every couple of months for 6 months, telling them how we were doing. But my ski escapade with the authorities was minor compared to what would happen to Blackie that fall. It was the perfect fall California day, sunny and beautiful. I came home from school about 3:30 p.m., like any other day, but my dad seemed a little aggravated over something. We were in our living room, which had a nice picture window that looked out over our front yard, when Blackie froze in his tracks. I looked out and saw these Grizzly Adam-looking guys, big, burly lumberjack types, lurking in our front yard. My dad put his hand on my shoulder and said, "I think these guys might be undercover." As soon as that word came out of his mouth, the solid oak front door was kicked in. Simultaneously, the back door was flattened, and a phalanx of guys with shotguns and bulletproof vests and pistols poured in. Their shotguns were loaded and cocked and aimed right at my dad and me. They were all screaming, "Freeze! Freeze! Get on the floor!" like we were some huge operation. One false move of the finger and we would have been full of lead. They handcuffed us to each other on the couch and set about the business of systematically destroying our house. It turned out that my dad had called a prostitute to come over a few nights earlier, but when she got there, she wasn't my dad's cup of tea. To be a good sport, he offered her some cocaine. She stormed out and called the cops and told them that Blackie might be the hillside strangler who was terrorizing LA at that time. The cops spent the next 2 hours shredding mattresses and going through every article of clothing in the closet, and stealing all these nice switchblades that I bought in Tijuana so they could go home and give them to their kids. Thankfully, they weren't finding any drugs. Just when I was thinking that they might not discover my dad's treasure trove, one of the anal knuckleheads burrowed a hole up into the ceiling of the back closet and found everything. At that point, my father and I knew the jig was up. They took out the big rocks of coke, the bags of weed, and the huge Quaalude jar. They started deliberating what to do with me. They were talking about taking me to juvie, but I knew I had to stay out of jail so I could help Blackie get bail. I convinced them that I had nothing to do with any of this and I needed to be in school in the morning. They finally agreed that I could stay in the ransacked apartment, and then they took Blackie away. We were both crushed. I had visions of my dad going away for years. So I called up Connie, and she got her new boyfriend to put up his house as collateral. The next day, Blackie was out of jail. He had saved up around $7,000, which he had to immediately put down for a good lawyer. This put even more of a strain on our finances, because he had really cut down on his dealing and was more into his acting. Luckily for us, a few months earlier, I had been cast in a Coca-Cola commercial, and that was pretty good bank for a 15-year-old kid. But it generated more friction with my dad, because I was making more money than he was. He even tried to get me to pay some rent, which became a bone of contention between us, as did the 20% he was already taking out of my acting income as my manager. All of this was creating a schism in the Kiedis partnership. Meanwhile, I was totally preoccupied with my budding social life at Fairfax. A few months after I met Mike, I met another person who would become one of the closest friends I'd ever have. Every so often, we'd have weird local high school rock bands that would play on the outdoor stage on the quad at Fairfax. Sometime that first semester, I saw a silly group called Anthem play. When I say silly, don't get me wrong. All these guys were really talented, but they were a little behind the times as far as I was concerned. They were doing covers of Queen and Led Zeppelin, all these bands whose times had come to an end, and they all had these big, poodly-looking, long, curly hairdos. At the gig, some people were passing out these homemade rectangular Anthem buttons, so I took one. I was wearing the pin one day when I ran into one of the guitar players from Anthem. His name was Hillel Slovak. We started talking, and he invited me over to his house for a snack. Within a few minutes of hanging out with Hillel, I sensed that he was absolutely different from most of the people I'd spent time with. I usually felt like the leader in most relationships with kids my age, because of all the crazy experiences that I'd had as a kid. But I immediately knew that Hillel was at least my equal, and in fact knew a lot of things that I didn't. He understood a lot about music, and he was a great visual artist, and he had a sense of self and a calm about him that were just riveting. Hillel was Jewish. He looked Jewish and talked about Jewish stuff, and the food in that kitchen was Jewish. He made us egg salad sandwiches on rye bread that day, which was totally exotic food to me then. After the sandwiches, we had a meaningful heart-to-heart chat. By the time I left his house, I was thinking, well, that's my new best friend for life right there. It had been like that when I met Mike and Joe Walters. Sometimes you just know. Hillel had a Datsun B10 station wagon, and we spent many, many nights driving up to the top of the Hollywood Hills, pulling into a rest stop, looking out over the city, putting in some crazy progressive rock tapes, smoking weed, and discussing the girls at Fairfax. It was one thing to meet Mike and Hillel, who would both become such important people in my life. But what are the odds that I'd meet 3 soulmates that first year at Fairfax? I had actually met Haya Handel before Mike or Hillel. During the first week of school, I was in Spanish class, and my eyes were riveted by this amazingly beautiful girl with long brown wavy hair, perfect pale skin, and big brown eyes that radiated with a mad twinkle. She was Jewish, and she was also by far the smartest person in the class, but she was amazingly down-to-earth and surprisingly flirtatious. Of course, I immediately developed a major crush on her. Whenever I saw her, I'd chat her up. But she soon made it known to me that she was not available as a girlfriend. At first, I thought she was seeing this blonde guy named Johnny Carson, who would later play a major role in my life. But she told me that he was just her old friend from junior high. It turned out that she was going out with a guy named Kevin, a tall, strapping, handsome black kid who was the star of the gymnastics team. I knew Haya was from a conservative Jewish family, and they felt it would be taboo for her to date anybody but a Jew. So her relationship with the black gymnast was a big secret from her family. We'd talk, and she'd confide in me. I really want to go out with my boyfriend, but I can't. It's too risky, and my parents might find out. It was all tragic information because it wasn't me, but I definitely didn't lose interest and move on. We sat side by side in another class that semester. It was right after lunch, so I'd always see her boyfriend walk her to class, where they'd do their little goodbyes. One day, I just decided, fuck it, I'm bringing flowers. I bought a bouquet and wrote a poem, but by the time I got back to school, class had already started. I rushed into the classroom, and the teacher said, "Is there a good reason why you're late?" "Well, not really," I said, and handed Haya the flowers and the poem. Everyone oohed and awed, and the teacher instantly cut me some slack. Haya was embarrassed, but she realized that this guy must be pretty crazy about her. That signaled the beginning of my getting in with her, but it was a rocky beginning that would stretch out into the next year at school. By the second half of 10th grade, I had somehow burned through all the money I had saved for my acting career, which was mostly dormant since I just wanted to concentrate on being a regular high school kid. Since Blackie's cash flow was so meager, I got a part-time job as a delivery boy for an upscale liquor store called John and Pete's. I loved that job. I'd drive recklessly, breaking all the laws, speeding and going on the wrong side of the street, and cutting around traffic to make my deliveries so I could take my time getting back to the store. After a few weeks, I realized that if I hid a bottle of booze or a six-pack in the store trash, I could go back to the dumpster later, retrieve it, and be good for the night. Combined with the $30 in tips I'd pull in a shift, if I worked a few days a week, I'd have my spending money. But my first year at Fairfax was mostly an oasis from responsibility. I had all of this beautiful free time to roam and play and walk aimlessly and discover, to talk and get into mischief and steal and vandalize and go visit some friend and try to find some pot to smoke and maybe play some basketball. There was really no pressure, no anxiety. Might have homework, but I did it after dinner. Mike was my constant companion. On those long walks, we'd pass all of these 1, 2, 3, and sometimes 4 and 5-story apartment buildings that were built around a central pool. One day, an amazing idea was triggered. I looked at the building and said, "That's a diving board, my friend." I had gotten some experience in Michigan with jumping off of railroad trestles into bodies of water. Sometimes we would wait until right before the train came, and it was an amazing rush. Mike was game for anything, so we started out by jumping off second-story buildings into the pools. It didn't matter if people were sitting around the pool sunbathing. That made it all the more fun, to be the guy who flew out of the sky and landed next to an unsuspecting sunbather. If there was any chance of getting caught, we'd make the jump and then take off like bats out of hell and cut through some backyards and get away. But there were other times when we'd come out of the water and recognize that we weren't in any danger of getting busted. So it was yet another opportunity to freak somebody out by yelling or dancing around or mooning. We finally worked our way up to 5-story buildings. Our favorite was on Kings Road. We'd get up on the roof and look down and see a postage stamp of water, and we would go for it. Then I started experimenting with different styles of jumping. I wasn't about to dive into a pool, but I started jumping off the building backward, doing Superman things. I would run out, and instead of jumping far ahead, I'd jump straight up and go into an arch and lie down and then go back straight into the pool. It didn't matter how deep the pools were. You didn't need much water to land in. If it's a shallow pool, as you hit the water, you let your body go sideways, so you're using the width of the water as well as the depth. My dad knew about the jumping, and he wasn't a fan. He didn't try to put a stop to it, but he'd lecture me from time to time.
"Don't you go jumping. I know you're smoking pot all the time. It's not a good combination."
At that point, we didn't communicate about a lot of things. He'd complain, and I'd ignore him and say, whatever, fuck you. One day in June of that year, Mike and I had been eyeing this apartment building just down the block from my house. The pool was small and teardrop-shaped, and the deep end was the smallest section of the teardrop. To get to the top of the building, we had to climb over railings, and we made enough of a commotion climbing up that somebody started yelling at us to get down. We never even thought of aborting. I told Mike to go, and he jumped, and I heard the splash. Then I got up on the railing. I didn't even look down to see my angle. I was more concerned with the people who were yelling. I jumped, and as I was in the air, I realized that I'd put too much into the leap, and I was going to overshoot the pool. But there was nothing I could do about it. The concrete was coming up at me, and I landed smack on my heels and missed the pool by about 10 inches. I was dazed and fell back into the pool and started to sink. Somehow, despite being in paralytic shock, I managed to push myself out of the pool, roll over onto the lip of the concrete, and emit this inhuman sound that sounded like it came from the depths of Hades. I looked over and saw Mike, but I couldn't move. Somebody called an ambulance, and the paramedics clumsily rolled me onto a gurney, almost dropping me in the process. They didn't stabilize the stretcher in the back of the ambulance, so I was bumping around in agony the whole ride to the hospital. It was pain and shock and horror, and I knew something was seriously wrong because I still couldn't move. They took me to Cedars-Sinai and did an x-ray, and after a while the doctor came into the room and said, "You broke your back, and it doesn't look so good." I had been keeping a pretty optimistic, stiff upper lip outlook on the whole thing, but when he gave me the prognosis, I started weeping. There goes my summer. There goes my athleticism. There goes my life. I started hitting on every nurse who came by, desperate for painkillers, but they wouldn't give me anything until the doctor had okayed it. Then Blackie came rushing in, screaming, "What did I tell you? Now who's right? Did I not tell you this would happen? You smoke pot, you jump off the thing, this was bound to happen." I just looked at the nurse and said, "Somebody take him away from here. He's not allowed in here." At last they got me medicated and rigged up a pulley system with a harness and a medical bustier girdle. I was told that my vertebrae were flattened like pancakes and that a month in traction would help stretch them back. During the first week in the hospital, I got visits from Mike and Hillel and a few other friends. By now I had won Haya over, and she was kind of my girlfriend. Once she came to visit and lay down on the bed with me and let me feel her up, which was a real treat. Okay, broke the back, but at least I've got my hands on the breasts of the girl I've been in love with since the first day of Spanish class. After 2 weeks of traction, I started getting stir-crazy. One day, Hillel came to visit, and I told him, "I can't stay here for a day longer. You have to get me out of here." He went downstairs to get the car ready, and I unstrapped the girdle, rolled over, and tilted myself up on my 2 feeble legs. With my bare ass flashing out of my hospital gown, I started lurching like Frankenstein down that hallway. All the nurses went crazy, screaming that I couldn't go anywhere for 2 more weeks, but I didn't care. Somehow, I made it down the steps, and Hillel helped me into the car. Before I went home, I made him drive me to the building where I had messed up so I could try to figure out what I'd done wrong. I spent the next few weeks horizontal in my own bed. I got some lovely visitations from a friend of my father's named Lark, who was a beautiful, relatively successful 20-something actress. She came by at all hours, during the day, late at night, whenever, just to fix me up sexually. I had gotten my girdle back, and I had to keep telling her to be real careful, but I was getting absolutely ridden by a wild nymphomaniac banshee. That made the convalescing time a little more pleasant. That summer I went back to Michigan, but I was still struggling with my back. Every time I'd get an x-ray, the doctors always said it didn't look good. It was crooked. The vertebrae were still smushed. It was never good news. But over time, my back progressively got better. At some point, Mike took a greyhound out to visit me. He showed up at my house after this torturous journey, looking totally haggard and sleep-deprived, since he had been squeezed the whole way between a giant, snoring Indian and someone who kept constantly throwing up. He had a penthouse with him, and I remember opening it up and all the pages were stuck together. That was the way it was when I got it," he lied. But he was as happy as a bunny rabbit once we got settled in. My mom treated him like her own son, and Steve let us take his car and explore Michigan. We took a camping trip to the Upper Peninsula. We visited my aunt and my cousins, and we went water skiing. We were 2 kids, grown up in some ways, but children in other ways. But certainly not thinking of ourselves as children. Thinking of ourselves as masters of the universe over all other life forms, including adults. We were hipper, cooler, smarter. We knew more about pretty much everything there was to know more about, and we were fine with that. Adolescence is such a fun time in your life because you think you know it all, and you haven't gotten to the point where you realize you know almost nothing. So we had our summer fun. And when Mike was ready to go back, I remember my mom going to town with bags and bags of food for this poor kid who had to go on the Greyhound. She baked him a pecan pie and gave him a huge industrial-sized bag of Pepperidge Farm goldfish and treated him like a little prince. I went back for my second year at Fairfax, but things were getting increasingly troubled at home. After the bust, while my dad was waiting to be sentenced, he became a lot more careful. He stopped selling drugs completely and became the prototypical starving actor. We'd fight over the most mundane things. One time he was outraged that I ate a can of his soup. Another time I infuriated him when I ate a sandwich out of the refrigerator that he had been coveting all day. Around this time, Blackie also tried to impose a curfew on me. He arbitrarily decided that I had to be in by midnight. If I broke curfew, I'd be locked out. One night I went out skateboarding and got home a few minutes after midnight and the door was locked. I knocked and I knocked and knocked. There was no answer. Finally, he came to the door, totally incensed. "What did I tell you? There's no getting in here after 12. He complained that he had to get up early to go to acting classes, and I was interrupting his sleep. This from the same guy who kept me up till 6 in the morning throughout my junior high years. The next time it happened, my neighbor came out and offered to let me crash on his couch, but I declined. I had tried to leave my window open a crack so I could sneak back in, but my dad was so security conscious that he'd make sure the house was airtight before he went to bed. So I had to wake Blackie again, and he was even madder this time. We had a shoving match in the kitchen, and he told me that I had to either follow his rules or get out. It was a no-brainer. I called Donde Bastone, this friend of mine, and asked if he wanted a roommate. I had met Donde during my first year at Fairfax, but by the 11th grade, he had dropped out and was dealing weed out of his own house on Wilcox. He was the only 16-year-old I knew who had it together enough to have his own pad and a great little car. He agreed to let me move in, but he laid out exactly how much rent I had to pay and what my responsibilities would be around the house. In the middle of the day, Haya came over in her huge car, and we started loading my stuff. It consisted of some clothes, my stereo, and a large neon shamrock billiard sign that my dad had given me. Unfortunately, as I was pulling out of the driveway, Blackie came home.
Whoa, where do you think you're going?" he said.
"I'm out. I'm leaving. You're seeing the end of me."
"What's all this stuff in the car?"
he asked. "That's my stuff," I maintained.
"It's not your stuff. It's my stuff."
"You gave me this stuff," I reminded him.
"I gave it to you as long as you're living under my roof. If you're not in the house, it's not your stuff."
We had this big argument over the belongings, which I lost, but I didn't even care at that point. I just wanted out. I moved in with Donde and immediately concluded that he was way ahead of his time in many different ways. For one, he had an extraordinary record collection, complete with special shelving units built to house it, and a really nice sound system. Part of his deal, along with being a knucklehead and smoking pot, was to play music all day and all night. Every waking hour in that house there was a record spinning. Thankfully, he had incredible taste in music. He wasn't one of those guys who was exclusively into ska or punk rock or vintage blues. He was into everything. And because he had friends who worked at record companies, he was always getting advanced copies of albums by David Bowie or Talking Heads. Our house also became the party house, and we'd throw these rather gala affairs every couple of weekends. It was one of those periods when the drugs and alcohol were working to perfection and not interfering with getting work done, and no one was strung out on anything. Donde always seemed to come up with some cocaine for these parties, and cocaine then was a treat, not something that we had all the time, so we weren't carried away with it. Around this time, my relationship with Hillel intensified. I was taking a health class that was 2 doors down from Hillel's art class. His art teacher was very liberal, so I'd get passes from my health class to go to the bathroom, and I'd go and have some intense conversations while Hillel was doing his anatomical drawings. Mike and Hillel were also becoming friends and developing an interesting musical bond. Anthem was about to play a series of shows at other high schools, and out of nowhere, Hillel began to secretly teach Mike how to play the bass guitar. Todd, the current bass player in Anthem, wasn't a very good musician, though he did provide the band's PA system. But Hillel and Alan Michalski, the other guitarist, and Jack Irons, the drummer, were authentic musical talents, so Hillel was looking to replicate that on the bass. When Todd walked in on a rehearsal one day and saw little Mike playing Anthem songs on Todd's bass through Todd's bass amp, he took his equipment and quit the band. So Mike was in. Right before they started playing around, I approached Hillel and asked if I could introduce the band. Actually, I got the idea from Blackie, who had long been introducing his friends' bands with comic, ironic, Vegas-type speeches. Hillel agreed, and for my first introduction, I reworked one of Blackie's classic vamps. I used Cal Worthington, who had become famous in L.A. for his tacky late-night used auto ads. "Ladies and gentlemen, Cal Worthington calls them the hottest rockers in L.A. Their parents call them crazy, and the girls call them all the time. But I call them like I see them, and I call them Anthem!" I screamed. Then I flew off the stage into the audience and danced for the entire show. It didn't matter one bit if I was the only person dancing. I was so into supporting my friend's art. But as much as I was a fan of the whole band, it really became about me and Mike and Hillel. Hillel had known Jack and Alan much longer, but when he found us, he felt that we were his guys. For one, Hillel was really into weed, and those other guys weren't. We were into insanity and pushing the envelope, and Alan and Jack were much more mama's boys. So me and Mike and Hillel became the real Three Musketeers for the next 2 years in high school. For our own amusement, we created alternate identities. 3 Mexicans who spoke in stylized Cheech and Chong accents. I was Fuerte, strong. Mike was Paco, small. And Hillel was Flaco, slender. Together, we were Los Faces. We were a gang, but not a ruffian gang. We were a comedy gang. We spent hours and hours playing these characters, and it helped us develop a sense of camaraderie that would last for years. Meanwhile, my friendship with Haya was progressing, but not as smoothly as my bond with Mike and Hillel. We still had one major problem. I wasn't the nice Jewish boy her family had envisioned. I'll never forget the way she explained the situation to me. "This is how it is. I love you, you're my man, but my parents can never know because they don't want me to date someone who isn't Jewish. So as far as they're concerned, you and I are best friends, and we work on school stuff together, and that's it. Don't be affectionate toward me when you come over. Just act like my friend." It was hard. Her father barely spoke a word to me. Her mother was more cordial, but they both smelled something uncomfortable in their lives, and it was me. I could always see how their repression manifested itself in her psyche. As much as she tried not to limit herself to her parents' confined world, they still exerted a strong hold on her, a bond that she'd fight against, but when push came to shove, she'd never break it. She was their daughter. I knew she loved me, but she was afraid to go too far with that love. During 11th grade, I was crazy about the idea of making love to her. I'd had all of these different sexual experiences, but never one based in true love. I knew how much fun fucking could be, but here was a chance to do it for real. I was trying to get her to sleep with me, but she wouldn't commit. No, give me time. I'm not ready. There's a birth control issue. She kept putting it off, and it became this ongoing, "Are you ready yet?" In the meantime, she'd give me hand jobs, which she was great at, but I wanted this girl in my arms while I was inside her. It was maddening. She was my world. I adored her. I would have done anything for her, but she wasn't giving it up. 7 months into the relationship, we went on a date, and I was wearing my best clothes, and I'd done my hair the best I could. We went back to my room with no intention of anything happening and started to kiss. We took off our clothes, and we were basically in a sphere of love and light and warmth, and the rest of the world disappeared. It was better than I ever could have dreamed. It was that thing I had been looking for, that love mixed with the rapture of sex. Once Haya and I started having a regular sexual relationship, I couldn't have been happier. I wanted to have sex with her all day and all night, every day and every night. If I didn't see her for a while, all I could think about was being with her. When I'd go on a trip to Michigan, I couldn't wait to see her again. Every song I listened to was about her. We had our special songs, David Bowie's Heroes and the Beatles' Here, There, and Everywhere. My senior year at Fairfax was rife with contradictions. Me and my friends were definitely outsiders, living by our own moral code, one tenet of which was, "Thou shalt steal your meals." Mike and I refined a method of food thievery that was unbeatable for about 2 years, until the supermarkets finally caught on to it. I would go into the market and fill up a little red plastic basket with the finest provisions they offered, filet mignon, lobsters, cognac, you name it. Then I'd take my basket over to the magazine rack, which was directly adjacent to the entrance. I'd pick up a magazine and set my basket on the floor, and while I was perusing the magazine, I'd surreptitiously slide the basket under the chrome railing. Then Mike, who had been waiting outside, would dash in, grab the basket, and go right out the exit door. Soon we had an 8-foot-tall stack of empty red baskets behind my house, a testament to our continuing ability to feed ourselves in style. We still used our old tried-and-true bottle-up-the-pants method to steal booze. Once I even upped the ante and stole a pair of skis. I went to the back of the sporting goods store and asked, "What's the best pair of skis you have in here in my size?" The salesman said, "Well, these racing skis." I waited for him to leave, and I picked up the skis and walked right out the front door. I had decided that if I walked boldly right past the cashier, they would think he's picking up something that he's already paid for because he's not stopping. In some respects, our antisocial impulses were getting reinforced by the music that we were listening to. When I first started Fairfax in 1977, punk rock had just begun to make itself felt in Los Angeles, but it was a tiny subculture. Blackie, to his credit, was on the cutting edge of the new music scene. He was one of the first people to frequent a punk rock club called The Mask, which was on Hollywood Boulevard. Whenever punk rock groups from New York would come to town, they'd play the whiskey, and Blackie and I would always wind up at the Tropicana Motel, a seedy old classic paradise on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was where the band stayed and where the after-parties were. At that time, my favorite record was Blondie's First. Every one of those songs was indelibly etched on my soul, and I was totally in love with Deborah Harry. So when Blondie came to town, we headed to the Tropicana for the party. They had a suite, and Debbie was in the front room. We started talking, and I was smitten, totally melting. In my delusional state, I thought, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You might never see this woman again. You better make your move." With complete earnestness, I said, "I know I haven't known you that long, but will you marry me?" She smiled and said, "That's so kind of you to ask. I think you're a great guy, but I don't know if you know this, that guitar player I was playing with tonight, who's back there in the bedroom. Well, that's my husband. We're very happily married, and I really don't have any room in my life for another man." I was crushed. Mike and I began hanging out in the punk scene by necessity. Shortly after we started Fairfax, I had brought Mike to the Rainbow one night. Before we got there, we drank a lot of Michelob beer. I had a tolerance for alcohol, but apparently he didn't. We were sitting at Blackie's power table, and the girls were there, and the music was going, and Mike looked at me and said, "I'm not feeling so good." He started to rush outside, but before he could go 2 feet, he began projectile vomiting all over the Rainbow. Not what they wanted from two underage kids in their establishment. He threw up all the way into the parking lot, where they gave him the boot. Then they came in for me and said, "Get out there with him. You're never coming back here again." I kept trying to get back in for a year, but they had really 86'd me. It was time to find my own scene. My first punk concert was a daytime show at the Palladium. Devo was playing, along with the Germs. I was standing in the back, just fascinated. The music was cool as shit. These people looked incredible, almost too cool for me. There was no way I could ever be accepted by this crowd, because they were light years ahead of me in terms of style. I remember walking over to the side of the stage where people were going in and out of the backstage area, and there was this girl with some fucked up punk rock haircut, and she was taking giant safety pins and piercing her cheek with them, one after the other. That was new to me. Mike and I began trying to worm our way into this new scene, where, unlike at the Rainbow, I had no clout. There was an explosion of amazing bands in LA at the time. X and the Circle Jerks and Black Flag and China White. The list could go on and on. The energy was unbridled, more creative and exciting and bombastic than anything anybody had ever seen. Fashion-wise, energy-wise, dance-wise, music-wise, it was like the dawning of the Renaissance in my own town. Rock had become this boring old beast, ready to die, and now there was fresh, crazy-ass blood flowing through the streets of Hollywood. The first wave of punk rock had already crested, but there was a second coming. It wasn't a violent, hardcore scene like the bands from Orange County. In Hollywood, it was more about creativity and originality. The Screamers and the Weirdos were two of Hollywood's first punk rock bands, but they sounded nothing alike. What all these bands did share was an element of anarchy and nonconformity. That first X record, or all of the Black Flag records from that time, were masterpieces. Darby Crash's lyrics for the Germs were as good as it ever got in the world of punk rock. He was on to a whole other level of intelligence. So Mike and I hung out in the parking lot of the Starwood, probably the best punk rock venue around then, and we started to poke our noses through the door of this world. The Starwood was a tough club to sneak into, but there was a side door near the parking lot, guarded by a huge bouncer. If a fight broke out and his attention got diverted, we'd slip in as fast as we could. Sometimes, if a bunch of people were going in, we tried the crawling thing and used them as cover. When we couldn't sneak into the show, we'd linger in the parking lot, but neither of us had a lot of mojo or game, so we'd have to watch the goings-on. Nobody was inviting us to hang out. One time, Mike and I sneaked into the Starwood for a Black Flag show. We were fish out of water. We loved these bands, but we dressed all wrong, and we had the wrong haircuts and the wrong shoes, and we didn't even dance like all the punks. Those guys had the really cool boots with the chains wrapped around them and the right combination of ripped-up plaid clothes and spiked haircuts. Mike and I were lucky to have one leather jacket between the two of us. Black Flag put on an amazing show. They had a guy on stage called Mugger who was in charge of security. Every time someone tried to jump up on stage and dance around a bit and then jump back off, Mugger would just attack the person and get into a brutal fist fight. During all this, the band did not miss a beat. One guy managed to get past Mugger and stage dive. He flew right by me, and I got kicked in the head with his heavy steel-toed boot. I almost passed out. One of the reasons we didn't plunge feet first into this scene was that in some ways, we were still model students at Fairfax. At least I was. It was a strange dichotomy. I smoked tons of pot, took pills, and drank on the weekends. But it never got out of control. I never missed school. It was important to me to be the straight-A student. In a way, I was a rebel by getting good grades, because most of the stoners and the druggies were getting no grades. I didn't want to be like them. When I was a junior, I got my report card and it was A's all the way down the line, which I loved. I wanted to be the best at whatever it was that was in front of me, on my terms. I didn't necessarily want to study for hours to get there, but I wanted to do enough at the last minute. By this time, we were all thinking about college. At the end of my senior year, my grades were starting to slip, and I had to go to Mrs. Lopez, my Spanish teacher, and beg, borrow, and steal to get a B. Mike was having his own problems with grades. He always vacillated between being an absolutely brilliant student and an absolute flunk-out. Our last semester, he was in Don Platt's honors history class with Haya. Platt was a no-nonsense general who was in total command of his class. He was bald but in great physical shape, with a perfect tan, a suave Gavin MacLeod type. Mike and I had been running around like maniacs the week before his big final, and he didn't study for it, so he cheated. The last guy on planet Earth you'd want to get busted by for cheating was Don Platt. He was not afraid to call you out in front of the class and humiliate you. That's what he did to Mike, who came out of class that day white as a ghost. Getting a D in Platt's class would put a pretty major dent in Mike's chances for getting a good grade point average. But it wasn't my worry. I was already a shoo-in to college with my grades. In fact, I planned to go to Don Platt for one of my recommendations so I could go to UCLA. I had been Platt's student for 3 years, and I had aced every one of his classes, so I knew he'd give me the crown jewel of all recommendations. A few days later, I went to see him after school, and he had a very unwelcoming look on his face. I asked him for a recommendation, and it was as if he already had a speech prepared. Anyone who associates with Michael Balzery is not a friend of mine, nor is he getting a recommendation from me. For all I know, you and Michael were cheating the whole time you were in my classes. This was absurd. I was probably the best student he'd had in 10 years. The only time I'd even come close to crossing him was in my first semester. I had chosen to do an oral report on Uriah P. Levy, who was a great American naval officer. During the course of my research, I discovered the derivation of the word fuck. It came from the early naval logs that the captain would keep. If a crew member was punished for having sexual intercourse, it was noted in the log as fuck, for unlawful carnal knowledge. That was too good a factoid not to share with the class. So I was up there spieling on Uriah P. Levy and the Navy, and it was all Monty Python-esque to me. I got to the punishable offenses, and I walked up to the chalkboard and wrote F-U-C-K in huge letters. I looked over at Mr. Platt, and the blood was rushing to the top of his bald head, but I never cracked a smile and continued to explain the concept. Meanwhile, Mike and the rest of the class came unglued, but there was nothing Platt could do. I had him. Now he thought he had me. I tried to make my case for the recommendation, but he wasn't having any of it. "There's the door," he said. I walked out of there shell-shocked. Ultimately, I wound up going to the geometry teacher, and he was nice enough to write me a great recommendation. But I still had to get even with Platt. Somewhere along the line that semester, I had stumbled upon some cardboard boxes of beautiful, big black and red plastic marquee letters. Thinking they might be useful for an art project, I kept them. At the end of that Memorial Day weekend, the night before we were supposed to return to classes, Mike and I were driving around, stoned on pot, listening to music, when a brilliant idea came to me. We drove up to the marquee in front of Fairfax High and started climbing up the pole, armed with the appropriate letters. Then we spelled out, "Dandy Don Platt sucks anus," and motor oiled the pole and the platform to inhibit the progress of anyone who would try to take our message down. We looked up at the sign, congratulated each other, and went home and fell asleep. The next day we went to school, and there was a whole hubbub of activity around the marquee. People taking pictures, and workmen trying to circumvent the motor oil and get those letters off. Nobody ever came to Mike or me for questioning. We weren't even suspects. Maybe Platt had screwed over enough kids that there was an abundance of people with a motive. But that wasn't the end of it. At the end of that summer, we decided to leave a message for the incoming class at Fairfax. So we went back to the box of letters, climbed back up that pole, and left Dandy Don continues to suck anus. Chapter 4. Under the 01 Sun. I was thrilled to find out I'd been accepted to UCLA. Not only was I going to the same university my father had, but Haya, who could have gone into any school in the country, had chosen to stay home and go to college with me. It was like the planets had aligned. But I came back down to earth pretty fast. I never felt at home at UCLA. The student body was filled with Poindexters and Asian kids who weren't there to socialize or yuck it up at all. Everyone there was all business all the time. I didn't make one friend the entire time I was there. Besides, club going and partying at Donde's house and running around with Hillel and Mike was way more important to me than studying Chinese history, which was, don't ask me why, one of the classes I signed up for. On top of these general woes, my finances were completely on the skids. I had no income except for the $20 a month my mom was sending me. So I reverted to my old practices. When it came to getting textbooks, which were incredibly expensive, I went to the campus bookstore, filled up my basket, walked over by the exit, nudged it past the censors, then bought a pack of gum and picked up my free books on the way out. When it came to food, I'd go to the school cafeteria, which had a great selection of hot and cold meals, and fill up a tray. Before I got to the register, I'd start going backward in line, as if picking up things I had missed, until I got to the end of the line. Then I'd walk out with the food. I never got caught. Hillel would often come and join me, because he was on a budget too. Those meals with him were probably the most joyous moments of my college career. That year, Hillel, Mike, and I perfected something we called dining and dashing. We'd pick restaurants that had a lot of traffic and a lot of waitresses, like Cantor's on Fairfax. We'd eat our food, then individually slip out the door. The sad thing was, we didn't stop to think that these poor waitresses were getting stuck with a check. And even if the restaurant didn't make them pay for our meal, they weren't getting their tips. It wasn't until years later, when I had to examine the consequences of some of my earlier behavior, that I began to make amends by going back to these places and putting some money in their tills. Hillel had a lot of free time on his hands that first semester, because he didn't go on to college after Fairfax. I'd meet him after school and hang out with him on the weekends and get high on pot. He was a late bloomer to drug use, but he loved his weed. I relished the time I spent with him, since I sure wasn't looking forward to school. I hated all my classes except one, an expository composition class taught by a young female professor. Each week we had to write a composition that she'd critique. Even though I was the great procrastinator and would wait until the night before the paper was due to even think about it, I loved that class. I got an A on every paper, and like Jill Vernon, the teacher would keep me after class and encourage me to write more. If some of my other classes had been Recreational Drug Taking 101, or better yet, Advanced Coke Shooting, I might have fared better at UCLA. I was 14 the first time I shot coke. I was at one of my dad's parties back on Palm Street, watching all the adults shooting up, and I badgered them into making up a small load and shooting me up. At the end of my senior year at Fairfax, I started shooting up again. One of the first times I was alone at home and felt so ecstatic that I called Haya. I told her, "This is the greatest feeling ever. We have to do this together." I didn't see it as a road to death and insanity. I just saw it as a beautiful, beautiful feeling. As euphoric as that feeling is, the come-down from shooting coke is horrific. Dante's Inferno times 10. You fall into a dark and demonic, depressing place, in an agonizing state of discomfort because all of these chemicals that you normally have to release ever so slowly to keep yourself comfortable in your skin are now gone, and you have nothing inside to make you feel okay. That's one of the reasons I took heroin a few years later, became the 80-foot pillow to break that cocaine fall. I never had any qualms about using needles to ingest drugs. Once I even made shooting up into a weird art project. I was still at Fairfax, and I'd had a fight with Haya. She had been ignoring me for a couple of days, so I drove over to her dad's store where she worked. I pulled up in front of her car and, in broad daylight, stuck an empty syringe into my arm and drew out a couple cc's of fresh blood. Then I walked up to her car, squirted the blood back into the palm of my hand, smeared it on my mouth, and made blood kisses all over her windshield and the driver's side window. My romantic little blood project worked. I went home, and I got a call later that day. "I got your message. That was so nice. I love you so much." Unfortunately, the blood stained the glass, and despite repeated washings, we never could erase all the traces of those blood kisses. I was comfortable with syringes, but my dilemma was how to get them. I figured it out one day when I was walking through a supermarket that had a pharmacy. I saw an advertisement for insulin, and a light bulb went off in my head. I realized that if I went up to the counter and acted like a diabetic and ordered my insulin first, when I asked for syringes, they wouldn't even question it. I marched up and ordered the Lente U 100 insulin. The pharmacist went to the refrigerator and got out a box of insulin vials, and as he was walking back, I offhandedly said, "You'd better throw in a pack of microfine 3s, too." Without missing a beat, he grabbed some syringes. That scam worked for me for years and years. My drug use increased exponentially during that first year at UCLA. I knew that just down the road, life was in session, and that was where I would go for my education, which included going to every concert I could afford. I saw the Talking Heads and the Police. I even went to New York with Donde to visit his family and see some shows. It was Donde's birthday, so we dropped some acid and went to Trax to see John Lurie and the Lounge Lizards, then to the Bottom Line to take in Arthur Blythe. To our amazement, Blythe had Kelvin Bell, the great guitar player from Defunct, playing with him. The show was incredible, and after it was over, I went to the bar and talked to Kelvin about music and about his guitar playing and the records that I knew he played on. He was very happy to engage about music with this 18-year-old boy from Hollywood who was blazing on acid. I was excited because Kelvin was one of the people who had gotten me seriously into music. Donde had his Defunct album, and when we'd have people over to the house, he'd put it on and say, "Everyone get around, Anthony's going to dance." And I'd bust some moves. Dancing became this playful competition for us, and at one point we all started going to dance contests. We'd show up at Osco's, a hip punk rock disco on La Cienega, and Hillel and Mike and I would enter the contest. We were off the map. Most people would break out conventional dance moves that you'd seen before, but we'd go out and invent steps. Besides constantly playing records, Donde also had an inexpensive electric guitar and an amplifier. On the weekends, when he wasn't working at his dad's telephone answering service, he would sit there and bang away on this electric guitar. He knew a few chords, but he had a really harsh tone, so when he'd start noodling around, I usually got out of the house. Still, one day Donde suggested that he and I and Mike should form a band. He'd play guitar, I'd sing, and Mike would play bass. Though it was more of a joke than anything else, we rehearsed a few times at his dad's theater in Hollywood. The biggest contribution to this project was the name. Our friend Patrick English used to refer to his dick as a spigot, and I thought it was such a fantastic nickname that I became Spigot Blister. Donde named himself Skidmark. I forget Mike's name. We called ourselves Spigot Blister and the Chest Pimps, the chest pimps being the pimples that resided on Mike's pubescent chest. Our rehearsals consisted mostly of making noise. In retrospect, it was more of an exercise in coming up with personas than coming up with music. We didn't write any songs or even any lyrics. We just made some bad noise and screamed and banged on things. Eventually, we lost interest in the whole project. But seeing Kelvin Bell was inspirational for me, and I had a distinct feeling, even though I didn't have a concrete means of achieving it, that whatever I ended up doing with my life, I wanted to make people feel the way this music was making me feel. The only problem was that I wasn't a guitar player, I wasn't a bass player, and I wasn't a drummer, and I wasn't a singer. I was a dancer and a party maniac, and I didn't quite know how to parlay that into a job. Every attempt that I'd made to even keep a job had turned into a dismal failure. Back at Fairfax, I went through a succession of shitty little jobs that highlighted how incapable I was of fitting into society. I worked at a collections agency, I worked for a country store, I even worked as an underage waiter at the Improv, but I got canned from each of these gigs. At UCLA, I was so desperate for money that I read a notice on the crappy jobs where you can exploit the students and get them to work for nothing board that a rich family in Hancock Park needed a dog walker for their 2 German shepherds. I didn't mind taking the daily walk, and I didn't mind hanging out with the dogs, but it was a pathetic situation to have to walk these dogs for all of $25 a week. Sometime during that first year, I couldn't pay Donde rent anymore, so I had to leave. I went back to that same job board and found a notice that said, "Room and board for young male student willing to participate in the caretaking of a 9-year-old boy. Single mother needs help taking the boy to and from school." The woman lived in a small, quaint house in Beverlywood. She was a young mom who'd been jilted by some dude and was now alone with a so-called hyperactive, attention deficit kid who was being dosed with Ritalin. She liked me right away. My responsibilities weren't that great, basically making sure that the kid got to school in the morning and was picked up in the afternoon and served a snack. For me, it was ideal. I had a roof over my head, some food in my stomach, and a nice room where Haya would regularly visit and we would engage in some noisy lovemaking sessions. After a while, I bonded with the little guy. He might have been a touch mentally challenged, but he wasn't hyperactive or suffering from a shortened attention span. When we were together, he wasn't spastic or out of control. I had read that when adults took Ritalin, instead of having a calming effect, it would stimulate the post-adolescent chemical balance. One night, Hillel and Mike came over and we decided to test those theories. Sure enough, in combination with a nice stolen bottle of Finnish vodka, we were off to the races. We ate handfuls of the Ritalin and became 3 drunk comets running around the house. The kid had a great time, and when his mom and her date came home a bit tipsy, she partied with us, never realizing that we were high on her son's meds. Eventually, though, she fired me from the job. I was almost history at school, too. From the first few weeks, I had felt totally alienated from campus life, so much of an outsider that I memorialized the feeling with a harsh, bizarre haircut. I decided to cut all of my hair really short except for the back, which was long, down to my shoulders. I wasn't mimicking hockey players or people from Canada. It was just my idea of a punk rock haircut. It was probably inspired by David Bowie and his pin-ups era, but it wasn't flaming red, and I didn't have the standing up thing in the front. I had bangs. To people at UCLA, it was abominable. Even my friends were freaked out by it. But Mike approved. He always said that one of my greatest accomplishments was that I had invented the mullet. The height of my alienation from UCLA came later that year. Mike and Hillel and I had just finished one of our Cantor's Dine and Dashes. We were tripping on acid, wandering the streets. We passed an alleyway, and I stumbled on all these clothes that had been discarded by a bum. I immediately had an acidic moment of clarity and stripped naked and donned this oversized, strange, mismatched set of clothes. In a way, they were beautiful and regal. The pants even had some kind of silk iridescent pattern streaking down. Combined with the spigot blister haircut, I was quite a sight. I stayed up all night, and in the morning I went to my classes wearing this mystical bum outfit. But I was still hungover from the acid, so I went out and lay down on the lawn. Haya spotted me. "What's wrong with you?" she asked. "I've been up all night on acid, and I can't hack my astronomy class right now," I said. "You look terrible," she said. She was right. I looked terrible, and I felt terrible, and that was the moment when I realized that I wasn't going to cut it in this environment. What I didn't realize then was that Haya and I were not going to make it either. I'd had 2 regrettable instances of infidelity during that year at UCLA. The first was with a well-endowed party girl. She kept coming by my house and wouldn't leave me alone. Before we went out dancing one night, I made it clear to her that I was in a committed relationship. But I have a sneaking suspicion that we split a quaalude at some point that night and went back to her apartment. She started to make sexual advances, and I remember thinking, I'm going to do this. I'm going to sleep with this girl, and I'm going to regret it forever, but I can't stop myself. She disrobed, I lost all control, and I slept with her. I had a great time and then felt just crushed, demoralized, and disgusted with myself afterward. You instinctively know that nothing will ever be the same, and you have to carry that knowledge around with you like a huge weight. The next time you see your girl, you can't look at her straight in the eyes the same way you did for all those years. The second infidelity was even worse. I was writing a paper for one of my classes and needed some help, and it turned out that Karen, Mike's sister, had some expertise in that area. I'm sick to my stomach just thinking about this. Karen had a little house in Laurel Canyon, and Haya dropped me off there. Once again, I was putting myself in a dangerous situation because Karen was a wildcat. By the time I got there, she was already drunk on a bottle of wine, and she'd just eaten garlic soup, which didn't exactly turn me on. But she was looped and insistent, and when you're 18 years old, it doesn't take that much provoking to get you to a place where you can't stop yourself. So we ended up having a very, for me, tormented sexual romp. A huge amount of guilt and shame and self-disappointment immediately followed. I don't mean to say that these episodes destroyed my relationship with Haya. I was able to encapsulate them in a protective wrapping of gray matter and understand that they meant nothing as far as the way I felt about Haya. But there was enough other baggage in our relationship that seemed to ultimately doom it. The major problem still was the conflict between her loyalty to her parents and her feelings toward me. Her parents' disapproving voices were always in the back of her mind. And if anything, her parents' attitudes got more inflexible as our relationship progressed. One night when I was still living in Donde's house, Haya and I spent a few glorious hours together. We were under the impression that her parents thought she was somewhere else, so she was so happy. We were lying in bed, talking and laughing, and it started getting late, and then the phone rang. I picked up the phone, hoping it was a call for Donde, but the male voice at the other end was as cold as ice and as serious as stone. It could have been an executioner. "Anthony, put Haya on the phone." I looked at her, and she knew she had to take the call. She started listening to his tirade about how she was no good, and how he would disown her, and she started crying. I tried to tell her that I loved her and that they didn't have her best interests in mind, but she just sighed and said, "No, this is my family. I can't turn my back on them." And she went home to the people who were doing that to her. By the end of that first year at UCLA, Haya and I had begun to have talks about what we were going to do. At one point, Hillel had even given me a chai, the Hebrew letter that signifies life, and I wore it on a chain around my neck. I guess this baffled Haya's dad enough for him to call me into his house and ask about my background. I explained I was mostly Lithuanian, and he liked that. "Did you know that before World War II, 10% of the population of Lithuania was Jewish?" he said. Then he went to his library and got some Lithuanian genealogy books out and desperately tried to find out what the chances were that I had some connection to a Jewish bloodline. I humored him, but I knew it was a lost cause. So Haya and I were having these talks, and they were getting serious and sad, because she was driven in school and under the domination of her family, but we were madly in love with each other. The stress of college and her unique family dynamic was taking a toll on our sex life. I was terribly hurt and confused, and my ego and sexual confidence started ebbing. Little by little, our relationship was disintegrating, not in an immature way, but in a profound way, when we both quietly understood that our worlds might be too disparate, and there might not be a future for us. We wound up having our final talk at Hillel's house, which had become a sanctuary for me during that unmanageable year. Hillel gave us his room, and Haya and I looked at each other and said, "This really isn't going to work." Then we lay there in Hillel's bed, holding each other tight and crying for what seemed like hours, because we both knew that this great love was coming to an end. I never made the decision to quit UCLA at the end of my first year. My classes were over, and once again, I went to that job board, but this time I found something really interesting. It was a job as a jack-of-all-trades for a graphic arts film company, and they were paying $10 an hour, which was way over the minimum wage. The company had compact office space on La Brea. The offices were modern and high-tech, and the owner of the company, David, was very manicured, very pristine-looking, and clearly gay. Just by observing, I could tell that he ran a tight, efficient ship. My interview went well. I'm sure it didn't hurt that I was an 18-year-old male, and I started work the next day. My job consisted mostly of running film to the developers, being in charge of the petty cash, and doing whatever else David wanted. This was one of the first companies to specialize in graphic animations for commercials and network logos. David had gotten in on the ground floor of computer animation and was making a fortune. Even though I was just a runner, he took a shine to me and began to explain these complex graphic applications. It wasn't a sexual thing. From day one, we had open hetero-homo discussions about the desirability of men versus women. Even though I was the embodiment of the type of boy he was constantly searching for, he never sexually harassed me or made me feel uncomfortable in the workplace. It didn't take me long to apply my lifelong skill of taking advantage of situations. So when he sent me out to buy personal things for his house, such as a new quilt, I'd usually order 2 of the same item and keep one for myself. No one ever seemed to notice, and since he had a house in the hills and a Ferrari and a Porsche Carrera, I didn't think he'd miss it. He must have seen me much more for what I was, and much less for what I thought I was getting away with, because he was no dummy, but he let me slide. To me, it was summer vacation, and I was making money faster than I could spend it. Mike was working at an animal hospital, and our friend Johnny Carson, who used to hang out with Haya in junior high school, had a job at Warner Brothers. For years, Mike and I had dreamed of getting our own place in Hollywood, so the 3 of us decided to pool our resources and rent a nice little house right near the Formosa Cafe. We settled into the house, but 3 weeks later, an even nicer house down the block went up for rent. It had a larger yard and was a couple of $100 a month cheaper. So we jumped ship, battled to get our security deposit back, and moved down the road. Pretty soon, it was evident that JK was the odd man out, since he had a 9-to-5 life working at Warner's. Mike and I didn't let our jobs get in the way of our partying, which, even at the first house, consisted of shooting a lot of cocaine. We'd blast a B-side song by the Police called Fall Out, and then Mike and I would shoot the coke and run around the house in a temporary state of euphoric mega bliss. We'd raise our arms high in the air to stop the bleeding and start rhapsodizing, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, this is a good one, this is the big one, this might be too much, oh no, it's too much, I'm good, oh this is incredible," and then we'd sing along with the song. One rather normal, non-coke shooting citizen would have to deal with these two madmen who were paying more attention to their own world than the outside world. When JK planned to go away skiing at Mammoth for a few days, Mike and Hillel and I decided to have the party to end all parties. Mike and I went on a booze-stealing binge and stocked the house. Then we emptied all the furniture out of the house so there'd be more room for dancing. Hillel helped us distribute flyers, and I duct-taped huge letters to the living room floor that spelled out, "Dance." Mike had been squirreling away these colorful pills from the animal hospital, not to consume them, but as souvenirs. We had a chest-high, shallow mantle that went all the way around the house, so we alternated patterns of blue and yellow and red pills along the mantle, creating a kind of Japanese rock garden effect. Then the hordes arrived. The booze started flowing, and the music was pumping, and people were dancing and disappearing into bedrooms and going off in the bushes, and it became the best party we'd ever gone to, let alone thrown. As the night wore on, everyone started consuming the pills, not realizing they were for doggy constipation or feline psychosis or whatever. At some point, the house took on a life of its own, as if its energy was pulsating out of the windows into the world. We passed out sometime early the next morning, and when we came to, Mike and I looked around the place. It was a war zone. The floors were covered in an inch of goop. There was food and crushed pills and vomit and empty beer bottles and cigarette butts and general debris everywhere. I knew JK was coming home that night, so I got out some mops, a bucket, water, and soap, and went around that house the entire day and cleaned every nook and cranny. By the time I was done, it looked like no one had ever come over. Even though I was able to hold down my job at the graphics company, I had definitely become a cocaine addict. We had a fairly constant supply, because both Mike and I were making money, and he was able to supplement what we bought by trading bass lessons for coke from some dealer in Topanga Canyon. I looked forward to the days he taught, because as soon as that lesson was finished, we'd be shooting the cocaine. There was never enough to go on for more than an hour or so, but I had a real need to get those drugs in me. The psychological addiction was in full effect. I wasn't physically weak, but psychologically I wanted cocaine constantly. My burgeoning use wound up exploding into some episodes of full-blown cocaine psychosis. One time, I got a hold of a lot of coke and shot it up on myself all through the night and into the next day. I was alone in my bedroom and became convinced that someone had broken into the house in broad daylight. Then I started having visual hallucinations of this intruder going through the house. I'd rush into room after room convinced that he had jumped out of the windows right before I got into that room. So I thought, okay, I know how to deal with this. I climbed up onto the roof of the house, holding an old car tire, thinking that I'd lure the guy out and then throw the tire at him so that it would perfectly donut him and immobilize him, like in a cartoon. Luckily, Mike came home and talked me into coming down. It wasn't only coke that I was abusing. Around this time, I met a punk rock girl who asked me why I would shoot cocaine when, for $20, I could shoot speed and be high for 2 days. I ended up spending a night with her, shooting speed and getting crazy high. Every time I took speed or coke or even a speedball, something would flip inside my head. And no matter what I was doing or who I was with, I'd grab a pencil or a marker or some paint and I'd start drawing on paper or cardboard or people's walls, whatever. I just had to draw the minute those drugs hit me. And if I wasn't drawing, I was having sex. During that summer of 1981, heroin hadn't become prominent on the drug scene. I remember being at Al's bar downtown with Mike and seeing a whole table of young punk rockers who were nodding out and thinking that didn't look like too much fun. But there was another voice in the back of my mind that had been speaking to me every now and then. It said, "You've got to find some of that heroin again. That's the drug that people are afraid of, so it's got to be the best drug." I wasn't looking back fondly on my 14-year-old's experience with that one line of China White. I was more into the idea of taking a truly subversive drug. One day a new guy came to work. He looked like a rockabilly singer, with a black pompadour, big black Roy Orbison shades, super pale skin, and a bizarre demeanor. I asked my coworker Bill what was up with that guy. "Well, that's the way you look when you do heroin," he said. Bingo. Here was my connection to the world of heroin. After a few days, I approached the guy and said, "Can you get me some of that damn heroin?" He said, "Absolutely, absolutely." Junkies always want to get new guys drugs because they can rip them off. So we made plans to do the heroin that night at my house. I was so excited that I rushed home and told Mike and JK that I was going to shoot heroin that night. "What? You can't shoot heroin, you'll die," they cautioned. I told them that this guy had shot it for a while, and they were so intrigued that we decided they should watch me shoot up. That night, the guy came over and was taken aback to see an audience sitting on chairs around the kitchen table. But he set up the spoons and went through the whole ritual of cooking up this Persian dope, which I'd never seen before. Because it was oil-based, he needed a lemon to cook it up with. First, he fixed himself and got a little stoned, and then he said, "It's your turn." He fixed up the rig, and it was brown. I'd never shot up anything that was brown before. Everyone was on pins and needles, wondering if I was going to die. I shot up but didn't feel much. I asked him for some more, and he said okay, but this would be the end of the dope. He gave me another shot, and still there was no great, dreamy, go sink into the couch and sleep for 12 hours opium rush. Later I found out that the dope he scored was pretty weak. It was a decidedly underwhelming high, and it didn't light my fire or inspire me to go searching out a heroin connection. It was a waste of money, and the grand spectacle of doing it in front of my friends fizzled out, and everyone left. By the fall of 1981, even though I hadn't made a conscious decision, I was not a UCLA student anymore. School didn't fit into this raging, drugging, clubbing lifestyle I was leading. I certainly didn't look like a student. I had traded in my already weird spigot blister haircut for a flat top. I had been seeing flat tops around the club scene, and I thought they looked cool, so I went down to Bulgarian Bud's Flat Tops on Melrose Avenue, and for $4 they shaved off all the hair on the sides and back of my head and left a half-inch of hair standing straight up on the top of my head. When I did that, it was like I had totally erased all my ties to my past. Now I was a crazy, out-of-control punk rocker. When I showed up for work the next day, David was amazed. "Oh my God, you've cut off all your hair," he said. Just then a Devo song came on the radio, and I turned it all the way up and started dancing all over the office. "That's a very violent style of dancing," he fretted. But I was off and running into my new identity. The whole time I was working, I was dipping into the petty cash box, getting more and more into shooting cocaine, and drinking lots of alcohol, and taking lots of pills. I didn't see it happening, but the wheels were falling off of me. I didn't care about work. I didn't care about my health. I didn't care about responsibilities like paying rent. I was just on a runaway train ride. The horribly ironic cosmic trick of drug addiction is that drugs are a lot of fun when you first start using them, but by the time the consequences manifest themselves, you're no longer in a position to say, "Whoa, gotta stop that." You've lost that ability, and you've created this pattern of conditioning and reinforcement. It's never something for nothing when drugs are involved. After I called in sick one too many times, David fired me. I felt really sad that I had let him down. I was also sad that the goose laying the golden eggs was gone. Then I got more bad news. It seemed that JK had brought a copy of the party flyer we had printed up to our landlord. He told him that we had distributed the flyers in record stores on Melrose and had a wild party that endangered the house. Meanwhile, JK had lined up 2 other friends to move in. By the time his eviction procedure worked, we were ready to go. Our lives had begun to self-destruct to the point where we couldn't have paid rent regularly. Before we left the house, I did manage to scrape together some money and buy myself a used car. I had been using a Capri that Steve and Peggy gave me as a high school graduation present. I never maintained it, so for the last year it had no muffler and 0 brakes. I'd routinely hit the curb with my wheels when I wanted to stop. One morning the car just ceased, and when I checked the oil, it was bone dry. The whole engine had turned to stone. So I said goodbye to my car, thanked it for a couple of years of faithful, accident-free service, and left it on the street. I picked up a copy of the recycler and found a beautiful 62 T-Bird for $600. It was big and bad and, soon enough, would become a mobile bedroom for me. For some reason, it didn't faze us when Mike and I found ourselves out on the street. The whole concept of sleeping didn't make much sense to us then. There were all these new clubs opening and a whole post-punk scene developing in Hollywood. There was the Lhasa Club and the 01 After Hours Bar and the Cash Club, which stood for Creative Artist Space of Hollywood. We'd end up at these places because we were out all night, every night, going with this invisible flow, following the party. Mike was in a little better shape than I was. He wasn't hitting the drugs as hard, and he still had income from his animal hospital job. When we left the Formosa house, he ended up crashing at the Cash Club. Cash was run by a woman named Janet Cunningham, who had a legit job as an extras casting director for the film industry. If you were an actor or a painter or a musician, Janet would let you crash at this loft space for free. During the day, it would be a hangout spot, and at night there would be performances. At the time Mike moved in, Larry Fishburne lived there, along with a great Guadeloupean drummer named Joel, a French painter named Fabrice, and an authentic punk rocker named Animal Boner. Not only did this guy have some of the first tattoos I'd ever seen, other than on old sailors, his were on his kneecaps, and they read Metal Kneecap Factory. Because Mike was staying there, I'd wind up crashing there too from time to time. That was when we started doing heroin. Fab, in addition to being an artist, began to get a steady source of China White heroin. It was so pure that you could sniff one line and be loaded. Mike started sniffing it too, but he always remained a lightweight around heroin. The joke was that all you had to do was show him a bindle of H and he'd start vomiting. By now my flat top was growing out, so one night when we were out in the valley at a party, I asked Hillel to give me a mohawk. I knew he was good with shapes and dimensions, so we went into the bathroom and he hawked me up. Because my flat top had already been trained to stand up, I didn't have to use eggs or gel or whatever the other punks used to straighten their mohawks. Mine just stood up on its own, like the horsehair that stuck out of the top of those old fighting helmets. The mohawk gave me a new persona and a new energy. Even though I didn't have a place to live or a job, it didn't matter, because I had this new set of armor and a good feeling about myself. I would dress up in a white frock dress with no underwear and black combat boots and go out dancing. One of the great new places that I discovered was Radio Club, LA's first hip-hop club. I'd go there with Mike and Gary Allen, our crazy black gay fashion designer friend who was from Arkansas and was a lead singer in a band called Neighbors Voices. We'd dance for 5 hours straight and get completely wasted. When it was time to sleep, I wasn't picky. I'd go with the flow. If I was with Mike, I might crash where he was. Hillel's was a favorite spot on my couch tour. His family always made me welcome and never made me feel like the loser that I was, even though one time I overstayed my welcome and Hillel came to me and said, "I think if you stay on the couch tonight, my mom's going to have a little more than she can handle. She's been through a rough time of her own." I ended up sleeping in my T-Bird, parked right in front of Hillel's house. Between the bucket seats and the metal trim, I couldn't get comfortable, so I got out and crashed on their front lawn. In the morning, the neighbors' kids came out to play and saw this mohawked freak in thrift store clothing passed out on the grass. Eventually, Hillel invited me in for coffee and toast. When I wasn't at Hillel's, I'd stay with my friend Keith Barry. He lived with his hip dad in a small 2-bedroom back house in Hollywood. His pops was a daily weed smoker, so that became another pit stop to get high. Keith had always been an outcast, so he got behind my mohawk persona. He was also a great musician, and he turned me on to some stellar old jazz. He let me crash on his bedroom floor, and that was fine with me. I'd roll up a towel and put it under my head and be set. But like at Hillel's place, Keith's dad began to feel a little put off by my presence, so I wound up sleeping in their tiny backyard. It was barely big enough to contain a couple of lawn chairs, but that was all I needed to curl up in. Whenever I got any money, I'd go on a drug binge. The problem was, I didn't have a home to do the drugs in. So I'd start off using in somebody's house, and when they got finished, I'd go off to get more. I began to do a roaming drug shooting thing where I'd get the drugs, go into underground parking garages, hide out in a corner behind someone's trunk, set up, and then shoot up. I'd get all crazy high and go walking the streets, and then I'd find an alley or a schoolyard or go behind a bush and do some more. Sometime that spring, my homeless period came to an end. I ran into Bill Stobaugh, a friend of mine from my old graphics job. He was a white guy, but he had a shock of huge eraser head hair jutting up from his head. Bill's beautiful psychedelic artwork earned him the nickname, the Hallucinogenius. He was a Renaissance man of sorts, a filmmaker, a guitar player, a collector of beautiful old 12-string guitars. He had gone on to a few other graphic design houses, and he was helpful in finding me part-time work that put some coin in my pocket. One of these places was called Mid-Ocean. It was owned by a giant 6'5", overachieving Irishman named Ray. He was capable of doing 20 tasks at once and getting them all done. His petite blonde wife ran the financial side of the business. They were doing cutting-edge animation work, including all the animation for Blade Runner. Ray and his wife sort of adopted me, and once again I got a job as a runner. But once again, I started doing heroin. I'd stay up all night doing smack, and then I'd go to work and have to shuttle some film down to Orange County to get processed. I'd be driving their little red pickup truck, nodding out on the freeway. It's amazing I didn't get killed in a car crash. While I was at Mid-Ocean, Bill realized that I didn't have a home, so he asked if I wanted to move in with him. He had this great, huge, dark basement with many windows that looked up to the sidewalk. It was in a classic old Hollywood apartment building that had mostly Mexican tenants. The space was raw, with no walls, but he offered me one corner if I would help him build security bars in the windows to keep the riffraff out. One night, shortly after I moved in, I decided to go on one of my infamous coke binges. I had one of those weird walking nights when I walked up and down Hollywood Boulevard, popping into the porno shops, doing weird shit. I came home during the night maybe once, quietly, to get either money or warmer clothes, but I ended up staying out all night. The next day, I walked into Mid-Ocean, and Bill charged me with a look in his eyes that I'd never seen before. "I'll kill you, motherfucker!" He had always been such a mellow, trippy fellow, so I asked him what was wrong. He stopped in his tracks, maybe because he saw something in my eyes that he wasn't expecting, but he told me that he had gotten robbed the night before and every single one of his precious guitars was gone, and that I was the only person who could have done it. "Bill, I know I'm crazy. I know that I'm shooting drugs and doing weird shit and disappearing, and I can see where you would blame me for something like this happening, but you better take another route because I didn't do it. If you don't focus on whoever did do it, they're going to get off scot-free," I said. He couldn't get his head around the fact that anyone else could have done it. I was the only one with keys. But I was sure it was an inside job and that the maintenance people in the building had robbed him. That was the end of my rooming with Bill. There was no way I was going to live with a guy who thought I'd robbed him. Now I had to find another place to stay. At Mid-Ocean, they had set up a little loft space above the primary artwork room that was accessed by a ladder and had a couple of futons. I started crashing there and getting up early enough that nobody knew I wasn't just the first person to work that morning. By now, Mike, who had been dubbed Flea on a trip he took to Mammoth with Keith Barry and J.K., had moved into an apartment in what we called the Wilton Hilton, a great old classic brick building on Wilton and Franklin. The place was filled with artists and musicians, and it was managed by a super kooky 70-year-old fireplug of a landlady. Flea was living with Joel and Fabrice, his buddies from Cash. At some point, Hillel became a semi-resident too. So when my tenure with Bill ended, I wound up staying over there a lot. All during this time, What Is This, which was Anthem's new, more mature name, continued to play live shows and develop a cult following. I was still introducing them, but by now I was writing my own poetry for the intros. One time I even rhymed Metropolis with Acidophilus. The more they played, the more Flea became the acknowledged star of the band. Whenever they'd give him a bass solo, that would be the climax of the whole evening. At that time, Fear was the most famous punk rock band in LA. They had gotten national attention when John Belushi took them under his wing and featured them on Saturday Night Live. So when their bass player left the group, it was natural that they try to get Flea to replace him. One day, Flea came to me and dropped the bombshell that he had been asked to audition for Fear. This was a dicey situation, because Flea and Hillel were my two best friends in the world. But we talked, and it turned out if Flea had to choose between the two different styles of music, he would end up in the Fear camp. So I advised him to go and audition. He came back from the audition with the job. But now he had to face Hillel, the guy who had taught him how to play bass in the first place. Flea got so nervous before their meeting that he threw up. And Hillel did not take the news well. "I have no words for you," he said, and left the room. What Is This replaced Flea with a series of mediocre bass players. Meanwhile, Flea vaulted into punk rock mini-stardom. After several months of non-communication, Hillel had to forgive Flea. Something in him knew that even though he'd been wronged, it was Flea's destiny, and he had to swallow his ego a bit and allow Flea to flower. It was hard, because none of us had any father figures to consult with on these heavy issues. Eventually, they became friends again and resumed jamming. I was still working at Mid-Ocean, driving that pickup truck all throughout the summer of 1982. An amazing song kept blasting out of the radio that I had on the center console. It was called The Message, and it was by a rap group from New York called Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. I went out and bought the cassette and played it over and over and over. A few weeks later, they came out to LA and played at a place called the Country Club, and they were incredible. Their theatrics were inspired, and each had his individual persona, and their rapping was fantastic. Grandmaster Flash was the man behind the turntable. The sounds and the rhythms and the funkiness and the coolness that this guy emanated from the stage were really impressive. But more than anything else, the message started to get me thinking. These guys were all writing rhymes, something that Hillel and I had been in love with for a long time. He and I would break into the top floor of the Continental Hyatt House on Sunset, which was a private club, and we'd have it to ourselves and look out at the spectacular view of the city, and we'd smoke a joint and invent these crazy characters and spontaneously erupt into these rhyming sessions. It was the first time I had ever attempted rapping. So when the message became the hottest song that summer, it started dawning on me that you don't have to be Al Green or have an incredible Freddie Mercury voice to have a place in the world of music. Rhyming and developing a character were another way to do it. Chapter 5. Deep Kicking. In some ways, I owe my career to my friend Gary Allen. In February 1983, Gary and Neighbors Voices were scheduled to play the Rhythm Lounge at the Grandea Room on Melrose. A few days before the gig, he suggested that Flea, Hillel, and I open for his band and do one number, with me fronting this band. Although Hillel and Flea were initially skeptical, since I wasn't a singer, Gary had recognized my potential as a performer, mainly from my maniacal cavorting on the dance floor at various clubs around town. We decided to put something together, and it instantly became clear to me, thanks to Grandmaster Flash, that I didn't have to sing a song. I could go out there and rap a poem. All of us had latched onto the energy of Defunct and the raw edginess of the Gang of Four, and, of course, the cosmic freedom implicit in Jimi Hendrix's guitar playing, so we would channel all those influences. But mainly, we wanted to do something based in funk, because What Is This had absolutely nothing to do with the funk. We didn't have a space to rehearse, and we weren't taking this gig that seriously, so we decided all we really needed to do was get together in Flea's living room at the Wilton Hilton and have an a cappella rehearsal. Flea and Hillel had such exquisite telepathy going on that they could just look at each other and know what to play. So Flea came up with his bass line, and Hillel invented a funky guitar riff, and Jack Irons, the drummer in What Is This, laid down a beat. Then I went off to write some lyrics. I got lucky. I decided to write something I knew about, my very colorful friends and our wild nightlife scene. I called the song Out in L.A., and there were references to Flea and Tree, Keith Barry's nickname, and Slim, who was Hillel. In the great tradition of rap, I wrote a verse about my sexual prowess, and I called myself Antoine the Swan, for no other reason than it rhymed. For years and years, people would come up to me and ask, "What's the real thing behind the swan? You got a curve in your dick?" In a way, it was an ironic reference, because my dancing style was so ungraceful and unswan-like. I would attempt the physical maneuvers of a prima ballerina, and I'd wind up crashing or knocking over a table or pulling the curtains down. It was a pretty ambitious first song. I wrote in places for a bass solo, a guitar solo, and an a cappella vocal breakdown. After we rehearsed it to the point where we felt like we had it, I came up with a name for us. We weren't looking for a permanent band name, because this was just going to be a one-off, so I called us Tony Flo and the Miraculous Masters of Mayhem. That was how we wanted to play, majestic and chaotic. We showed up to the Rhythm Lounge, and there were about 30 people in the club, all there to see Neighbors Voices. I was wearing a paisley corduroy 3/4 length robe and a fluorescent orange hunting cap. Oddly enough, I was totally sober. I had no idea how performing was going to make me feel. All I knew was that as we got up on stage, there was this weird sense of a force field traveling among us. I had seen Flea and Hillel and Jack play a million times, but I'd never seen so much intensity in their faces or purpose in their body language. Flea looked like a cylinder of glowing energy. Unbeknownst to me, he'd been snorting heroin before the show. The stage was microscopic. I could have reached out in either direction and touched Hillel or Flea. We didn't even get a proper introduction, but people started to take notice as we were plugging in. All the anticipation of the moment hit me, and I instinctively knew that the miracle of manipulating energy and tapping into an infinite source of power and harnessing it in a small space with your friends was what I had been put on this earth to do. And then Jack Irons, bless his heart, cocked his neck back and hit his sticks together and counted off. 1, 2, 3, 4. When the music started, I didn't know what I was going to do, but I had so much juice flowing through me that I did a flip in that tight space and nailed it. and we all just erupted. We had no idea what we were about until that moment, but right into the song, we realized that we were about exploding and killing it with everything we had. As we performed, everybody who was in that room who hadn't been paying attention zombied all the way up to the stage. When we finished, the audience was completely stunned and speechless, frozen in their tracks. Solomon, the French guy who was promoting that show, rushed out of his DJ booth and with typically passionate French body language, touched me and said, "Can you please come back and play next week at my club? Maybe you could have 2 songs by then?" Although we hadn't planned on playing again, I said, "Of course we'll be here next week, and we'll have another song for you." We were so high off that show that the idea of playing the next week seemed totally natural. We got together during the week and wrote a song called Get Up and Jump. Flea had been working for a long time on a bass part that was syncopated and intertwined and complicated, combining picking and slapping in a strange and beautifully funky way. I had to write lyrics, so I came up with some more that were character-based. I took the theme of jumping and wrote verses about different cartoony versions of jumping, jumping rope, Mexican jumping beans, but the most memorable line in that song was about Rona Frumpkin, a girl Hillel had a crush on. One of Hillel's more outstanding characteristics was his big red nutsack, which he was very proud of and which he would put on display with hardly any urging. We used to joke about Hillel's package, because when he would put his dick and nutsack together, he'd form a pumpkin shape in his trousers, which would become a lot more pronounced when he was around Rona. So I wrote a verse that included, "Hillel be jumping on that little baby Frumpkin. Say what? You got a pumpkin in your pants?" We decided we were going to get theatrical for show number 2, so we choreographed a funny dance to the popular song Pack Jam. The night of the show, the club was packed to the rafters, so we began our performance by marching in the front door and pushing our way through the crowd with Pack Jam blasting out of a boombox. When we got to the stage, we started in on this retarded, robotic dance. Jack couldn't get the synchronized moves together, so we abandoned the dance halfway through and went right into Out in L.A., and then Get Up and Jump. I guess my Frumpkin lyrics worked, because she was in the audience, and later that night, Hillel finally was able to hook up with her. So whenever anybody in the band was having trouble scoring with a certain girl, I'd insert her name, and boom, it was like clockwork. 24 hours would not pass without that girl falling under the spell. After the second show, we realized this was too much fun to give up. At last, I had something to do that had meaning and purpose. I felt I could put every idea and stupid little philosophy that I had into a song. One indication that we were getting serious was that we felt we had to come up with a name for the group. We started going through these huge laundry lists of idiotic, meaningless, boring names. To this day, both Tree and Flea claim they came up with the Red Hot Chili Peppers. It's a derivation of a classic old-school Americana blues or jazz name. There was Louis Armstrong with his Hot Five, and also other bands that had Red Hot this or Chili that. There was even an English band that was called Chilly Willy and the Red Hot Peppers, who later thought we had stolen their name. But no one had ever been the Red Hot Chili Peppers, a name that would forever be a blessing and curse. If you think of Red Hot Chili Peppers in terms of a feeling, a sensation, or an energy, it makes perfect sense for our band. But if you think of it in terms of a vegetable, it takes on all these hokey connotations. There's a restaurant chain named after the vegetable, and chili peppers have been merchandised in everything from home decoration hangings to Christmas tree ornaments. Suffice to say that we were weirded out when people started bringing chili peppers to our shows as some kind of offering. Around this time, Hillel, Flea, and I combined resources and found an incredibly inexpensive 3-bedroom house on an infamous street called Leland Way, which was a 1-block street and was also known as Pot Alley because the Mexican mafia dealt pot on that street. It was a dangerous, unsavory neighborhood filled with drug dealers and bums, but we didn't care. In fact, it gave me material for our songs. Every night I'd stare outside my bedroom window and watch the LAPD helicopters circling and hovering over our block, shining their lights down into this maelstrom of pot-dealing activity. From police helicopter sharking through the sky, police helicopter landing on my eye, police helicopter takes a nosedive, police helicopter, no, he ain't shy. That house became a beehive of musical activity. Hillel would always be playing his guitar. I'd come home and Flea would be out on the porch playing. He probably should have been practicing his downstrokes with a pick, for fear, but instead, he'd be coming up with these soulful and emotional funk grooves. I'd sit there and listen and interject, "Yeah, that's the one, I can work with that." And I'd run into my room and get my pad of paper and we'd write a song. It's the same formula that we use today to write songs, which is no formula. We just show up and start improvising, and I start collecting notes. That's what separates us from a lot of other bands, because with us, all things are born from the jam. We go in and start wailing and see what works. Our third show was pretty memorable. It was at the Café de Grand, which, unlike the Rhythm Lounge, was a real live music venue. The night was promoted by a scenester named Wazada Cameron, who had offered us $200, which was more than double what we had received from our last show. Unfortunately, the place was sparsely populated that night, maybe 30 people, but we had a rooting section. I had been going out with a beautiful French girl named Patricia, who was there along with Flea's girlfriend and Tree and my dad, who by then had reconciled with me. The show was as exciting and energetic and explosive and out of control as our first two. We did 4 songs, the 2 we already had and 2 new ones, Police Helicopter and Nevermind. Nevermind was an audacious put-down of a variety of other bands, Gap Band, Duran Duran, Soft Cell, Men at Work, Hall & Oates, telling the world to forget about them because we were what they were going to be into now. At some point during that set, I was drinking a beer on stage, and I vaulted onto the near-empty dance floor and started spinning around like a whirling dervish with my beer held out, so anyone who was within 10 feet of me got showered. Between songs that night, we performed a few a cappella chants that were derived from schoolyard and camp songs. Hillel had introduced us to one named Stranded, and we did some simpleton choreography to go with that song. We put our hands in the air as we sang, "Stranded, stranded, stranded on the toilet bowl. What do you do when you're stranded and there ain't nothing on the roll? To prove you're a man, you must wipe with your hand, stranded, stranded, stranded on the toilet bowl." Even though there weren't too many people there, everybody loved the show. But at the end of the night, Wazada was strangely making himself scarce. I located him and attempted to collect our money, but he started hemming and hawing about the small crowd. That's really too bad, but there was a guarantee involved, and as the promoter of the club, that's the risk you take, I said. He reached into his pocket and fished out some money. "Well, here's 40. Maybe next time we do a show together we can fix the balance," he said and ducked into the men's room to avoid me. I rushed right in after him and ended up picking him up and plopping him down into the urinal and shaking him down for whatever other cash he had, which didn't amount to the right sum, but I couldn't conceive of someone breaking a deal and then trying to weasel out of it. Another indication that we were making noise on the scene was that we began to get mentioned in the LA Weekly feature called La-Di-Da, which was a social column that chronicled the happenings of the LA music scene. Flea and I became stars of this gossip column, not because we were trying to, but because we were crazy and high and out every single night until 5 a.m. at every underground club there was. When we started getting a lot of mentions, I was thrilled. One of my first mentions was a blind item that linked me to a certain avant-Germanic chanteuse, Nina Hagen. I didn't know that much about Nina when I met her at that Cathay show, but I knew she was an alluring German singer who had a local cult following in the Hollywood punk scene. We were still backstage after the show when Nina came into the tiny bathroom dressing room area and started giving me the crazy eyes. She pulled me aside and started ranting in this thick East German accent about how much she loved our band. It escalated into Nostradamus-like predictions. "Now you are the most beautiful band in the world that I've seen, and in 5 years the rest of the world will know about you, and in 7 years you will be the biggest band in the world." I was thinking, all right, lady, whatever. But she had such style and grace, and was so overwhelming and alluring that I remember looking over at Patricia, who was bumming that I was getting all this love from this German girl. Nina gave me her phone number, and I quickly jumped ship. I called her the next day, and she invited me over for breakfast. She had a modest but pretty house with a pool. She also had a beautiful little girl named Cosma Shiva. We ate breakfast, and Nina was definitely into a healthier, more organic cuisine than mine. We talked a lot that day, and Nina told me about her life in East Germany and the different men who had been in her life, the crazy junkie who was the father of her child, and her new boyfriend who was out of town for the month. I found her absolutely intriguing, and she was so loving that we started a hot and heavy romance from that day forward. It lasted about a month, but we continued to be good friends, and she continued to be an avid supporter of our music. Right after our romance ended, she asked if Flea and I would write a song for the record she was working on, and we came up with What It Is. Meanwhile, we were continually expanding our own canon of songs. One of the early songs we wrote in the Leland Way house was Green Heaven. I had been reading a lot of books about whales and dolphins, and I had always been acutely aware of social injustice. In LA in the early 80s, the police department was rife with corruption. So I started writing a song that would contrast life above the sea and life below the sea, chronicling the excesses of the Reagan years and comparing them to this idyllic Shangri-La that was happening below sea level, with animals that I considered to be of equal brain power. From Green Heaven. Here above land, man has laid his plan, and yes, it does include the Ku Klux Klan. We got a government so twisted and bent, bombs, tanks, and guns is how our money is spent. Time now to take you to a different place, where peace-loving whales flow through liquid outer space, grooving and gliding as graceful as lace, never losing touch with the ocean's embrace. Back to the land of the policeman, where he does whatever he says he can, including hating you because you're a Jew, or beating black ass, that's nothing new. We ended up spending 24 hours writing Green Heaven, and it became the epic centerpiece of our shows. Hillel would do an amazing talk box intro for the song. He'd run a big plastic tube out of a guitar box alongside a mic. Then he'd put the tube down his throat and play the guitar. The sounds from the guitar would go into his mouth, and by shaping his lips, he could form words from the guitar sound. It was painfully psychedelic, in the sincere use of that term. Not pop psychedelic or misconstrued television-grade psychedelic, but the real heart and soul of the cosmic journey to outer space psychedelic. As political as these lyrics seem to be, I never once considered the Red Hot Chili Peppers a socio-political outfit like, say, the Dead Kennedys. I just felt we were there to create beauty, induce joy, and make people laugh. And if the lyrics happened to include political or social commentary, then so be it. But it was never our responsibility to go out and be the U2 of our generation. Even though we were a band now, Flea would still go off to rehearse with Fear, and Hillel and Jack would go off to rehearse with What Is This, and there was never any conflict about any of that. We saw playing our songs as a fun thing to do, not as a career move. None of these guys was thinking of quitting their day jobs to do the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and I was fine with that. I was just happy to be planning for our next show, because each one was monumental to me. I couldn't sleep the night before. I'd lie there in bed and think about the performance, and if I did fall asleep, I'd instantly start dreaming about the show. When I got up, the first thing in my mind was, it's show night! There's a show tonight! And the whole day would revolve around the build-up to the gig. Soon after Flea and Hillel and I moved in together, Hillel fell in love with a new lady. When Hillel fell in love, he disappeared. He's your best friend, he's with you day and night, he falls in love, see you next year. So Flea and I were out running around to clubs, and we'd always wind up at the Zero, which had moved from Cahuenga to a great new location at Wilcox and Hollywood Boulevard. One particular night, Flea and I acquired a small quantity of China White and a Quaalude. We did the drugs, and it was a unique combination. They let us into the Zero, and I started feeling really good and really confident. It was early in the evening, and not many people were in the club, but this redhead with alabaster skin and blue eyes kept walking back and forth in front of me. She was wearing an old pair of overalls with no shirt underneath, so her tits were visible from most angles. I couldn't take my eyes off her, and I stumbled right up to her with the assurance of those chemicals racing through my brain and said, "Hi." And she said, "Hi," and started rubbing on me like a cat in heat. We immediately walked over to the stairs and made our way toward the roof, but we never even got that far. She unsnapped her clothes, and they dropped to the floor, and we started making out. I didn't even know her name, but I knew she wanted to fuck, so I was all ready to launch into that when she turned around, took my dick, and went straight to the ass. It wasn't a porno situation. She was being very gentle about it, but that was where she wanted it. We were enjoying this for a few minutes when this huge moron of a bouncer came marching up the stairs and flipped out. I think she later told me that he was overreacting because he liked her, and she never gave him the time of day, but whatever the reason, he threw us off the stairs. She suggested we go to her house, which was 2 blocks away. By then she had told me her name was Germaine, and that she lived in an old 7-story apartment building. When we got into the elevator, instead of going to her apartment, we went straight up to the roof, where we had sex all night long. I was still high on the heroin, so all this time I wasn't able to come. When the sun began to come up, she sat down on top of the archaic elevator machinery, and we started having another round of intercourse. I was going and got another rhythm up, and the sun started shining, and she started screaming, and just then somebody hit the elevator button, and electricity started arcing across this old machinery, and gears started engaging, and motors rumbled, and I finally came. It was a dramatic ending to a surreal night. I said goodnight to her and ran through the dawn all the way home, convinced that life was good. And even though that asshole bouncer tried to 86 me from the club, the owner, John Pochna, set him straight, and I spent many enjoyable nights there in the future, as I did with Jermaine. A couple of months after our band started performing, we decided to make a demo tape of our songs. We got Spit Sticks, the drummer from Fear, to be our recording engineer, and we rented out 3 hours of time at a hole-in-the-wall recording studio on Hollywood Boulevard. To give you an idea of the level of professionalism we're talking about here, the entire budget came to $300, which included the studio time, the engineer, and the tape. For some reason, I was the only one with money that week, so I gladly gave it up for the cause. Those demo sessions were by far the most productive and inspired recording that we've ever done. In the last 20 years, we've never once hit a moment when there was as much magic and oneness happening. We were in the zone. Everything was recorded in one take, and everything was perfect. We finished our 6 songs so fast that we had enough time left to record the a cappella ditties, something we hadn't planned on doing. We walked out of there with a master tape and a few small cassette dubs. When we got home and listened to the music, we were in awe. People always said that we were a live act that could never translate to record, but now we had the proof. That was bullshit. Flea and I took the cassettes, wrote our names on the plastic boxes, and began to hit the pavement to try and get bookings. We weren't even thinking of getting a record deal. For me, this whole process was a 2-part thing. You wrote and practiced the songs, and then you played shows. And we wanted to play bigger and bigger shows. We also wanted to spread Chili Pepperdom to New York. About a week after we made that tape, our friend Pete Weiss offered to take us there. Pete was a native Los Angelian who had met Flea on the movie set of Suburbia, a film about the punk rock scene in L.A. that Flea had acted in. Pete was a boom mic operator and a musician, and an all-around Renaissance man who was about a year and a half older than we were. He had a basement apartment in Hollywood that became a clubhouse for us. He also had a beautiful classic old American car that we'd drive down to the beach or cruise around in, smoking pot and chasing girls. Pete worked for the screenwriter Paul Schrader, who was moving to New York and had enlisted Pete to drive a huge Ryder truck packed with his belongings to his new Fifth Avenue pad. Flea and I jumped on the chance to go to New York. We had our secret weapon, our cassette, and we had visions of playing it for people in New York. When they heard its brilliance, doors were going to open, seas were going to part, and people would be dancing in the street. There was no doubt in our minds that we'd be booked into every club in New York. Our good friend Fab also climbed aboard for the journey, which was great for me because somewhere out in the California desert, he came to me on the sly and told me that he had a small quantity of heroin. So we sniffed that China White and got really high. Except for a few run-ins with some crazy-ass truckers, the drive was pretty uneventful. Pete dropped us off in Soho and then headed back up Fifth Avenue to unload Paul's stuff. Flea and I had the tape burning a hole in our pocket, but we also had the business of survival at hand. We didn't have a place to stay, but Fab knew 2 models who lived on Broome Street, so we went to their building. "I'm going to stay with these 2 models, but I can't exactly bring you guys," he said. "Okay, but how about if we go in and maybe wash up or something?" I suggested. We went up to their place and completely moved in. For 4 days, these beautiful models were constantly kicking Flea and me out of their beds and bedrooms. We were leeches. We set about the business of playing our demo tape for different club people. Of course, we had no contacts or tactics. We'd go to a club and ask for the manager. They'd point out his office, and we'd go back there, pop in our cassette tape, and do a wild dance to our own music, trying to sell ourselves. Only problem was, nobody was buying it. We got the warmest reception from this cigar-smoking Italian stallion who ran the Peppermint Lounge. He gave us a few minutes. Most people showed us the door and said, "Get the fuck out of here with your cassette tape." After a few rejections, I could tell that this wasn't the way to go about getting booked into a club. So Flea and I spent a day sightseeing. We went up to Central Park and sat down on a bench, put our tape in the boombox, and blasted our music. We wanted someone to know that we had made this fucking tape. We got a lot of scornful looks from people who thought we were obnoxious to play such loud music. But amazingly, every kid who came within earshot completely rocked out to it. That was interesting. When we got back to L.A., we wrote a song called Baby Appeal, and that became a staple of our early act. Shortly after we got back from New York, Hillel moved out to live with his girlfriend. Rent was due, and Flea and I had about $200 each. We had the option of scraping together enough money to pay another month's rent, or going out and buying some high-quality leather jackets. the absolutely de rigueur possession of every self-respecting punk. So we headed to Melrose Avenue, which was becoming a center for cool vintage clothing. There was a guy from New York named Danny who had recently opened up a small shop with a bunch of great vintage James Dean leather jackets. Flea and I picked out the perfect leathers, but when we went to buy them, Danny's prices were astronomical, at least $100 more than what we each had. Listen, I've got 150 and my friend is 170, so why don't you just give us the jackets for that? I suggested. Are you crazy? Get out of my shop, he yelled. But having seen these jackets, we couldn't conceive of not owning them, so I came up with the idea of picketing the store. We made up some signs that said unfair business practices. Danny is a greedy monster. I figured he'd be amused by the lengths we'd go to get these jackets. We started marching around in front of his store with our signs, and Danny came running out. What the fuck are you little punks doing? Get out of here before I break those signs over your head, he screamed. I thought I detected a modicum of amusement in his voice, so I came up with another plan. We would stage a hunger strike in front of his store until he agreed to sell us our jackets. We went back and plunked down on the sidewalk. Danny ran out to confront us. What now? It's a hunger strike. We're not moving or eating or drinking until you give us those jackets, I said. Jesus Christ, you guys. How much money do you have? He said. We finally had him. He took us inside and tried to steer us to some lower-priced leathers, but we held out and gave him all our money for the 2 fine jackets. Later that same day, we were parading down Hollywood Boulevard in our brand-new vintage jackets, not realizing the irony that we were in the hottest punk-funk band in L.A. with no place to live and no money, when this kooky, mop-topped, bespectacled, bookwormy-looking punker in a funny jacket came up to us. Hey, you guys are in the Red Hot Chili Peppers, he said. He had met Flea one night when he was a DJ at a club and spinning a defunct record. Flea had vaulted over into his booth and turned the record over because he thought this guy was playing the wrong side. His name was Bob Forrest, and besides the occasional DJ job, he also ran the Sunday Club, which is one of the hottest live venues around. Bob asked us what was up, and we told him our woeful tale of new jackets, but no home. That's so crazy. A half hour ago, my wife left me for good, he said. If you guys want, you can crash at my place. Forrest lived on the 3rd floor of a classic apartment building called La Leyenda, which had seen better times, especially before the influx of punk rockers. He had a 1-bedroom apartment filled to the brim with tons of books and records. Flea set up shop in the living room, and I took over the breakfast nook. Bob had gone to college for a few years before he dropped out. He was working at a bookstore when we met him, probably for minimum wage, but his job became a great source of income for us because they bought used books. Flea and I would go out and heist books from personal collections or libraries. A stack of books meant $10, and $10 meant we could buy drugs and shoot them and get high. We'd usually buy coke, which was a bad drug to be doing when you didn't have a lot of money, because the minute it's gone, you want more. But we'd get it and run back to Bob's house and dump it into a martini glass, put in the right amount of water, and stick our syringes in there and shoot the liquefied coke. We'd do that a couple of times until it was gone, and then we'd bum out and feel raw and violated and run down to the Zero to drink off the pain, find a girl to take away the pain, or find more coke. That summer, we made a reliable speed connection, a Middle Eastern guy who ran a rehearsal studio. So we started shooting speed, which is a lot different than shooting coke. Cocaine is a clean, ultra-euphoric, too-good-to-be-true feeling that lasts for about 3 minutes. Your ears ring and your jaw opens up, and for those 3 minutes, you feel totally at one with the universe. Speed is a lot dirtier and less euphoric and a bit more physical. Every inch of your skin starts to tingle and turns into chicken skin. We started going on these 3-man speed binges, and we'd stay up for days on end playing cribbage. We even started a band together, the La Leyenda Tweakers. Unfortunately, we decided to perform outside of our apartment, and we did a show so stoned on speed that we resembled 3 mental patients. The LA Weekly gave us our first bad review. We knew that we were wreaking havoc with our bodies, but we were so delusional that we thought that if we just ate watermelon, it would cleanse both our bodies and our souls of this heinous chemical torture that we were incapable of stopping. We'd buy the watermelons in vast quantities and go back to the house and cut up each one into 3 parts. Once we'd finished the watermelon, we'd march up to the roof of La Leyenda and have the ceremonial throw-offs of these big watermelon rinds and watch them explode in the parking lot below. That would be the end of a vicious speed run. Then we'd go and try to get some sleep before we woke up and started the cycle all over again. Sometime in the middle of July, we were able to get it together to play what would become a legendary Chili Pepper gig. We got a job to headline the Kit Kat Club, which was a classic strip club that had been putting on rock shows. All four of us worked real hard to prepare for the show. At Hillel's request, we even learned to cover Jimi Hendrix's Fire. We got to the club that night, and they gave us a huge dressing room that must have normally been used by the strippers. I made sure the lyrics were together, and then I wrote out the set list, which was a responsibility that I'd taken on early in the band's life. We had an extra special surprise that night. Since we were playing at a strip club and the girls would be dancing on stage with us, we decided that the appropriate encore would be for us to come out naked, except for long athletic socks that we'd wear over our stuff. We'd already been playing shirtless, and we realized the power and beauty of nudity on stage. I'd come up with the idea of using socks because back when I was living with Donde Bestone, he had a pot customer who developed a serious crush on me. She was cute, but I kept resisting her advances, which included sending me gag greeting cards with fold-out rulers to measure the size of your dick, and even photos of herself blowing some sailor. One day she showed up to the house, and I decided to answer the door buck naked except for a sock wrapped around my dick and balls. We were jazzed to play. Our interaction had gotten better and better. Before, our shows were one big finale of fireworks from beginning to end. Now we had started to develop different dynamics on stage. About 10 minutes before we were scheduled to play, someone broke out a joint. We had never smoked weed before a show, but we all passed it around and took a hit, even Jack. As soon as the weed hit me, I became paranoid and terrified that all this hard work and this perfect feeling were about to be ruined by being stoned on pot. Hillel and Flea started feeling the same way. I went for a run around the block to clear my head, and it worked. We had to follow a fantastic performance by an anarchistic outfit of eccentric masterminds called Royd Rogers and the Whirling Butt Cherries. But that only served to pump me up higher because I wanted to show everyone that we were stronger. We finished the set and ran backstage, and we were all in a frizzle tizzy. Jack was cackling because when he gets nervous, he just starts laughing. When we walked back on stage wearing only the socks, the crowd audibly gasped. We weren't deterred for one moment by the collective state of shock that the audience was experiencing. We started rocking Fire, and our friend Allison Popo had shoved her way to the front row, and she started taking swoops at my sock. I was focused on the song and my performance, but another part of my brain started telling me how many inches I had between my sock and her farthest reach. As I watched a bunch of our friends who had all rushed to the stage and were grabbing for the socks, I had a totally liberating and empowering feeling. You're young, and you're not jaded yet, and so the idea of being naked and playing this beautiful music with your best friends and generating so much energy and color and love in a moment of being nude is great. But you're not only nude, you've also got this giant image of a phallus going for you. These were long socks. Usually when you're playing, your dick goes into protection mode, so you're not loose and relaxed and elongated. You're more compact, like you're in a boxing match. So to have this added appendage was a great feeling. But we never figured that the socks were going to become an iconic image associated with us. We never thought that down the line we'd do it again and promoters would want to add riders to our contracts to ensure that we do it on their stage. It left a more lasting impression than we ever intended for it. One person in the audience who was really impressed was a 30-ish talent manager named Lindy Getz. Lindy used to work as a promotion guy for MCA Records, and he had managed the Ohio Players, one of our favorite groups. Flea and I scraped up enough money to get out to the Valley, where Lindy's offices were. Lindy was a 5'6", red-headed, mustachioed Jewish guy from Brooklyn who had somehow found his way to LA in the late 60s. That afternoon, we smoked some pot and did a line or two of coke and swapped stories. I don't think we realized it at the time, but Lindy was on his way down from his high-rolling Payola Payne days. He had managed the Ohio Players, but that was when their career was on the downswing. We were trying to keep face and maintain a facade of having a business, but the bills weren't getting paid, and the money wasn't coming in. Lindy seemed like a likable guy, even if he was dishing out some pretty lame one-liners. After our long conversation, Flea and I asked him for a minute to confer. "Let's ask him if he'll take us out to lunch," Flea said. "If he will, he's got the job." We went back in. "Okay, if you take us out for Chinese food right now, you can be our manager," I said. We got Mushu pork and a new manager. And a meal ticket. For the next few months, we'd wake up and go, "What's for lunch? Nothing? Let's go see Lindy." He lived in a deluxe apartment building in West Hollywood and was married to a girl named Patty, who was from Atlanta. We'd go over to Lindy's, and she'd cook up the fried chicken, and we'd eat every last bit. On a good night, we'd do a little cocaine and smoke some weed and talk about the future. Lindy told us that his first task was to get us a record deal, which I wasn't even that concerned with. It seemed like a cool and exciting thing, and I guess that's what bands do, but I didn't know anything about making a record. If we were going to try and get a record deal, we'd need a lawyer. Someone gave us a recommendation for a guy named Eric Greenspan. We went to his law firm, which was in an opulent building on Wilshire Boulevard. When Flea and I walked into the lobby, we thought we were in the Mormon cathedral. This firm represented the countries of both Israel and Egypt. We took the elevator up to Eric's floor and then went up to the lady at the reception desk. "We're the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and we're here to see Eric Greenspan," I said. "Well, I don't know. Let me..." She seemed taken aback. For some unknown reason, we decided to moon her. We turned around, exclaimed, "We're the Red Hot Chili Peppers, goddammit, and we want to see Eric!" And we dropped trousers. Just then, Eric came running out and took us into his office. He had some great Gary Panter artwork on his wall. He told us that he represented Gary as well as some reggae acts like Burning Spear. I cut to the chase. "We don't have a record deal, and we don't have any money. We just got a manager, and we need a lawyer." Eric didn't flinch. "Okay, I'll be your lawyer, and you don't have to pay me until you make some real money, and then we can do a standard 5% deal." So he became our lawyer, and never made a penny until we started making real money. He's still our lawyer today. It's a pretty rare guy in this business who does that. We didn't look like a cash cow to anybody at that point. The popular money-making bands at that time were hair bands like Poison, Warrant, and Rat. That's what was at the cash registers. We were just anti-everything. We were probably anti-making money at that point. In the space of 5 months, we had made a dent in the LA music scene. We'd gotten written up in the LA Times, and we were playing some respectable venues, like the Club Lingerie. The more prominent we became, the more Lee Ving started to sweat Flea about being in 2 bands. I remember he actually called once and said, "Are you going to be in my band, or are you going to be in that other band?" Flea said, "Well, I was going to be in both, but if you put it that way, I'll just be in my band." Sometime that August, Flea and I went to a party for an arty magazine in a house in the Hollywood Hills. I had taken to wearing a ripped-up flannel pajama top, and my mohawk had grown out and fallen over to one side. We were having a decent time hanging out in the backyard when I looked into the house and saw this cosmic creature of a young girl. She was walking like some kind of princess in slow motion with her hands out to the sides. She had on a giant white discus of a hat and these big opalescent jewels going around the crown. She was wearing an ill-fitting, futuristic-looking baggy dress made out of paper. She was a little bit chubby, but beautiful. And she had this absolutely bizarre magnetism, walking around and talking purposefully, but slowly, like she was Alice in Wonderland and the rest of the world wasn't. But she also had the feel of a punk rock version of Mae West, giving off that flamboyance and a brassy, sassy, untouchable vibe. Just the kind of girl I liked, the weirdo in the bunch. I walked into the house and pulled on her ponytail, or whatever boys do when they see a girl like that and don't know how to talk to. "Oh my, who are you?" she said. We started talking, and she was speaking in riddles, not giving me straight answers. It turned out that her name was Jennifer Bruce, and she was a fashion designer, and had designed her Mark of the Zorro hat. Within minutes, I was blown away by her presence, her aura, and her fashion statement. In a city that was rife with people trying to look different and act different and be all this and all that, here was a person who was accomplishing it with ease, because she was a natural-born super freak whose tendency in life was to look like the inside of an oyster shell. She wasn't exactly melting in my arms. She was keeping me at a distance. I don't think she gave me her phone number, but I kept pressing. "Come on, you don't have a choice. You're going to be my girlfriend whether you like it or not," I said. She must have felt something, because she was giving me enough to continue the process, but then she disappeared and I went off in a new direction. However, she was thoroughly etched into my consciousness. I had other things to attend to, one of which was opening for Oingo Boingo at the Universal Amphitheater. Oingo Boingo had come up from the same club scene we were in, and they just kept going. They weren't our favorite band in the world, but they had some interesting instrumentation. We knew their trumpet player, and he offered us the opening slot for their big show. Here we were with no record deal, a 10-song repertoire, and we were going from playing in a club before 200 people to playing to an audience of 4,000. We went out on stage that night wearing our weirdest clothes. Right in the middle of the first song, Flea broke a bass string. Suddenly, It was crickets time, and I had to talk to the audience while Flea changed his string. Within seconds, the crowd was booing and throwing stuff at us, chanting, "We want Oingo Boingo!" But it was combustible material for getting the energy going. We started in again, and Flea was so wound up that he broke another string. At this point, Danny Elfman, who was the lead singer of Oingo Boingo and also a fan of ours, strolled out on stage wearing a bathrobe and with a face full of shaving cream, as if he was coming straight from his dressing room. He took the mic and told the crowd that he really liked us and they should be respectful, and then he left. But the few unruly guys in the crowd didn't heed his endorsement. We soldiered on and got cooking, and by the time we were finished, I think we let them know we were for real and that they had just been hit with something they wouldn't soon forget. After the show, we were celebrating backstage when Blackie, who had been one of our earliest supporters, came up to Flea and me. He was wearing tight black gloves, and he fanned out a couple of envelopes with plane tickets in them. "This is for you, Anthony, and I want you to take Flea," he said. "Take him where?" I was baffled. I looked in the envelope and saw 2 round-trip tickets to London, England. It was time for my rite of passage to Europe. We had a few things to attend to before we left for Europe, one of which was the complications that arose from getting a record deal. We had an inkling that record companies had been snooping around us, especially after our show at the Lingerie and the Universal Amphitheater, and a triumphant return to the Kit Kat Club in September. One executive from EMI Enigma, Jamie Cohen, was particularly aggressive in going after us. One night, Flea and I were hanging out at La Leyenda when we got a call from Lindy. He told us that we had a record deal with EMI Enigma. I was so excited, the last thing I thought was there might be problems. I remember celebrating and thinking that everything was going according to plan, that we just had to buckle down, be studious, and get to work. I was still excited about our deal when the phone rang again. Flea answered it. In the background, I heard him say, "Are you sure? Wow, that's really bad news." I was sitting there going, What? When Flea hung up the phone and looked at me. "Jack and Hillel just quit the band. What Is This got their own record deal and they're choosing to stay in that band," he said. I was speechless and in shock, feeling like a piano had fallen on my heart. I stumbled off to the couch and started to cry. This couldn't be possible. We had invented something as a band. We had created this thing that the world must hear about, and all of a sudden it was like we were aborting a baby at 6 months. Flea was sitting there going, "This is fucked up. This is fucked up." Our sound was based on the drumming of Jack Irons and the guitar playing of Hillel Slovak. It wasn't like these were incidental guys. They made up our vibe. We were kids from high school. We were a team. You can't go shopping for a new mom and dad. It doesn't happen. I was thinking, okay, my life is over. My cause is lost. There's nowhere to go. When Flea said to me, "We're going to have to get 2 other guys." And I went from a dead, wilted flower to, other guys? Is that possible? "Yeah, I know some good musicians," he said. Once I started thinking about it, I realized that we had the songs, we had a record contract, we had Flea, we had me, we still loved what we did. We just hadn't done it yet, so we needed to find a way to make it happen. Flea immediately suggested that we hire Cliff Martinez as our drummer. He'd played in the Dickies, Roy Rogers, the Weirdos, and Captain Beefheart. I didn't know much about Beefheart, but I knew he was legendary. Flea and I went over to talk to Cliff. He lived in a wacky one-room apartment that you accessed through an underground parking garage on Harper. It wasn't a proper apartment, just a storage room that had been converted. He had been in the Weirdos, so his band fashion sense was you get a washboard and you turn that into a shirt. Then you find a teapot and you make a hat out of it. When he played with Roy Rogers, he performed with a tampon hanging out of his ass. He was far and away the most eccentric one of us all. I thought I knew some bizarre human personalities, but Cliff was on a new level, though in a very likable way. When we asked him to join the band, he was goofy with joy, smiling and laughing and saying, "Let's do this. I hope I'm what you're looking for because this can be an amazing journey." We had our first jam, and it was clear from the get-go that Cliff Martinez not only could play crazy funk beats and super inventive one-of-a-kind avant-garde art beats, but he could do a variety of styles and do them all well. Now we had to find a guitar player. When we were jamming with Cliff, we discussed guitarists, and he suggested Dix Denny, a guy he had played with in the Weirdos. Flea had previously jammed with Dix, and he was a lovable fellow whom I had partied with. We felt comfortable that we could go on with these 2 guys. and Flea and I could go on to Europe. We had a great time in Europe, exploring London, Paris, and then Amsterdam. In Paris, I ditched Flea for a few days to hook up with a beautiful Danish girl. He gave me the silent treatment when I got back, but then I bought some beautiful painted powder blue tin cups off a street vendor and put them in the epaulettes of our leather jackets, and we instantly became the Brothers Cup. We went on to Amsterdam and spent a few more days in London before returning home, but I realized that during the whole trip, I was unable to get Jennifer out of my mind, despite my fling with a Danish girl and a short-lived crush I had developed on a French hooker. We returned to an interesting situation in our apartment at La Leyenda. We had been battling with the landlord for months over the rent that we weren't paying, and she had sent many eviction notices, but we ignored them. A few months before we left for Europe, she had the door taken off the apartment. Even that didn't stop us. We proceeded to carry on living there like it was no big deal that our apartment didn't have a front door. We figured there was nothing worth stealing anyway. It got to the point where we couldn't walk into the place because she would hear us from her nearby apartment and make a charge, so we started climbing up the fire escape and entering through a window. Then she'd rush in through the front door and see Flea sleeping naked, and she'd be furious. When we returned from Europe, she'd finally persuaded the marshals to show up, and they posted notices that we were going straight to jail if we occupied the premises again. Flea moved in with his sister, who had a one-room apartment above a garage in a Mexican part of town on East Melrose. Before long, I found my way there, and the three of us would share her queen-size bed. I didn't stay there for a long time, but it was long enough for me to get back on my feet and find Jennifer. Sure enough, I ran into her one night, and we connected. She lived out in the deep valley in Encino with her dad, who was an ex-Marine turned insurance salesman, and her little sister. They were in a classic, giant megalopolis valley apartment building with absolutely no character or charm. Jennifer's best friend was her cousin, both bleached blonde valley girls with an extreme flair for personalized fashion statements. Divas who would spend hours painting their faces with outrageous makeup and creating kooky costumes before they went out clubbing. They loved their kamikazes, and they smoked their Sherms, which were Nat Sherman cigarettes that were soaked in PCP. They were a couple of nutters, but there was something about Jennifer that I found absolutely fascinating. Not just aesthetically, but spiritually. Something in her eyes, something in her soul, something in her being that attracted me. I fell for her. No sooner did we start hanging out than we became boyfriend and girlfriend. Now I had this new person in my life who started taking up a lot of my time and energy, but she counterbalanced that by being an overall muse and a great giver. Jennifer was only 17, but she was coming off a relationship with a well-known Hollywood punk rocker. I was a fan of his, so I was a little bit jealous to hear the stories, but I also gave her extra credit for having been this guy's girlfriend. She was a hard punk rock flower who didn't take shit from anyone and was very certain about herself and very accomplished for a young person. She was going to the Fashion Institute in Los Angeles when we met. She even had her own car, a yellow hatchback MG. Like me, Jennifer was a very sexual being, although she had very little sexual experience. I'd been going strong for a while and was very sexually attracted to her. When we first started making love, I asked her if she'd ever had an orgasm, and she said she hadn't. She'd get close when she was in the bathtub and using the shower head, but she'd never had one during the act of sex. I promised that we'd work on that, and I started going down on her for what seemed like ages. She came closer and closer, and we finally cracked the code, and she became this orgasmic being, which was a great accomplishment, but also a great relief. One time early in our relationship, she wanted to take acid with me. We dropped some, and were driving around in her car, dying to have sex, so I took her to Flea's sister's place. I decided that instead of having sex in Karen's bed, which wouldn't have been a great idea, we'd go in the bathroom and have sex in the shower. We ended up in that shower for a long time, and we got pretty loud, and it became a quasi-spiritual experience, complete with hallucinations of rainbows. Then Karen came home. Karen was such a sexual person herself, and we were like sex friends who would share our various sexual escapades, so I didn't think she would mind that I was having sex in her shower. But I was wrong. Boy, was I wrong. When I emerged from that bathroom, Flea pulled me aside and told me that Karen was very upset, and what I had done in there was just not cool. So that was the end of my crashing with Flea and his sister. I started staying out in Encino, and Jennifer's father was not too pleased. But he did love his daughters, and if that meant he'd have to tolerate a hooligan, then so be it. To me, the Encino house was yet another refrigerator and a source of food and a place where I could be taken care of, especially when I fell ill that fall. I had suddenly lost all my strength, and even getting out of bed was an effort. When I finally went to the doctor, he told me that I had hepatitis. Ironically, it wasn't the type you get from needles. It was the hep you get from eating bad shellfish. After a week in bed, I was pretty good to go. Now that I had captured the heart of the girl I'd been pining away for, it was time to get back to the business of being a band. One of our first problems was that Dix wasn't cutting it at guitar. Cliff had learned all our songs right away. He'd go home and practice all night long and make sure he knew exactly what to play. Dix was a great musician who couldn't apply himself to other people's parts. If you asked him to write a song, he was a wizard. But when it came time to learn Hillel's experimental funk riffs, that wasn't his thing. We didn't quite understand that. We thought anyone should be able to learn anything. He would come to rehearsal, and we'd have monster jams, but then we'd say, "Let's play Get Up and Jump," and Dix would draw a blank. That was a major problem, because we planned on recording all of our early songs. So Flea and I decided to fire Dix. But how do you fire this gentle, lovable, quiet man? We came up with a plan to invite him over for a game of croquet. We'd explain in a civil manner that his style and our style were not melding appropriately, and therefore we should both be free to go off and express ourselves in our own manners. There was a small yard across the street from Flea's house, and we set up for a croquet game without even consulting his neighbors. We were hitting the balls around, and I said, "So, Dix, how's everything?" "Good," he said. "We've been doing some thinking, and what we were thinking..." Flea, why don't you tell him what we were thinking?" I said. "Well, we were thinking, strictly in musical terms..." Anthony, I think you could probably say it better," Flea hedged. "Well, musically speaking, let's just say we're going in this direction, and..." Flea, why don't you go ahead and take over from there? "You're a musical genius of your own variety, and you're kind of going in that direction," Flea said. "And your direction and our direction just don't seem meant to be together." "We're sorry," we both said. We kept going on about how our musical directions were different, and Dix was listening, as usual, and not talking at all. After we thought we had told him that we had incompatible paths, Dix turned to us and said, "Okay, so rehearsal tomorrow's the same time?" We had to spell it out that we couldn't play in the band with him anymore, and at last it dawned on him, and he packed his bags and got in the car and left. That was the first of many heartbreaking firings that Flea and I would have to preside over. We thought we would always be four knuckleheads from Hollywood, but now we were learning that we would have to deal with the realities of life. We had guitar auditions and saw a lot of people, but it came down to two guys. Mark Nine, this hip avant-garde art school refugee who had been in a band with Cliff called Two Balls and a Bat, and Jack Sherman. I had no idea of his background, no idea how he got to rehearsal, but I knew he was a nerd the minute he walked into the audition. Now, that wasn't a bad thing. We were embracing of the nerd energy at that time. But this guy was a nerd without even realizing he was a nerd. He had this combed-back Jew-fro hair that didn't have any kinks, and he was neat and tidy. He'd come in with a huge smile, and he didn't look very cool when he was jamming, but he locked right in with Flea and Cliff, and it wasn't stagnant, and it wasn't a struggle for them to find each other, and there was an actual musical flow. Plus, this guy had crazy chops, and the most complicated things came naturally to him. We played some of our songs, and though he didn't have a down-and-dirty, nasty dog element to his sound, he was technically efficient, hitting all the notes in the right places. His playing didn't have the same spirit as Hillel's, but at least he was playing the parts. So it was down to this hip dog and this average Joe. When we were leaving the rehearsal space that night, Jack was going, "Wow, that was a really amazing jam, and you guys are really cool. I haven't played funk like that since 1975, when I played in this top 40 band." We told him that our first step was to make this record and then go out on tour. "Oh, wow. Making a record, that'll be neat," Jack said. Then he stopped in his tracks. "But should you want me in your band, I have to check with my astrologer before I go on tour, because I cannot go on tour when there's a third moon in Venus that could be rising on the backside of Jupiter's astral projection toward the fifth universe." We were waiting for him to go, "Just kidding." But he went on about these conjunctions and retrogrades and whatever, so we finally had to ask him if he was for real. "No, I'm serious about this. It should be okay, but I do have to check with my astrologer," he said. We told him that we'd get back to him, and he left. We rehashed everything and somehow decided to go with the nerd. We thought that he had a lot of experience, and he was an amazing guitar player in his own way. He wasn't the raw, explosive hellcat of funk that we were looking for, but he'd definitely be capable of going into the studio and putting down these parts, so we hired him. That was another moment of celebration, because now all the pieces were there. With the band set, I needed a place to live. Bob Forrest and I had heard that these office spaces in a classic old Hollywood Boulevard 2-story office building were for rent, and they were cheap. Back then, the Hollywood Boulevard area was in a state of disrepair. The building was called the Outpost, and it had probably been there since the 20s, the kind of building that at one time would have housed private detectives. It was beautiful, with an elegant staircase and hallways with tall ceilings and old light fixtures and big tall windows and those old-school bathrooms with 10 urinals, all nice old materials and tiles. I had saved up a few $100s, and I told the landlord that I was a writer and I needed a place to work. We knew we couldn't tell them we wanted to live in an office building, even though there were a couple of other people living there. You don't say it, you just quietly go about it, and they don't know, and it's okay. They showed me several different places, and I took the biggest and nicest one. It had a tall ceiling and several huge windows looking out on Hollywood Boulevard. It was one big long room with no bathroom and a nice wooden door. Bob was on a tighter budget, so he took the cheapest space, which faced the back parking lot. My rent was $135 a month, and Bob's was probably $85, just dirt cheap. We couldn't have cared less that there were no bathrooms in the suites. We figured we'd wash up in the sinks. Those outpost rooms would become the scene of much decadence, debauchery, and the decline of young minds. Shortly after we moved in, Greg, an old kooky Orange County friend of Bob's, moved in down the hallway. He was a coke fiend, a coke dealer, and a wannabe guitar player. A designer moved in next to me who lived with her boyfriend, a huge ornery guitar player named Carlos Guitarlos, with whom I'd had run-ins in the past. I set about the business of decorating my new house. I put a bed in the corner, loft style, and I moved in a desk. Carlos' girlfriend offered me this little round sofa that was covered in furry leopard skin, which was an absolute find. Having Bob in such proximity was both a blessing and a curse. He would always be coming over, and we'd hustle up whatever meager amounts of money we could to go buy drugs. The heroin supply had eluded us, so we were doing coke and then trying to drink our way out of it. Of course, our new neighbor Greg had what seemed to be an endless supply. One night, I got on a roll and was buying stuff from Greg, and I couldn't stop, and he couldn't stop, so he started fronting me the drugs. I kept going back to his place and getting more and more. I even gave him some expensive skis I had as collateral until I could hawk a guitar in the morning, which was a charade of lies to keep the white powder flowing because I had no cash and no guitar. I thought that Greg would pass out and fall asleep for 5 days and not hassle me. The party finally came to an end, and I passed out in a gnarly state of discomfort. After sleeping for a few hours, I heard loud banging on my door. It was Greg, and he wanted his money. I was thinking that if I didn't answer the door, he'd go away. I could outpatience him. Wrong. He kept coming back periodically, hitting the door harder each time. Eventually, I heard the cracking of wood. I peeked up from the bed and saw a big axe coming right through my beautiful thick wooden door. Did not look good. I figured I could stay right there in bed and he'd rage in and chop me up with that axe because I had no money or guitar to hawk, or I could charge him and try to turn the whole thing around and stand a chance of surviving. I flew to the door, threw it open, and screamed, "You bastard! Look what you're doing to my door!" The air seemed to deflate from this enraged coke fiend. He looked at the door and then at me and said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm going to fix that door right now." I decided to parlay my advantage. What were you thinking?" I said. "Now you owe me money for this." Greg looked confused. "No, you owe me money." "Owe you money? Look what you did to my door, my friend. I think we should just call it even." "I don't know. I owe my guy all that money." "Look, keep the skis. Get out of here. You destroyed my door." Greg turned around and walked off like a puppy dog with an axe in his hand. There was a big sliver that he had chopped out of my door, and you could see right into my place, so I got some cardboard and taped it up. Then I went back to sleep. That wasn't an atypical day at the Outpost, I'm sad to say. A lot of my days revolved around hanging out with Bob, doing drugs at night, waking up the next day with no money, and scraping together 99 cents to go downstairs and get a slice of pizza. Flea was no longer a participant in our insanity. While we were still living at La Leyenda, he had read about this DC band called Minor Threat, who were promulgating an anti-drug philosophy and a song called Straight Edge. Flea was so demoralized and depressed from all these drugs we had been doing that he tore their lyrics out of the magazine and shaved his head and tried to embrace this not getting high philosophy. It didn't stick, but it did stop him from going further down. He leveled off and did a lot less drugs, whereas Bob and I were out of control. One time while I was at the outpost, I had been shooting coke and speed, and I ran out of everything. There comes a point when you want to keep shooting something, even if you're high, just to get a new rush. Someone had given me a hit of acid, and I had a bottle of vodka, so I took the acid, put it in a spoon, poured some vodka in the spoon, dissolved that blotter acid as best I could, and shot the LSD mixed with vodka. It was the first time I ever peaked on acid in 1 second. And instead of tasting heroin or cocaine or speed in the back of my mouth, I was tasting vodka. Somewhere along the line, I ran into some China White heroin again. I can remember spending all my money on coke and lying in bed, not being able to sleep. I'd call Jennifer in the valley and ask her to come and take care of me, which meant bringing by some money so I could get some heroin to come down. It would usually be about 4 in the morning, and Hollywood Boulevard was dead quiet, and I was an empty soul lying on the mattress waiting to hear the sound of her MG. I was such a dope fiend that I could hear that distinctive sound of her car when she got off the freeway 10 minutes before she'd show up. And she'd give me $20 or $40 or $60, whatever she had. She didn't have a drug problem at this point, so she would be there to rescue me. That was our pattern, me listening for the car to come up, and this sensation of absolute relief when I knew she was parking downstairs. By now, my drug shooting escapades were starting to impinge on the band. I'd miss rehearsal, then I'd go AWOL for a while, and I was starting to alienate myself from Flea. We had the record deal, and we had work to do, and I would be lying on the floor of my outpost space, rolled up in some blankets after a wretched night of abuse, trying to get some sleep. One day I was in that situation, and there was a knock on the door. It was Flea. He came into the room, which was a squalid mess, and he looked at me. "Anthony, get up." I sat up. "I can't do this with you anymore. You're too fucked up. I gotta quit the band." I woke up, because that wasn't what I was expecting him to say. I thought he'd say, "Dude, you're a mess. We gotta talk about you not getting quite so high anymore." But when he said he had to quit the band, all of my cells reverberated and I bolted up. That was the first taste of the fact that I could be destroying the dream we had created of this amazing funk band that was all about dancing and energy and sex. I wanted to be in that band with Flea more than anything, but how could I communicate that to him? Then it popped into my mind. "Flea, you can't quit," I pleaded. "I'm going to be the James Brown of the 80s. How could he argue with that? Chapter 6. The Red Hots. After we signed our record deal, Flea and I made the EMI offices our home away from home. A few people there were friendly to us, but we got the distinct feeling that if there was a totem pole of bands on their label, we weren't on it, let alone at the bottom of it. We even had trouble getting past the security guards at the front door. Every time we'd go there, we'd walk past a giant Rolls-Royce parked by the entrance. We'd ask whose car that was, and they'd say, "Oh, that's Jim Matza's. He runs the company." But whenever we asked to meet him, we were told that we didn't need to. He wasn't involved in the day-to-day decision-making of any band. I can guarantee you that he did not know there was a band on his label called Red Hot Chili Peppers. One day, Flea and I went there in the afternoon, and Jamie Cohen, who had signed us, was out. We demanded to see a higher-up, and a secretary came out. "He's not available. He's in a very important board meeting with the entire staff of EMI International. They've all flown in for this meeting," she said. Flea and I ducked around the corner and conferred, and decided to drastically increase our visibility at EMI. So we went into the little bathroom, took off our clothes, went straight for the door, ran in, jumped up on the table, and ran up and down, hooting and hollering. Then we looked down and realized that it wasn't just men at that meeting. It was the entire multicultural EMI team from around the world, and they all had their briefcases and papers and graphs and charts and pointers and pencils, and we had trashed everyone's stuff. When this sank in, we jumped off the table, ran out of the room, and struggled to put on our underwear while being chased by the security guards, who had been notified of our intrusion. We took off like two pieces of mercury and outran the guards through the parking lot and up Hollywood Boulevard until we got to Waddles Park. Then we sat down and lit up a big fat joint of green Hawaiian weed to celebrate the act of letting EMI know who we were. Halfway through the joint, I started getting a little paranoid. That was a good idea, wasn't it? I asked Flea. But what if they kick us off the label? They looked pretty upset. Come to think of it, they were screaming at us. Oh, God, what if we don't have a deal anymore? When we came down off the pod high, we called Lindy to find out if we'd been dropped yet. But it all blew over, and we got ready to make our first album. Jamie and Lindy wanted to know who we wanted to produce the album, and Flea and I both, without hesitation, recommended Andy Gill, the guitar player from Gang of Four. Their first album, Entertainment, was what had inspired me to get into dancing back when I was living with Donde. The music was so angular and hard and edgy, the epitome of that English art school funk, and Gill's lyrics were great and socio-political, but in a way that didn't seem like they were taking themselves too seriously. Lindy got in touch with Gill's manager, and he agreed to produce us, which we thought was a great victory. When we met with him and he made disparaging comments about his earlier work, we should have seen the writing on the wall. But we started doing pre-production on the album at the SIR studios, which were on Santa Monica, right near Vine, just a few blocks from my new house with Jennifer. I had a little money from the record deal, and Jennifer sold her MG, and we scraped together enough to rent a small house on Lexington Avenue, in a pretty gnarly area of Hollywood that was home to all varieties of prostitutes, from transsexuals to young boys. Andy Gill started to go about this business of pre-production with Cliff and Jack and Flea and me, but it made no sense to me. I didn't really know what the hell a producer even did. It was a weird, uncomfortable situation for me, and the pressure started affecting me. I went on horrible drug binges, disappearing for days on end. It usually involved shooting coke, because I had gotten a few good coke connections. Bob Forrest had turned me on to a guy who was a band member in a prominent LA rock group. He lived in a huge high-rise in Hollywood. I was such a scammer and a weasel that he ultimately refused to even let me up to his apartment. Whenever I showed up, he'd drop a can that was attached to a string from his balcony, and I'd have to put my money in, and only then would he throw the coke down. But my most reliable source of coke was a valet parking operation at a nearby shopping plaza. Someone told me that when you pulled up to park your car, all you had to say was, "I need a ticket," or "I need half a ticket." And that was code for buying cocaine. I'd go there morning, noon, and night and score lots of tickets. Heroin began entering the picture more, too. Jennifer hated me when I'd shoot cocaine, because I would disappear and act weird and not be the most warm and reachable person. She wasn't afraid to get in my face and scream and throw punches at me. But one night we had been at the Power Tools Club downtown, and I ran into Fab, who had recently moved into a huge loft that was a block away from the club. We went over to his house, and he sold me a little itty-bitty miniature micro-bindle of the strongest China white heroin that you'd ever want to find. So strong that you didn't even have to inject it. We snorted some, and it was like sinking into heaven. Jennifer loved it, and we went home and had sex for 12 straight hours, the beginning of the never-ending heroin sex merry-go-round that she and I would partake in. But that initial high is the feeling that you're doomed to be chasing for the rest of your life, because the next time you do it, it's good, but it's not quite like that. Even still, China White was so cheap and seemed so harmless. It wasn't like I was on the streets doing weird shit or sticking needles in my arms and ending up with 100 bruises and blood dripping all over the place. It seemed so much more elegant to hang out at this loft with the paintings and the French people and sniff a little stuff and feel euphoric, and it lasted and lasted, and when you woke up in the morning, you still had some money in your pocket. China White was such a deceiving organism. At first, it showed you the heaven. It didn't show you the hell. Jennifer and I started doing more heroin, but I would still go on these maniacal coke binges. When I could, I'd steal Jennifer's new car, an old taxi cab she called the Circus Peanut because it was the color of those marshmallow candies. When I couldn't, I'd be forced to walk to my new dealer, a writer who lived a few miles from me. He dealt both heroin and coke, which was pretty convenient for me. But I'd never get good deals, since he was using himself. Of course, I was my typical pain-in-the-ass client self, always waking him up or generally harassing him until he'd let me in. One day I was shooting coke at his place, but I got all crazy and he kicked me out. I had been fastidious about using sterile rigs and sterile cotton when I first started shooting up, but by now I didn't care much. If I had to, I'd use a syringe that I found on the street. Instead of sterilized cotton, I'd use a section of my sock, or more commonly, the filter tip of a cigarette. At first, I'd use only sterilized spring water to dissolve the stuff in, but now I'd just pull the back off a toilet or look for a lawn sprinkler or even a puddle. This crazy behavior began to encroach on my professional life. I started missing rehearsals and writing sessions. Then I even began to miss some live shows, including a big punk rock show at the Olympic Auditorium downtown, where we were playing with our friends the Circle Jerks and Suicidal Tendencies. I had started a binge a couple of days before, and when the day of the show came, I just could not stop using. I kept telling myself, okay, this is the last gram of stuff I'm going to do, and then I'm going to make it to the show. Letting the band down like that was the most gut-wrenching feeling I ever had. But Keith Morris, my friend from the Circle Jerks, filled in for me. He just sang the same line, "What you see is what you get," over and over again for every song. It wasn't the only time I'd miss a gig because I was on a run. We played Long Beach early on, and I was a no-show, so kids from the audience were invited up to sing the lyrics. Another time, Lindy's brother sang. We decided to record the album at El Dorado Studios, which is right on Hollywood and Vine. El Dorado was a classic old Hollywood studio with nice vintage equipment. For our engineer, we hired Dave Jordan, a soft-spoken, experienced, and competent man behind the board. Andy Gill was much different than we had expected. He was approachable, but he was also very English, semi-aloof, clearly intelligent, but with no edge. We were these aggressive, volatile individuals, and then there was this soft, smarty-pants English guy. Even though we all liked him and he was interested in us, he wasn't becoming the fifth finger on our hand. He certainly didn't embrace our musical aesthetic or ideology. It was almost like it was beneath him. He had been there, done that, and that was fine, but let's move on, go somewhere else. And we were like, somewhere else? This is who we are. So there was a little tension. One day I got a glimpse of Gil's notebook, and next to the song Police Helicopter, he'd written, "shit." I was demolished that he had dismissed that as shit. Police Helicopter was a jewel in our crown. It embodied the spirit of who we were, which was this kinetic, stabbing, angular, shocking assault force of sound and energy. Reading his notes probably sealed the deal in our minds that, okay, now we're working with the enemy. It became very much him against us, especially Flea and me. It became a real battle to make the record. Andy's thing was having a hit at all costs, but it was such a mistake to have an agenda. He should have just made us the best band that we were. We would come up with these really beautiful, rough, interesting sounds, and he'd go, "Oh, no, you could never get that sound on the radio." We'd say, "And your point is what? We're not making this to get on the radio." He'd say, "Well, I am. I'm shooting to get something on the radio here." Jack Sherman also wasn't coming from the same place that Flea and I were. He was new in the band, and he was being far more cooperative with Andy, going for these clean, supposedly radio-viable sounds. If the two bonded, it was because Andy saw Jack as a patsy he could control in the studio. We would argue all the time about the tone of Jack's guitar. Andy was trying to soften it up, and we'd be outraged. "That's weak and soft and lame, and this song is punk rock, and it's got to be thrashing and hard," we'd scream. Part of the frustration we had with Jack was that he was a polished guitar player who really didn't have a punk rock pedigree. Plus, he was so anal, so unlike Flea and me. One day Jack was getting ready to play in the studio, and I got there early. He had a little guitar cloth in his hand, gently cleaning the neck of his guitar. Then he went into his pristine doctor's bag of stuff and pulled out what looked like air freshener, and he started deftly spraying this along the neck of the guitar. "What the hell is that? What are you doing to your guitar?" I said. "Oh, this is finger ease. It helps your fingers glide up and down the neck easier," he said. I was used to Hillel, who would play so hard that his fingers would start to come apart. He knew he had a good night if his guitar was covered with blood. And here was this guy doing this gay spray job of mist onto his fretboard so his fingers could glide easily. I would razz him about that. "Do you have your finger ease? Don't leave home without the finger ease." He'd come back with, "Oh, you probably don't even know what a diminished seventh chord is." For the first couple of days in the studio, everything seemed fine, but I soon realized that Andy was going for a sound that wasn't us. By the end of the sessions, Flea and I would literally stomp out of the studio into the control room, crawl over the console VU meters, and scream, "Fuck you! We hate you! This is shit!" Andy was completely calm the whole time, and Dave Jordan was like one of those dolls in the back of cars with a bouncing head going, Oh, we gotta listen to Andy. We gotta listen to Andy. We did some lighthearted stuff, too. We were in the middle of a heated argument with Andy one night in the studio when Flea said, "Let's put this on hold. I'm gonna take a big shiny shit." "Oh, yeah. Be sure and bring that back for me then, won't you?" Andy said drolly. "Okay," Flea said. "I wouldn't put it past you," Andy said. I followed Flea out of the room. All the way to the bathroom, we were saying, "Let's really bring him the shit." So Flea defecated, and we put it in an empty pizza box that was in the studio, and we went running back down the hallway and delivered the shit pizza to Andy. He just rolled his eyes and said, "How predictable." To this day, Flea points to that incident to demonstrate why we're such a good band. Because we brought shit to Andy Gill. I do remember bursts of happiness during that period. The new songs like Buckle Down, True Men, Mommy Where's Daddy, and Grandpappy Do Plenty all sounded exciting and great. But I was terribly disappointed when I heard the mixes of Get Up and Jump, Out in L.A., Green Heaven, and Police Helicopter. All those songs sounded like they had gone through a sterilizing goody two-shoes machine. When we used to play them, they were so vicious sounding, and now they sounded like bubblegum pop. The tension affected Dave Jordan, and he was treated for a stomach ulcer and missed a week of work. Then Andy had to go to the hospital and have a cancerous testicle removed. While he was in the hospital, Flea and I tried to get Dave Jordan to remake the album, but he wasn't having it. The album was released, and it wasn't something to celebrate. I felt like we had landed between two peaks in the Valley of Compromise. I wasn't ashamed of it, but it was nothing like our demo tape. Still, our take was, okay, this is our record, and let's keep marching on. Especially after I read the first review. I picked up BAM, a little Bay Area music magazine, and they simply assassinated the album. I was very hurt, but I realized that sometimes people got it, sometimes they didn't. I couldn't put too much stock in what writers had to say about our music. Then we got a rave review in one of the first issues of Spin magazine, so we had the yin and yang of record reviews. At any rate, we were being acknowledged by some place other than the la-di-da column. Right before the record came, we posed for our first poster. We had done a photo session in our socks previously, and that went on to become infamous, but this was our first official promotional poster. Right before the session, I grabbed a magic marker and started drawing all over Flea's chest and stomach and shoulders. It was just lines and squiggles and dots, but it looked great. We were into wearing unflattering hats then, but Cliff showed up, and he was the most outside dresser of all of us. He was wearing a huge mask with a hat over it and some kind of gloves so you couldn't see 1 inch of his skin. He looked like a cloth-covered robot. Then Flea put me in a headlock, and we shot the poster. We would mug for the camera at all our shoots. We had been born in an era when posing and posturing and pursing and pretty boyness had taken over the landscape. It was all about trying to look as handsome as possible while making thin and empty music, and we were anti-whatever was popular. So mugging and distorting our faces seemed like the natural response to all these people trying to manicure themselves to perfection. We also made our first video. Enigma EMI came up with some money, and we hired Graham Whiffler, who had done films for this oddball San Francisco group called The Residents, which we loved. He designed a video for True Men, and we showed up and put in an 18-hour day doing things like sprouting up from under the stage through these sand holes because some farmer was watering his cornfield. We completely gave up the body. If we'd had to dive onto a bed of nails 10 times in a row, we would have done it. I remember waking up the next day and feeling 100 years old. I loved the video, although it was still weird to look at something and see Jack Sherman instead of Hillel. Probably a week after our record came out, unbeknownst to me, Flea got a call from Johnny Lydon, of Sex Pistols fame, to audition as the bass player for his new group, Public Image. Flea quietly went and did the audition, not unlike the time he had auditioned for Fear when he was playing in What Is This? It went very well, and he was the first choice. Then he consulted with Hillel, like he had done with me when he was approached by Fear. They listened to both groups, and Hillel asked Flea if he wanted to be a supporting member of Lydon's trip or a creating member of something new. Flea made up his mind to stick with our band. Thank God for that, because I was a torn-up ragdoll of a human being at that point. I'm sure Flea was constantly thinking, Jesus Christ, I can't rely on this freak. He's dying out there, covered with track marks, black and blue, up and down, stealing cars, disappearing, going to jail. Just a fucking nutcase. How can I tolerate that? One time around then, we were supposed to be rehearsing, but I didn't show up. Jack Sherman was raring to go, but Flea was sitting there with his bass on his lap and his head hanging down. "Come on, let's do something," Jack said. "Shut up," Flea growled. "What's wrong with you? Why are you so down? Why can't we just get some work done?" Jack complained. "If your friend could die at any minute, you'd be down too," Flea said. I didn't hear about that exchange until this year. That early on, as far as I remember, Flea never expressed anything even close to that to me. Whenever we would talk about it, it was never, "I'm worried about you, I think you might have a problem, or you might be setting yourself up to die young." It was always, "I can't do this. You left me hanging. I need someone I can rely on." I assumed that he was more like Jack and didn't consider himself a brother's keeper, just a driven professional who needed a reliable partnership. The album was released that summer, and to promote it, we were scheduled to go to New York and play the CMJ New Music Seminar, which was the most important venue for alternative acts to get themselves known. I almost didn't make it to New York, not because of cocaine and heroin, but because I abused another drug, alcohol. I was home in Michigan for my annual summer visitation. I brought Jennifer, who showed up with her typical tri-colored, canary yellow, pink feathers coming out of her head hairdo. When I introduced her to my family, they didn't know what to make of her. She looked like a giant field of blossoming daffodils, and the first thing she did was march out to the peach field behind the house and build a teepee. I thought she was going to build a toy teepee, but she had this legitimate passion for Native American culture, so she spent all afternoon and well into the night out in the woods harvesting teepee poles. I don't know if she had brought material with her, because she always had bags full of clothes and raw materials, but she wound up building a 15-foot-tall bona fide teepee that withstood the next harsh Michigan winter. Before I left LA, I was using more heroin than I wanted to. I started off with these rules that I do it once a week, because if you do it more than once a week, you're in danger of getting strung out. Then it would be like, I'll do it twice this week, but I won't do it at all next week. Day 3 comes up and you're like, I'm just going to put a day in between each time I use, because that way I can never get strung out. Then it was like, if I do it 2 days in a row, and then don't do it for 2 days, and then just do it 1 day, I won't get strung out. I was losing that battle. Meanwhile, Jennifer was making great friends with my sisters. My mom didn't know what to think of this pretty, crazy bird. Of course, like all moms, she didn't realize that the craziest bird in the house was her own son. One night I was feeling ill because I had run out of the tiny dope I had brought with me. I intuitively knew that I needed some medicine to take away the pain, so I left Jennifer at home with my mom and went to go meet my friend Nate, who was at a bar with a bunch of straight, sheltered Midwesterners. They all dressed the same. They all drank the same. They all drove the same cars and had the same kind of jobs and lived in the same kind of houses. And they drank a lot. Alcohol was never my first or even second or third drug of choice. I drank regularly. I just never got the tolerance thing happening. But I was feeling sick and going with the flow of this bar scene in Grand Rapids, which was kooky and lame and without much spirit. So I started drinking beer out of what seemed like giant popcorn containers. I was matching bucket for bucket with everybody there, and we were getting drunk, and this was working for me, taking the place of all that stuff I'd run out of. I thought I was fine, but I had no idea how high I was. It was about a 20-mile drive down a straight country road to get back to my mom's house. I never wear a seatbelt, even to this day. But when I was saying goodbye to Nate as a joke, I made a big deal out of strapping on the belt. So I put the pedal to the metal on my mom's Subaru station wagon, which probably put me between 80 and 90 miles an hour. I was getting really tired, and I'd start to nod off and then jerk up sharply. I did this a few times, and then I decided that I was just going to close my eyes for a second. There was so much booze in me that my lights went out. I blacked out, and the car veered into the oncoming lane, jumped the edge of the road, and hit a bump, at which point I woke up and saw a huge clump of trees in front of me. Trees? What the? Boom! The car accordioned into an elm tree face on, and the engine was now next to me in the driver's seat, and the steering wheel had broken on impact with my face. I would have stayed there, unconscious and bleeding, for who knows how long, if not for the fact that off in the distance, a person had heard the crash. By luck, that person was a paramedic who happened to have his ambulance in the driveway. Within a matter of minutes, he had called some firemen, and they came and got the jaws of life and pried me out of the car. The paramedics were hovering over me, asking me who the president was. I answered each question perfectly, though I couldn't understand why they were testing me for brain damage. I didn't realize that my entire head had split wide open, and I resembled a plate of spaghetti and meatballs. I was rushed to the nearest hospital, and my poor mom was notified. She was home helping her husband, Steve, recover from his recent quadruple bypass surgery. But within minutes, My mother and my sister, Jenny, came marching into the operating room. They looked at me like a ghost. I asked if I could use the bathroom, and the nurses reluctantly let me. I went straight for the mirror, and looking back at me was the Elephant Man. My upper lip was so fat that it actually covered my nose. My nose looked like a bowl of cauliflower splayed across my whole face. My left eye was completely shut, but it looked like it had swallowed a pool ball before it closed. And there was blood everywhere. I instantly thought, oh my God, I will never look like a human being again. I could see out of only one eye, but I saw enough to know that that was the end of my face as I knew it. I stayed in the hospital for a week, taking Percodins every day and filling the script up faster than I could down them, loving this new supply of heroin. The doctor finally saw through my game and cut me off cold. After a few days, the swelling went down, and they repaired the broken bones. I had a broken skull, a broken eye socket, and a shattered orbital floor, which is the wafer-thin bone that supports your eyeball. The plastic surgeon had to work from a photo that my mom supplied, but with a little titanium and a little Teflon, he got me back to a reasonable facsimile of myself. I called Lindy and apologized and told him I didn't think I'd be able to make it to the CMJ show. But Flea asked if I could show up. By then, I had been fitted with a face cast that looked kind of cool, so we decided that I'd play with it on. Jennifer had made me a purple Atomic Age angular cowboy hat, so I got on a plane with my face cast and my purple cowboy hat and my leather jacket with the cups, and the band did our best job at playing this huge showcase. I remember being nervous and terrified and stricken and energized, and it was the first time I realized that, okay, I had to find a way to take this adrenaline and this fear and these butterflies and turn them into a performance. It was a feeling that stuck with me for life, because if I don't have some of those feelings before a show, the juice is not flowing. After the show, Flea and I crashed the MTV media room. George Clinton, Madonna, Lou Reed, and James Brown were on a panel, but Flea and I took over in the interview area. That was the beginning of our two-headed monster routine. Unlike some bands, we didn't have a singular spokesperson. We were the loudmouth two from the beginning, sitting in the same chair and sharing the same mic. It's something that, unfortunately, dissipated over the years, because we used to be so at ease with supporting each other and setting each other up and starting and or finishing each other's sentences in the best possible way. The weird sense of competition that's always been present between us didn't interfere with our singular purpose at that time. We were just happy to have a spotlight and happy to share it. I guess symbiosis is something that fades in time for no good reason. It's sad. We'd go out to the Zero Club early on and introduce ourselves to people as in and out, and go into an Abbott and Costello routine. I'm out? I thought I was in. Oh, I'm back in again? We used to sleep side by side in railway stations. Now you couldn't get us to share the same house. We felt we were the greatest, most successful band in the world. We didn't ever look at bands who sold lots of records and played in arenas as being more successful. EMI was disappointed in our sales, and when they told us that our record hadn't sold, I responded, okay, and the problem is what? I wasn't one of those kids who grew up dreaming of gold records. To me, my life was what was in front of me, and that was going on this tour of America in a blue Chevy van. Everywhere we showed up, there were people, and they cared, and we rocked them out, and we gave it everything. Nothing can describe how unprepared I was for any of this. Lindy said, we're going on tour. And we said, okay, where do we go? This is when we got hooked up with Trip Brown, our first music agent. I didn't even know what a music agent was, but it turned out that besides a manager, you had to have yet another industry dude weasel. Not that our guys were weasels, but generally speaking, these guys are a weaselly ilk. So Trip booked us on this tour that was 60 dates in 64 days, covering all of America. It never even crossed our minds to say, hey, that's a lot of shows and there are no days off. Before we left, the band invested in a beautiful blue Chevy van with white stripes. Lindy got it from a church group, and it was a big, heavy V8 that hauled ass. The few times that Lindy would let me drive it, I'd be able to get it airborne. Bob Forrest wound up driving the van to our first gig, which was in Detroit. Bob was a talented songwriter and performer, but he offered to be our roadie, so we hired him. Having Bob drive your van across country is not as simple as it sounds. This was a guy who couldn't manage $5. He'd accidentally spend whatever money you gave him on the most useless things possible, none of which had to do with gas or oil or accommodations. So by the time he got to Detroit, he was a drunken wreck, and he was bitter and angry.
How come you guys got to fly and I had to drive?
Because we hired you to drive the equipment. That's your job, we told him. And we had to live with it constantly. That,
I'm happy to be out here, but fuck you guys, I should be performing.
Our first show was at a gorgeous old venue called St. Andrew's Hall. Back in those days, we would sound check before almost every show, if it was at all logistically feasible. So we started, and Jack was being as anal as a man could be. He fastidiously pointed out every conceivable problem. This cord is only 8 feet long, and it has to be 12 feet because I have to stand here to get the correct mix off my monitors, and I have to find my finger E's because the travel has made the guitar strings dry. We were ready to go buck wild and destroy the place, and he was standing there fretting. We went to soundcheck True Men, and even though there was no audience, I let everything go on the first note just to get started. I must have done some dance move that unplugged Jack, or kicked his guitar, or kicked him, or knocked his pedal over, and it wasn't intentional. But he quit. He walked off stage and said, I can't be in a band where that's the sound checking procedure. I need my plane ticket home. Lindy smoothed it out, and he played that night. Jack would accuse me of deliberately trying to pull his cord out of his pedal, but you can't steer the dance. You're spinning like a top. I never exhibited any physical belligerence against him. To Flea and me, part and parcel of the stage performance was getting hurt. In fact, if you got hurt, it was a sign of a meaningful performance. If you came off the stage bleeding from the head or the body, you'd done your job. You went out there and you gave it everything. The stage was the stage, and that wasn't the place for boundaries. At one point, Jack even put tape down on the stage and told me that this space was off limits. Why would you want to cut yourself off from your bandmate, spiritually or physically? Right at the beginning of the tour, I knew that our relationship with Jack wasn't meant to be. We crammed in the blue van, going from town to town, making no money at all. Flea was breaking his bass strings every night, and bass strings are real expensive. So he said, I'd like to bring up something for band discussion. I'm having to replace my bass strings every other show, and that's pretty much my per diem, and I think it should be a band expense. Jack chimed in, That's not a band expense. You chose that instrument. I am not chipping in for bass strings. Flea almost lunged at him in the van. We had a lot of strange things happen that tour. We played Grand Rapids, and my dad's old friend Alan Bashara was the promoter. He hooked us into a place called the Thunder Chicken out in the suburbs. It was a big hick shack that usually booked country music or REO Speedwagon cover bands. Even though all my friends and relatives were there, that didn't stop us from doing our usual show. That night, Flea had a few beers before we went on, and he didn't handle his liquor too well, so he pulled his dick out on stage. It wasn't even that obnoxious of a dick pull, more like an exclamation point at the end of a song. But parents covered their kids' eyes, and people stormed out. We left town, and the next day the local paper ran an article with a huge headline, If I had a son like that, I'd shoot him. All of the local Christian Reform residents of Grand Rapids were talking about how horrible we were, that we were the devil's seed. My mom did not take that lying down. She responded with the lion heart of a mother and wrote a letter to the editor saying, You do not know my son. This is one of the greatest men on earth. His capacity for compassion and helping his fellow man is beyond anything that you'll ever do with your life. I insist that you take back every negative thing you said about my boy. A couple weeks into the tour, it was clear that Bob wasn't the most responsible roadie in the world. So Lindy hired this guy named Ben. So now we had another body crammed into that blue van. Both Ben and Bob were getting something like $20 per diem for food. So Bob cut a deal with Ben. He would give Ben half of his per diem if Ben did all the roadie work. Bob spent the rest of his money on beer. And drugs. Every night that we could, we'd get high on something. I didn't have a heroin habit, but I did have a constant craving for cocaine, especially after I drank. After a while on the road, I'd developed dope fiend radar. We'd play some hole-in-the-wall club, and I'd zero in on the one person I knew had to be a dealer, or at least know a dealer. People who are into drugs can sniff them out in the desert if they have to, and they'll find the codeine cough syrup, or the person who's got some prescription that most resembles the drug of choice. It's weird. I was such a survivor and so wanted to be a part of life while I was trying to snuff out the life that was inside of me. I had this duality of trying to kill myself with drugs, then eating really good food and exercising and going swimming and trying to be a part of life. I was always going back and forth on some level. Sometimes we had the drugs, but we didn't have the rigs to shoot them. We were staying in a sketchy downtown area in Cleveland one night, and I didn't feel like leaving the motel to find some syringes, so I sent Bob. An hour went by. 2 hours. No sign from Bob. I went out into that bitter cold night and asked a stranger on the street where someone would go to find drugs in Cleveland. He directed me to an all-night coffee shop about 3 blocks away. Off in the distance, I saw the neon, which was a beacon of hope. I went in and scanned the room, and sure enough, at one of the back booths, there was Bob in his torn-up suit and dreadlocked hair, sitting with 2 crazy-looking big black chicks. I walked up to them and saw that one of these huge chicks was sitting on the outside of the booth. She appeared to have Bob pinned in. I was thinking she looked like a wide receiver for the Cleveland Browns, but when I looked closer and saw that besides all the lipstick and eyelashes and wigs and fluorescent clothing, there were some serious muscles on this chick, I realized she probably was a wide receiver for the Cleveland Browns. Then I saw that she was all over Bob, with her hand on his dick, sexing him up. I started screaming, "Get off my friend! Get off my friend!" And I was ready to dive into this fray. But then I realized that he had a smile on his face and he was enjoying himself. They'd been sitting there for hours, buying him drinks. We never got the syringes that night. But we did in Chicago. We played to a packed house, and I went on stage wearing the executioner's hood that I had worn for our True Men video. Then I pulled off the mask and dove into the audience while I was still singing. The band was in a great groove, and this hot little club girl, cute as can be, grabbed me, dropped to her knees, yanked off my stretchy fabric pants, and started giving me a blowjob right on the spot. I appreciated the gesture, but I didn't have the time or the inclination to have sex right then. I wanted to rock the place out. We finished the show, and somehow Bob had managed to come up with a goodly amount of coke. We were staying at a rundown inner-city travel lodge with barbed wire all around it, but we didn't care because we had the coke and some syringes and a bunch of beers. We went into our room and started slamulating huge amounts of club-bought cocaine. Poor Bobby instantly went into this cocaine psychosis and started going on about how we had to stop because there were police helicopters landing outside. He was glued to the window, convinced he was seeing helicopters. I can't remember if there were any helicopters or not, but if there were, they certainly didn't care about a couple of guys at the travel lodge shooting coke. Bob was so paranoid that he was ready to run into the parking lot and throw himself at the mercy of the police. I tried to calm him down. He'd collect himself, and then he'd go off again. "They're coming! They're coming again!" He cowered for hours until that coke disappeared, which it always does. Then we found ourselves wide awake at 5 a.m. with our brains screaming for more dopamine. We found some booze and tried to drink ourselves into that early morning torture chamber of half sleep when Satan's birds are singing outside the window. It was not fun. Some of the most depressing sensations known to humankind come in that morning netherworld when you run out of coke and you're in some seedy hotel and the sun is coming up and you gotta go somewhere. A few times on that tour, I'd do the all-night drug thing and then get in the van, sleep on the floor under the seats all the way to the show, and have to wake up and feel like a wax statue with a core of styrofoam and somehow find the power to play. By the time we got to New York, about a month into the tour, Bob had had enough. We were staying at the Iroquois Hotel in Times Square, which was one step up from a welfare hotel. Flea and I and Bob shared a room, and I went out onto the fire escape to practice the songs because this was New York and I really wanted to get it right. I was going to unveil a new look for New York. A woman's swimming cap, really big sunglasses, my usual paisley smoking jacket, and, for this show at the Pyramid Club, an inflatable airline vest that I'd stolen on the flight to Detroit. At the opportune moment, I'd pull the CO2 cartridges and inflate. That night we had the most fantastic audience, a mixture of drag queens and hipsters and dope fiends, goth people and punk rockers. We rocked out and accomplished our mission and then went on to the after parties. The next day, we assembled in front of our hotel with the van. We were off to play Maxwell's in Hoboken, New Jersey. Bob had been up all night, and he'd really come to the end of his rope. He was pulling a Rumpelstiltskin on the sidewalk, banging his feet into the pavement, screaming and yelling, "I won't be treated like this!" Treated like what? You're getting 3 squares a day and a place to stay, and you're getting paid. You got Ben to do all your work for you, so all you have to do is drink, and you never show up anyway. "How are we treating you?" we asked. "This is a mockery. Don't you know who I am? I can't do this if Ben is going to be here. I quit. I quit this fucking tour," he said. "Great. Okay. We gotta go, so we'll see you back in L.A. "No, I mean it. I'm not coming with you anymore," he insisted. We were pretty relieved when he quit. As much as we cared about him and enjoyed the anarchy of his company, by the time we got to New York, it had lost its amusement. So we drove away and left him there. He was screaming and yelling and hissing the whole time we drove away. We went on to finish our tour, and he stayed in New York and went to work for a needle-dealing ring to support himself till he managed to get back to L.A. When you're doing a lot of alcohol or cocaine, your thinking becomes skewed, and you're willing to do a lot of things you normally wouldn't. I don't know if sleeping with a different girl more than half the time on tour while the love of my life was back in L.A. was due to drug-impaired judgment, though. At that point in my life, I had no morals. Even though I never stopped loving Jennifer, and I'd think about her every day and call her whenever I could afford it, I had no problem cheating on her. It became a momentum thing. If you don't actively seek out women, you lose that momentum. And even if you change your mind and decide you want to get laid, it becomes tough. But when it's happening every night, you're in that zone, and it becomes effortless, especially when you're the center of attention. That's what I wanted at that point in my life. It would change a few years later. The instant that energy shifted and there was no effort required to have sex with girls because I was in a known band was the instant I stopped wanting to have sex with them. When we were punk rockers no one had heard of, I wanted to grab people's attention and show them who I was. It was all fun, and it made sense, and I didn't feel weird about it. Of course, I was telling Jennifer that I was faithful, so I was not only cheating, but also lying. But I was an out-of-control, selfish egomaniac, out to get mine, morning, noon, and night. Sometimes it was tricky to get yours, especially when we were at least 2 to a room. You'd have to be creative. Sometimes you could use the bathroom backstage, or a room at an after-show party. When I was rooming with Lindy, which I did on occasion, it was no problem. One night I ran into this girl from Nebraska. It was ironic, because Nebraska is the corn state, and she had pubic hair that resembled the precise texture of corn silk. You meet a lot of different pubic hair along the way. The nappy, the long, the short, the shaved, whatever. This girl had black corn silk growing out of her pubic mound, and she was a sweetheart, mild-mannered, not a hussy, not a whore, not a trampy backstage girl of any kind. I brought her back to our room, and Lindy was unflappable. He just lay there in his bed, put on his earplugs and eye mask, and zoned out. Sometimes I combined my passion for drugs and girls. We had just played in South Carolina, and I was a little drunk, so I went straight into a coke hunt. The bartender at the club found me half a gram, and I did it all too soon. So I was horny beyond control when this fat girl approached me. She was probably about 5'3", with an unusual chunky shape. She had a fairly large girth, and her tits were like enormous missiles that projected out from her elbows to the end of her hands. She was kind of pretty, though not the type of girl I'd ever hit on before. But she had our album, and she told me I was her favorite poet of all time, and she gave me this letter that, among other things, suggested my dick was a dolphin, and her pussy was the ocean, and I had to go for a swim in that ocean. She also wrote that she worshipped the ground I walked on, and that she was my servant, and she'd do anything for me. "Can you get me some coke?" I started. Sure she could. We just had to drive to her uncle's trailer in the next county. We drove out there, and there were guns and beer bottles and cigarettes and poker, a real southern drug-dealing trailer park community. She got the coke, and we went back to her little apartment and did it all. As soon as we finished that coke, all of the clothes came off right away, and I had some of the best road sex imaginable with the most unlikely candidate. Because she wasn't typically hot, there was no pressure. Whatever happened, happened, and we went for it all night with her big, beautiful, pillowy breasts and her crazy, extra-wide body shape. The whole time we were fucking, she was telling me this was her dream come true, but not in a way that made it unpleasant. Later, I found that she had put 20 hits of acid in that letter to me, so I was able to barter it in the next town for some coke. By the time we got to New Orleans, the tour was winding down, but the excitement level was ramped up. We were playing at one of the old World's Fair buildings, and we had luxurious backstage accommodations, including showers and couches and wall-to-wall carpeting. We had finished the set when a lovely young woman wandered into our dressing room. She had bleached blonde hair and fire-engine red lips and giant eyelashes that made her look like a reincarnated southern version of Marilyn Monroe. As I was prone to do at the time, I made my move before anyone else could even talk to her. I grabbed her hand and pulled her into the bathroom and asked her if she could keep me company while I took a shower. Once I got into the shower, she went into an impeccable rendition of Marilyn singing Happy Birthday to JFK. I got out of that shower ready to go. She immediately threw off her clothes and we made love on the floor. I had known the girl for 5 minutes, but I was certain of my affection for her. We spent the night together, and I found out more about her, including the fact that she went to Catholic school. She would be the inspiration for a later song, Catholic Schoolgirls Rule. The next day we drove to Baton Rouge, and of course she came with us. After we got off stage, she came up to me and said, "I have something to tell you. My father's the chief of police, and the entire state of Louisiana is looking for me because I've gone missing. Oh, and besides that, I'm only 14. I wasn't incredibly scared, because in my somewhat deluded mind, I knew that if she told the chief of police she was in love with me, he wasn't going to have me taken out to a field and shot. But I did want to get her the hell back home right away. So we had sex one more time, and she gave me an interesting compliment that I never forgot. She said, "When you make love to me, it's like you're a professional." I told her she should give herself a little time, and she'd realize that it was because she didn't have much to compare it to, and I put her on a bus and sent her back to New Orleans. Things had come to a head with Jack Sherman the previous night in New Orleans. We had been through hell and high water with him all across the country, and he had nearly thrown in the towel a few times. By now, we were actually playing well, and the shows had been getting better and better. The between-song comedic banter was a huge part of our act. It was our natural flow of things to take time out for chatty breaks with the audience. Those interludes would send Sherman off. In New Orleans, Flea broke a string during the first song, so I started riffing. Jack was giving me dirty looks or telling me to get on with the show or some kind of negativity, to which I responded by pouring some jugs of ice water on him while he was taking a solo. It wasn't a hateful act. It was more theatrical. This is what you're going to get if you fuck with a singer type of thing. Jack looked at me in shock and grabbed the mic. "I want you all to know that this is a historic show because this is the last night that I will be playing with the Chili Peppers." Then I went up to my mic. "I want you all to know that this is a show of historical proportions because this is the last night that we'll have to play with this asshole." It was high theater. We had the audience in the palm of our hand. They were going, "Is this part of the show? Is this for real?" And everybody was silent. Jack and I stared at each other, and he stepped up to the mic and said, "I think you owe me an apology, dude." Another pause, and I went up to the microphone. "I think you owe me an apology, dude." By then, Flea had changed the string, and he came over, and we continued playing, and it all blew over. But it was one of the most spectacular blow-ups, because it was bringing out this inner turmoil and making show business out of it. Jack was the ultimate straight man, since he really was a straight man. He wasn't even faking it. That was what people liked about us. When we got feedback from the shows, it was, "The music is really interesting. We had a great time dancing, but you guys are the funniest thing we've ever seen." God bless Jack. He did keep the band afloat for a year, and if he hadn't, the years to follow probably wouldn't have. As awkward and combative and ornery as our relationship was with him, it was an important time. Even on that out-of-control tour, every single time we'd come off stage, I'd feel like I was levitating. It was the greatest high ever. It didn't matter if it was freezing outside and our backstage was an outdoor patio. We'd all be back there in the cold, sweating, going, "Can you believe this? They loved it. Let's go out there and make up a new song and give them an encore." We came back from that tour with maybe $500 apiece, so Jennifer and I had to give up the Lexington house. Jennifer went to live with her mom, but my primary purpose in life became the pursuit of getting loaded. More and more, shooting speedballs became my thing. The whole point of speedballs is that you're going in two directions at the same time, which is a pretty divine feeling. Instead of getting this pure white light cocaine rush, you're also getting this soft heroin rush. So it's not just a super ringy and crystal-like feeling, it's also a little of the dark opium den feeling. You're getting the best of both worlds. Your serotonin and your dopamine are releasing at the same time. When we came back from the tour, we realized that we had to let Jack Sherman go, which was sad. As much as we weren't on the same page with the guy, we knew it was a heavy thing for someone to go through. But we also knew it was time to get back to something that was rawer, something that was coming from a common ground. So the three of us went to Jack's apartment in Santa Monica, where he was living with his new wife. And as we started marching with full intention, we started laughing hysterically out of sheer nervous excitement, and the thrill of the unknown and the dawning of a new era for us. The more we realized we had to be serious and cut it off clean and move on, the more we couldn't stop laughing. We got to the door trying to suppress the laughter, but we couldn't. We walked in and told him, it's over, we're firing you, you're not in the band anymore. He was stunned and angry. We turned around and left. At some point after we fired Jack, Flea came to me and said, "What would you think
if Hillel wanted to come back to the band. I said, "What?" Because I knew he wouldn't suggest that unless he'd had some contact with Hillel. I told him, what would I think? I'd give my firstborn son to get him back in the band. No questions. Let's go. Chapter 7. Groundhog Year. When Hillel rejoined the band in 1985, it was a monumental feeling, like we were back on track. We finally had a guitarist who knew which songs worked for us and which songs I was capable of singing. Plus, Hillel was our brother. And like a brother, he was worried about the amount of drugs I was doing. I was in and out of rehearsals, sometimes showing up late, sometimes not showing up. By then, I had shown up at Jennifer's mom's 2-bedroom apartment on Cahuenga, right at the Hollywood freeway. God bless her mom, she accepted me, but I was a mess. I was the horrible, leeching boyfriend who had no money, lived under her roof, ate the corn pops out of the kitchen, and never replaced anything because I was strapped. I would disappear for days on end behind my coke runs, and then come back like a beaten puppy and try to quietly sneak in the house to get some rest. But Jennifer wasn't having it. She answered the door once holding a giant pair of leather clipping shears that she used for her clothing designing. I knew when she was bluffing and when she was out for blood and bone damage. In that particular time, she would have gladly stuck those through my skull if I had gotten close enough. "Where were you? Who were you sleeping with?" she screamed at me. Are you kidding me? I didn't sleep with anybody. I was trying to get high. You know how I am," I pleaded. Eventually, I sweet-talked my way back into the house. The more Jennifer got into heroin, the easier it became for me to get into the house, because she needed a co-conspirator to cop with, and I needed her money. She didn't mind me doing the dope, because when I do that, I was calm and we could actually be together and melt in each other's arms and nod out watching old black and white movies at 4 a.m, enmeshed in the blissful, deadly euphoria of the opium. But she absolutely hated it when I was shooting the cocaine. Then I'd turn into a freak and disappear. Of course, I never wanted to shoot just heroin, so when we were shooting heroin in her room, I'd sneak out to do a hit of coke. But she was the total eagle eye. "No, you're not. Give me the coke. Give me the syringe. You're not shooting coke." I came up with these horrible and deceptive ways of getting high on coke. By then, my hair was so long and matted that I'd slide syringes up into the undercarriage of my hairdo and consent to a full-body pat-down. I'd previously hidden the coke in a cereal box in the kitchen, so I'd rush downstairs and shoot up before Jennifer or her sister or her mom came in. I can't imagine the emotional terrorism that I inflicted on these people. I was lost in that addiction, and it was going to get a lot worse before it got any better. I didn't have any idea how dependent on heroin I was becoming. It seemed like there was an endless supply. All these weird-ass dealers were popping up all over Hollywood. You had the Russian dealer who lived in a shitty apartment with his Russian wife and spoke hardly any English, but had a non-stop supply of China White. You had the white trash mullet-wearing Hollywood dealer on the corner of Sunset Boulevard. You had 5 or 6 different Frenchmen, from my old friend Fabrice to Dominique to Francois, and then 5 other people they knew. If I was copying from Fab, I could go over to his house with $50 and get a bindle that would last me a day, probably 1/10 of a gram. But if I had to go to the Russian guy, who was a shyster, I'd give him $50 and it would be good for 1 poke. Of course, I didn't go there with $50. I went with 22, begging for the $50 bindle and offering to leave my shoes. Russians don't appreciate a negotiation, but that didn't stop me from hounding and begging and bickering and sleazing. I would sit there and wear that bitch out, make him feel the misery before I would. The other French guys were pompous, arrogant, heartless dealers. Not a lot of fronting going on there. They were all dope fiends too, so they knew what it was to need a little something to get well. But if you weren't a girl and you didn't have a lot of money, good luck. So I had to work every angle imaginable. I wasn't beneath showing up with a copy of our first record. I don't know if you've seen this record here, but this is my band. That's me, there. I've got a manager who's holding a couple $1,000s of mine right now. I'm going to reach him later. I don't know if you feel like coming to the show that we're having next week. Of course, you and your girlfriend would be welcome to attend. Any scam, any lie, any bullshit tactic whatsoever. It was a humiliating, god-awful place in which to find myself. Somehow, I was maintaining and still writing music and showing up to rehearsals more often than not. But without me really knowing it, my life was starting to leave me. I became broom handle thin. Then the cops busted the old Fabster, which kiboshed his business. He went from dealing and being able to inhale monster lines of smack to having no smack, no cash flow, no customers, and a huge habit. Next thing I knew, Fab had aligned himself with a young Mexican guy. I called him Johnny Devil, because he was, quite obviously, the devil incarnate on planet Earth. Charming enough for you to want to hang out with him, and clever and conniving enough for you to see other faces that weren't his. But I liked him. He never burned me, and he was fair and generous and kind in his evil, devilish ways. My habit was getting worse, and my money was diminishing rapidly, so I had to do the pawn shop thing. Every day I woke up as late as possible, because I knew I was about to get sick. I'd ask Jennifer for $20. There would be no $20. Do we have anything that we can sell? I'd plead. We sold everything. Can we sell this picture? Can we sell this fire extinguisher? Can we sell this rug? Is there an old radio that no one uses around the house? I kept going down to the pawn shop with anything I could find to get $20 or $30. Then I'd go meet the man, whether it was the Russian, the Frenchman, or the white trash guy. I'd cop the stuff and go to a little hill at Argyle and Franklin, overlooking the freeway, throw the dope into a spoon, hit it with water, and shoot up immediately. The minute that shit hit me, it was like pouring water on a withered sponge. I'd go from being sick and miserable and weak and devoid of life to frisky and conversational. As soon as I shot the dope, up came the leg of pork, and I'd want to have sex with Jennifer right away. But she'd be mad at me for this ordeal of getting and buying and selling and pawning and copping. One day I woke up, and the cupboards were literally bare. I borrowed Jennifer's sister's bike. I had no intention of pawning it. I was just desperate to get something. I didn't have the time to take the conventional street route to downtown, where the devil lived. So I hopped on this one-speed beach cruiser, rode it out of the apartment grounds, up the on-ramp to the Hollywood freeway, into the right lane of traffic, and pedaled my way from Hollywood to downtown Los Angeles. I finally got to Johnny Devil's, but his cash was low, and he was down on his flow. First, we tried melting some Tuinols in a spoon and shooting that, but the minute the powder inside the capsules hit the water, it foamed up. We tried to get the foam into the syringe just to get some relief, but it wasn't working. "You and I are going to have to find something," he promised, and we jumped into his car and drove out to the San Bernardino Valley. We stopped in a neighborhood that looked like it could have been uprooted from the poorest section of Tijuana. The whole area was brimming with one-story shacks and dirt yards. On each plot there were fires burning in oil barrels. There were no windows or doors on the houses. It was like being in Beirut during wartime. Johnny pulled up to the curb and got out of the car. "You wait here, don't move," he said, and disappeared into this labyrinth of streets and houses. I was so weak that I couldn't move if I wanted to. I sat there certain somebody was going to walk up and fill me full of 22s and take the car and leave. Finally, the devil reappeared out of a shadow, far away from where he entered. He was walking that purposeful walk. He got back to the car. "Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it?" He shot me an agitated look. "Just chill. Everything's gonna be okay. Don't ask me nothing." He was obviously in a bad mood. For all I knew, he went in there and killed a family for that shit. He was acting so weird. But as soon as we got out of the neighborhood, he pulled a huge, baseball-sized object out of his coat. It was pure black tar heroin. He twisted off a bazooka gum-sized piece of the stuff and handed it to me, and pocketed the rest. Are you going to keep all that? That's a lot. Maybe I can hold on to some of that," I schemed. "That's how much I need," he said. We drove to some girl's house in Hollywood, and he proceeded to melt that fucking baseball down, shot after shot, until most of it was gone, all the while never once passing out or ODing or even becoming incoherent. He just settled into his demonic wellness. A few days later, he disappeared, and I never saw him or heard about him again. Despite all my drug use, the writing for the second album was going well. I would watch Hillel and Flea play together, and I'd realize that music was an act of telepathy. That if you were standing next to your soulmate with a guitar in your hand and he with a bass, you could know what the other guy was thinking and communicate that through playing. Hillel had definitely grown as a guitar player in his time away from us. He started off as a Kiss-influenced player with some progressive rock thrown in. Then he experimented with the early Red Hot Chili Peppers, and now he'd come back with a weird, sultry element to his style. It wasn't all syncopated, manic funk. There was something smooth and fluid in his style also. While we were in the EMI rehearsal space on Sunset, we got a call that the legendary impresario Malcolm McLaren wanted to talk to us. McLaren was the mystery man who had created the Sex Pistols and Bow Wow Wow. Now he was looking for the next big thing, and if we were lucky, the star maker would sprinkle his dust on us. He came to a rehearsal with a few cronies, and we played him a couple of our crazy-assed, complicated songs, fast and chaotic and dense and layered, with no rhyme or reason, but a lot of feeling and a lot of funk. He clearly wasn't impressed. "All right then, can we have a chat somewhere, mates?" We walked to a tiny meeting room adjacent to the rehearsal space. Someone started passing around a spliff the size of a Havana cigar. "Okay, all that stuff you're playing, that's great, but it makes no sense. No one's going to care about that type of music. What I'm envisioning." He started throwing out words like cacophony and epiphany, and we were getting higher and higher, going, what does he mean by a cacophony of sounds? At last, he got to the point. By way of demonstration, he took out some pictures of surfers who were wearing hot pink punk rock colors. "I want to take this band and simplify all of the music, turn it into old 50s rock and roll, simple as can be, bass, rote notes, guitar, simple riffs, basic beats. And I want to make Anthony the star, the front man, so there's no confusion. The public can get their head around looking at one central character, and the rest of you will be in the background, playing the most simple rock and roll known to man." He paused to get our reaction, and I looked over at Flea. Flea had passed out. I guess Malcolm could tell that his message hadn't been well received. I was kind of flattered that he thought I had the potential to be this front man, but everything else he said disavowed everything that we held near and dear to our hearts. It was like the Wizard of Oz had spoken, and what he said was too ludicrous to take seriously. Now it was time for us to make our second record. EMI asked us who we wanted to produce it. Without hesitating, we said George Clinton, because after our first record, people came up to us and said, "You must be students of the P-Funk," which was George's legendary funk group. We were latecomers to the Parliament Funkadelic experience, and didn't know as much about George as we should have, or later would, but we knew that if James Brown was considered the godfather, then George was the great god-uncle of funk. So EMI got George on the phone, and we said, "George, we're the Red Hot Chili Peppers. We're from Hollywood, California. We're really hard-rockin' motherfuckers, and we think you should produce our record." We sent him our record and our demo tape, and he liked them. And after Flea and Lindy went out to Detroit to meet him, he agreed to produce us. To this day, when people ask how we got George Clinton, I tell them that we asked him on the phone. But Flea always says, 25 grand, which was the amount of money that EMI agreed to pay him. I don't believe he did it just for the money. I think he also saw something special and beautiful and remarkable about these four kids who were attempting to keep the spirit of hardcore funk music alive, not in a pretentious or a copycat way, but by helping to invent a new genre of funk. We went to Detroit with about 70% of the songs finished. We had Jungle Man, my ode to Flea, this half-man, half-beast born in the belly of the volcano in Australia and coming to the world and using his thumb as the conductor of thunder on the bass, American Ghost Dance, Catholic Schoolgirls Rule, and Battleship, whose chorus, Blowjob Park, was inspired by Cliff's true-life adventures fending off blowjob entreaties at Mulholland rest stops while he practiced his vocal lessons. Nevermind and Sex Rap were songs that were on our original demo, and 30 Dirty Birds was an old Hillel camp song. George's vision was that we would hang out in Detroit with him for about a month before we went into the studio, so there was always room to write more songs. We would record in George's studio, called United Sound, which was a 2-story brick building in the middle of the barren wasteland that inner-city Detroit had become in the mid-'80s. Sometime in the 70s, George had taken over the studio from Motown, and that was where he recorded all those classic Parliament Funkadelic albums. It was a great studio, with big old analog boards, a beautiful drum room, and separate horn rooms. First, the plan was to move into George's house for about a week, until we rented a house for the band. We found a house on Wabeek Lake, which was in the most affluent of all suburbs. So it was this whole triangle of opposites, staying with George in the country, rehearsing downtown, where the land couldn't have cost more than 10 cents a square foot, and living with rich whiteys on a golf course. George lived in a contemporary country house on 50 acres in a place called Brooklyn, which was about an hour outside of Detroit. Even though it wasn't the most attractive countryside around, you could hear the nearby Michigan 500 auto races from his property, It was his sanctuary. There were a fishing pond and nice hills, and his house was graced with the presence of George's beautiful wife. She was totally sweet and maternal, not the vixen of the funk super freak you might think George would be hooked up with, but instead an, oh God, wish this was my mom type of woman. Hillel and I shared a room. Cliff and Flea did the same. Lindy got his own room, and George and his wife were in their master bedroom. The idea was to stay out of the city to get the ball rolling because we didn't want the sessions to become drug derailed right away. But as soon as I got there, I felt like I had a horrible case of food poisoning. I started throwing up, my skin turned a strange color, and I couldn't eat. I had no idea what was wrong with me, but Flea said, "You're fucking dope sick." I was so clueless that I didn't even realize I was going through a proper heroin withdrawal. For some stupid reason, we set out for $500 worth of coke, and Lindy and Hillel and Flea and George and I hoofed it all up. That made me feel great for about a half an hour. Then it was back to no sleep and dope sickness. After a few days, it subsided, and we set up shop in George's living room. Drums, guitars, bass, amps. We started playing and getting to know George. To know George is to love him. He's a huge man with huge hair, and there's this other thing about him that's the size of an elephant, his aura. George is a guy who loves to tell stories, and he's not ashamed to admit to all kinds of weird and kooky and questionable behavior. We became the Campfire Kids, listening to the Grand Master of Psychedelic Funk Experience. "George, tell us another story about Sly Stone," and he would be off and running. Besides being a great raconteur, George was teaching us the importance of being regular. He would walk around the house with a bottle of prune juice going, "You all know how old I am. You know how I can go all day and all night. It's because of this. It's because I'm regular." George also had a stuffed animal collection. Where there wasn't furniture, per se, in the house, there were life-size stuffed animals everywhere, some very old. I guess he had been a collector, and his fans and friends and family constantly added pieces, so we were in the middle of this big circus of stuffed animals. After about a week of living with George, we moved into our house on the golf course. Then it was time to start making demos in a studio in downtown Detroit that was owned by a guy called Navarro, who was a colorful but nefarious old-school pimp/drug dealer/studio owner. He was an older gentleman with the lowest, grumbliest, deepest Isaac Hayes Barry White voice. You couldn't understand a lot of what he said, but you sure could understand what he meant. When he walked into the room, no matter who was there, girls, the crew, George, he was the man to respect. So we started doing the demos, and we also started doing the coke, which was everywhere. We'd order the Popeyes chicken, and we'd order the cocaine. And if you could eat the chicken before you got too high on the coke, you'd have dinner. If not, you didn't care about dinner. Unlike us, George never acted like a weirdo when he was high on coke. You wouldn't know whether he was on a ton of coke or not. He just had a really strong constitution. I'd get all tweaked out and try to finish these songs that I had started, and sometimes it would work, and sometimes I'd go in circles, coming up with these complex word combinations. So I was writing, and George was listening to these Hollywood kids playing eccentric hardcore funk music and loving every minute of it. I'd show him some lyrics and ask his opinion, and he'd go, "Wow, that's some outside shit. I love it. Go write another one. We need another verse." At one point during pre-production, Flea, who had been listening to a lot of Meters, suggested that we do a cover of their song Africa. George thought about it and said, "What if you did the song Africa, but had Anthony do a rewrite so it's no longer Africa, but it's your Africa, which is Hollywood?" So I did the rewrite, and George later fashioned one of his incredible vocal arrangements behind it. I think he even sang one or two of the lines in that song. Freaky Styley was another interesting George innovation. That was originally an instrumental overture to lead into another piece, but George was so into that swelling, riding groove that he was adamant it had to be its own song, even if the vocal was simple chanting. When we recorded that music, we were all in the control room listening to that groove, which is still one of the best pieces of music that we ever wrote. George just started chanting, "Fuck 'em, just to see the look on their face. Fuck 'em, just to see the look on their face." We all joined in, and it was a spontaneous bit of musical combustion. The other vocal in that song, "Say It Out Loud, I'm Freaky, Styley, and I'm Proud," was one of those born-in-the-moment colloquialisms. At that time, we called everything that was cool freaky styley. A dance, a girl, a drum beat, anything. When this whole process was finished and we were sitting around the kitchen table going, "What should we call this album?" Cliff looked up and said,
Why don't we just call it what we call everything else? Freaky styly. After a little while in Navarro's studio, we finalized the arrangements, and I had some new lyrics ready to go. George had a unique style of producing. It wasn't a lot of super refined high tuning, reacting to every kick drum pattern. It was more from the heart producing. George was a master at hearing backup vocal parts, especially for esoteric parts of the song, where you wouldn't normally hear vocals. If you listen to the Funkadelic records, or the Parliament records, the vocal arrangements within the body of music are masterpieces unto themselves. So we started hearing that stuff in our songs, and we were open to anything. If he said, I want to do a 5-person vocal at this part in the song, we jumped for joy. We shifted over to United Sound and started recording the basic tracks. We always put down a scratch vocal, because that was the era when you'd record a scratch and then try to beat it. We didn't have comping vocals, where you'd sing a song 20 times and cut and paste the best syllables. George put me in the middle of the room, not off in some other room, so I felt like a part of the band, which was a wise thing to do, since everyone had always said, oh, the Chili Peppers are great live, but you'll never capture their zany on-stage chemistry in the studio. During the recording process, we started getting an unusual visitor. His name was Louis, and he was a pale and bald Middle Easterner. Turned out he was George's personal coke delivery guy. After a few visits, it was clear that George was into this guy for a lot of money, but George was unflappable. Louis began showing up with a couple of henchmen, and he'd say, in his slow, thick accent, George, I'm real serious, man. You are going to have to make good before I can give you anything else. I'm running a business here. George would go, Louis, look around. Do you think I'm strapped for cash? In this business, you get paid when you get paid. When I get paid, you're the first motherfucker who gets paid after me. Louis would look pained. George, I've heard that before. I didn't bring these guys for show, and if they have to hurt somebody... George never blinked an eye, because he had a plan. He knew Louis was fascinated by the music business, so he intuited that making Louis a part of the whole process would ensure a steady flow of coke. Finally, George promised Louis that he would make his vocal debut on the album. I was thinking, okay, I trust George. I know that everything's happening for a reason here, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let this motherfucker on my record. This shit is sacred. George told me, don't worry, everyone will be happy. He'll be on the record, and you will not mind. George was right. At the very beginning of Yertle the Turtle, you hear a weird, out-of-context voice come in and say, look at the turtle go, bro. And then the song goes into a syncopated funk beat. That was Louis' debut, and that was what made him happy enough not to hurt somebody. The longer the sessions went on, the more regularly he would show up with the blow, because he was wanting his 15 minutes in the damn spotlight. Right before it was time for me to go in and do the final vocals, I decided I wasn't going to do any cocaine for 2 weeks, which is like deciding to be celibate when you're living in a brothel. My decision had nothing to do with sobriety, because even though I was 23, I was still an emotionally troubled youth. I just didn't want to get back to Hollywood and go, what happened? I had my chance making a record with George Clinton and I fucked up. The 2-week period was the time that was allotted for my vocals. I guess I never realized it was harder to sing when you've got coke dripping down the back of your throat. One of the reasons I was so concerned about my vocals was that during the pre-production process, Flea started to play a Sly Stone song, If You Want Me to Stay, on the bass. Hillel and Cliff got into it, and we decided to cover that song, which was daunting to me, because I can sing anything I write, but another man's tune is always a challenge, let alone one by Sly Stone, one of the most original vocalists in terms of phrasing. George must have sensed my uneasiness. You have this in the bag. Don't even worry about it. I know what you're capable of, he reassured me. Then he invited me to his house for the weekend to work on the song. First, I decided to visit my mom for a few days, and I took a tape of the song with me and practiced it over and over again. On the way back from Grand Rapids, I stopped at George's house. We talked about the song and we practiced it, and then we took these long strolls through his property. I didn't even see it, but he was quietly schooling me. We'd be talking about anything under the sun, and he was subconsciously building my confidence and steering me toward getting comfortable and creating magic in the studio. I think he realized that Hillel was a tremendously talented guitar player,
Flea knew exactly what he was doing on bass, and Cliff was an ace drummer, but I was this guy with a lyrical ability who wasn't so sure of his voice. Early in the morning, we'd go out fishing in his pond. His whole demeanor changed when he fished. He was no longer the rabble-rousing toastmaster of the funk universe, but more of an introspective, quirky man who had some vast experience. Fishing was his meditation, and he didn't care what we caught. He was eating it. Bluegills, sunfish, catfish, whatever that lake was spitting out was going in the frying pan. We'd catch them and bring them back, and his wife would cook them for breakfast. By the time I left his place, I felt good about the song. George mentored me even during the recording process. He had a mic set up inside his booth, and he'd send up shout-outs or sing along. We'd be out there recording the basic tracks and hear this great voice coming through the little transistorized speaker. When we set up the vocal booth and it was just me doing my vocals, George came into the studio, put on headphones, and sang and danced along with me while I was singing. He was like a big brother to me, thoughtful, totally sensitive, and understanding of the colorful and zany place where we were coming from. I wanted never to let him down. We finished the record, and in our minds, it so far surpassed anything we thought we could have done that we were thinking we were on the road to enormity. Some EMI execs made a trip out to Detroit to hear some of the material. We played them a few tracks, and instead of them going, "You guys are going to be huge," they said nothing. I'm dancing and singing along, going nuts, and they're like, "Well, we'll see what we can do with this." Of course, we're talking about a record company that did not have an inkling of the awareness necessary to take something different and original and recognize its worth and introduce it to the world. They were looking for another band like Roxette. We went back to LA feeling absolutely accomplished and more experienced, and then everyone jumped back into his madness. By this time, Jennifer's mother had moved from Cahuenga to an apartment complex in Pasadena. Right next door to that was an abandoned building, so Jennifer and I started squatting there. The hot and cold water still worked, and we ran an extension cord into the building so we could listen to music, and we set up a bed and some candles. That's when I really started getting into heroin sex. I realized that if you were in love with somebody and you were sexually inspired to begin with, being high on heroin could amplify the experience tenfold, because you could have sex all night and not be able to come, but still be interested. I remember having these marathon sex encounters with Jennifer on that bed, thinking, life doesn't get any better than this. I'm in a band, got a couple of dollars in my pocket, got a beautiful, sweet, hot, sexy, crazy little girlfriend, a roof over my head, and some dope. Those feelings would disappear, and the next day I'd be off on a run. Jennifer would do her best to deal with my insanity, as she was slowly working on her own. Around the time I got back from Detroit, I intensified my relationship with a girl named Kim Jones. My friend Bob Forrest had this monstrous crush on Kim, but she had jilted him. He promptly wrote a song about her with the chorus, "Why Don't You Blow Me," and the rest of the band. He was still obsessed with her, and he used to take me to her apartment in Echo Park, and we'd knock on her door to see if she was around. Bob would recite her many virtues. She was brilliant and beautiful, she studied in China, she wrote for the LA Weekly, she was from Tennessee, plus she was a lesbian because she had left Bob for this really hot girl. Turns out she wasn't a lesbian, but all of her other virtues were true. As soon as I met her, I knew we'd be best friends. We were both Scorpios, and there was never any sexual tension between us. In some ways, Kim was a female equivalent to Hillel, because there was no crime you could commit that she would not forgive you for. No heinous act of selfish behavior that she would not try to find the good side of you behind. Of course, she was also a complete mess. Intelligent but dizzy. A drug addict, codependent, an enabler and a caretaker. Just a beautiful, warm, kindred spirit to me. I started to become closer and closer to Kim because she was a source of love and comfort and friendship and companionship and like-mindedness without any of the difficulties of a girlfriend. I never lost my sexual attraction to Jennifer. The longer I was with her, the better the sex got, but I was not a great boyfriend. If I said I'd be home in an hour, I might stroll in 3 days later. Today, if someone did that to me, I'd have a heart attack. But when you're a kid, you don't know any better. Kim didn't care if I left for 3 days at a time, so there was no downside to hanging out with her. It was never like, "You motherfucker, you looked at that girl, you didn't come home, you spent all the money." Kim expected me to spend all the money, look at all the other girls, and disappear. One time I went over to Kim's house and she wasn't there. In a fit of desperation, I grabbed her toaster oven and traded it for a bag of dope. When she got home, she was unfazed. "That's okay, we'll get another one." Before long, I moved in with Kim, and our daily mission became getting high. She was getting some cash inflow. Disability checks because her dad had died, checks from the LA Weekly, or checks from her mom at home in Tennessee. We'd cash them and meet some French guy or some Russian guy in a corner in Hollywood and buy the heroin, and if we had any money left over, we'd score some coke. Soon, we both had a habit. Hillel was also using, and he had a crazy girlfriend named Maggie who was a friend of Kim's, so we'd have a lot of small drug parties. From time to time, the band would go on tours to San Francisco. We were still young enough and not so damaged that we could play well, even though we had these drug habits. In September 1985, we played 2 shows with Run DMC, one in San Francisco and one in LA. The LA show was at the Palladium, and besides opening for Oingo Boingo, it was our biggest show to date, sold out. Of course, the night before the show, I went on a drug binge, so I showed up for the gig hammered on coke and heroin. The band was furious at me, but somehow I managed to pull it together and made it on stage. That show was notable for 2 things. About halfway through the show, George Clinton came out, rocking onto the stage, and he and I started doing a full, funky ballroom dance to our jams. He injected a fat dose of color and love and energy and meaning into that show. It was also memorable because shortly after George came out, I decided to interrupt the set and give a heartfelt, 10-minute-long rambling discourse on the dangers of doing drugs. I certainly hadn't planned the speech, but something came over me as I was looking down at my black and blue arms, and I just started rapping. If you haven't put a needle in your arm, don't ever do it. Let me tell you from experience that you don't have to do this. That's where I am right now, and it's horrible. And I don't want anyone to ever have to feel like I'm feeling right now. Let me do the suffering for you, because this is something that no one needs to subject themselves to. If you're doing this, okay, just do it, but don't ever think that you're going to be the same once you've gone this far. I proceeded to explain in detail why it was a big mistake to shoot drugs. I kept going. I couldn't hang up on it. Meanwhile, the band was shooting me looks like, oh my God, this fucking idiot. After the show, I was afraid to face the guys. I thought they'd hate my guts for saying that stuff and being a hypocritical moron. In the middle of everyone giving me dirty looks, my friend Pete Weiss, the drummer from Thelonious Monster, came backstage. "Swan, I've heard you say a lot of stuff from the stage, but that was the coolest shit you ever said," he gushed. "That was riveting. You had every single ear in the place. They knew you were a fucked up bastard, but also that you cared and that you were just trying to share some love. Don't let that band of yours fool you. You did the right thing tonight." A month later, when it was time to tour the U.S. for Freaky Styley, my speechifying hadn't changed anything for us. Both Hillel and I were strung out, but for the first time, I noticed that he wasn't doing so well. He seemed weak, and while I was able to bounce right back from a run, he didn't seem to have that Israeli fire stoking like he always had in the past. It became evident when we started our usual on-tour wrestling diversion. Hillel and I had teamed up. I was his manager, and he was set to wrestle Flea. Even though Flea was real solid, Hillel was bigger, and he had massive tree trunk legs, like a tall pan. We had a 2-week build-up to this match, and when they wrestled in the hotel room one night, Flea destroyed him in as long as it takes to grab somebody and hurl him to the ground and pin him mercilessly to his death. 10 seconds. I could tell that Hillel had no inner core of strength. He had been robbed by his addiction of the life force that allows you to at least defend yourself. It was a sad moment. Hillel and I didn't do heroin on the road, so we would drink bottles of Jägermeister, because that gave us the feeling closest to a heroin high. He'd always tease me that I was a sloppy drunk, because I'd get drunk and take off all my clothes in the motel, and walk down the hall and knock on people's doors, whereas he'd get drunk and act suave. Leaving to go on tour was an ordeal for me then, mainly because of my volatile relationship with Jennifer. Even though I was staying mainly at Kim's house, Jennifer was still my girlfriend. Jennifer became convinced that Kim and I were having sex. One day she came by Kim's house, and Kim and I were sound asleep, naked and cuddling up. I know it would look like a bad scene if you were the girlfriend of the boy in the bed, but we were just having a nice drug high. No romance, just friendship. Jennifer didn't quite see it that way. Kim and I woke up to Jennifer shattering the bedroom window. she wouldn't come in with a good old-fashioned baseball bat. She made her entrance with an elaborately carved and painted bird head cane from the Mayan lands. After she broke through the window, she proceeded to try to kill me with the cane. When it was time to leave on a tour, I'd avoid Jennifer for days before, because I knew some kind of hatchet was going to be thrown at me. One time, I was early to the breakout place, which was the EMI parking lot on Sunset. I was with Kim, and we were both completely high on heroin, sitting in the front seat of some car. I guess in my half-awake drug reverie, I had somehow unbuttoned Kim's blouse because I wanted to see her milky white chest. I may even have been sucking on her nipple or holding her tit when, bam, 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 there was the loud sound of something rapping against the window. I looked up, and it was Jennifer. "You motherfucker! You've been gone for days, and I knew that this was going on!" she screamed. "Jennifer, believe me, I may have had her shirt open, but I've never had sex with this girl. She's just my friend," I protested. "You said you were coming home 3 days ago, and you're leaving for 3 weeks, and by the way, I'm pregnant," she screamed. Meanwhile, the dispute had escalated to the sidewalk, and Jennifer was trying to kill me, or at least scratch my eyeballs out. "Jennifer, you see, this is why I don't come home for 3 days before I leave. Because I don't want to get hit, and you're too hard to deal with, and I know you're not pregnant because you just had your period, and I haven't had sex with you since you had your period, so don't try to tell me you're fucking pregnant." I tried to reason with her, but she was a bull. Not that I can blame her. There was no stopping her, and Kim was getting caught in the crossfire, so I ducked inside the EMI building. Jennifer followed me in and proceeded to pull my hair and scratch at my face. I was still high out of my mind and trying not to lose an eyeball or a tuft of hair, so I started running through the halls. Jennifer chased me. For some reason, I had a bag of cookies, so I started throwing the cookies at her to keep her far enough away that she couldn't connect with any of her punches. She grabbed some blunt instrument, so I put my foot out to keep her from hitting me with it, and she went further nuts, if that was possible. "Don't you try to kick me in the stomach just because I'm pregnant. I know you want to get rid of the baby," she screamed. Thankfully, Lindy came to my rescue. "Jennifer, we're only going away for a couple of weeks. I know how much this boy loves you. You're all he ever talks about." Somehow, we made it out on the tour in one piece. Despite our touring, EMI never got behind the album, and they wouldn't give us any money for a video. That didn't stop us. Lindy had one of the first home video cameras, and he shot footage on our tours and took that footage and cut it into a BBC documentary that had filmed us lip-syncing Jungle Man at the Club Lingerie in Hollywood. He attached 2 VCRs in some back room at EMI, did an edit, and we had a video for $100. Later, our good friend Dick Rude shot a video for Catholic Schoolgirls Rule that featured a shot of me singing from the cross, among other blasphemous things, so that video got played only in clubs. When we weren't touring, I was pretty much staying high. It was like Groundhog Day. Every single day, exactly the same. Kim and I would wake up and have to look out of her window to see which direction the freeway traffic was going to determine whether it was dusk or dawn. Then we'd hustle up some money, get the drugs, shoot up, and go for a walk around Echo Park Lake, holding hands, in a complete haze. If I was supposed to show up for a rehearsal, I would probably miss it. If I did show up, I'd be too stoned to do anything, so I'd nod out in the corner of the room or pass out on the loading dock. Every day, Kim and I would get high, and right in the middle of the euphoria, we'd vow that tomorrow we were going to get off that stuff. The next day, we'd start the whole process over again. By now, a lot of our friends were strung out on dope, and often the only time we'd see each other was when we were in our cars waiting to cop. We were each scoring from the same French guy, so we page him, and he'd call back and say, "Meet me at Beverly and Sweetsail in 10 minutes. We'd drive down there, and on one corner we'd see Hillel and Maggie in their car, and on another corner we'd see Bob Forrest and his girlfriend. The dealer would go from car to car, and Kim and I would always get served last, because we were the most likely either to not have the right amount of money or to owe money. But we were patient and willing to take whatever we could get. Then we'd go back, and I'd be in charge of splitting the bag and loading the syringes. Because I knew I had a much greater tolerance to heroin than Kim, unbeknownst to her, I would always take 75% of the bag and give her the rest. Ironically, that practice almost killed her. It happened at Hillel's one night. He had moved into an infamous Hollywood haunt called the Milagro Castle, right off Gower. Marilyn Monroe had once lived there,
but now it was populated with drug dealers and punk rockers. One night, after we scored some China White, Kim and Hillel and I went to his place to do the drugs. Hillel had his bindle, and Kim had our bindle, and for some reason, Hillel offered to share his with Kim so I could have a whole bindle to myself. I was in such a frenzy over doing my stuff that it didn't dawn on me Hillel would actually split his bag 50-50 with Kim. The high was amazing, and I remember Hillel and I going into the kitchen and sharing some Lucky Charms, dancing and talking, and generally exuberant about how potent the drugs were. Then I realized we hadn't heard a peep out of Kim for a while. It dawned on me that she'd taken more than she ever had before. I rushed into the living room and saw Kim sitting upright in the chair, basically dead. She was cold and white, and her lips were blue, and she wasn't breathing. Suddenly, I remembered all the techniques for reviving someone from a heroin overdose that Blackie had taught me when I was 13 years old. I picked her up, dragged her into the shower, turned the cold water on her, and began giving her major mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. I was frantically slapping her face and screaming, "Kim, don't fucking die on me! I don't want to have to call your mother and tell her that her daughter's gone! I don't want to have breakfast alone tomorrow!" She started going in and out of consciousness. I was shaking her like a rag doll, screaming, "Stay awake!" Hillel had called 911, and when the paramedics showed up, I jumped out the window and ran away because I had outstanding warrants for my arrest for moving violations. Hillel went to the hospital with her, and they got her up and running. About 12 hours later, I called her room in the hospital. "Come and get me. Those motherfuckers ruined my high," she said. "I'm sick. We need to go cop." Amazingly enough, it never occurred to me that there might have been a problem there. From time to time, I'd make half-hearted attempts to get clean. One of them was at the urging of Flea, who suggested that I might want to get off the stuff for a while and reconnect with what we were doing as bandmates. He was living in this cute apartment on Carmen Street, and he proposed that I come and kick on his futon. I showed up with a couple of bottles of NyQuil and said, "Flea, this is going to be ugly. I'm not going to be able to sleep, and I'm going to be in serious pain. Are you sure you want me in your house?" He was willing, so we listened to music, and I kicked. After a while, Flea said I should get an apartment in the building, so I did. Of course, Jennifer promptly moved in with me. Unfortunately, a new dope dealer named Dominique, who had usurped all the other French dealers, lived only about a block away. Then it was time to go out on another tour leg. The night before, Jennifer and I were having one of those marathon sex heroin sessions. We'd have sex for a couple of hours, and then we'd fight for an hour about me leaving the next day, and she'd be screaming as loudly during the sex as she was when she was yelling at me for going on tour. It was hard to distinguish when we were fighting and when we were having sex. So a neighbor who hated me called the cops on what he thought was a domestic violence thing. I was in the house, surrounded by tons of syringes and spoons and heroin when the cops came to the door. "We got a domestic violence call here," the one cop announced. "What are you talking about? Domestic violence? It's me and my girlfriend, and that's that," I said. "Can we come in and take a look around?" the cop asked. I was saying no when Jennifer came to the door. She was obviously not abused, but she was hot-headed and still screaming at me. One cop was trying to poke his head in the door and shine his flashlight on Jennifer. In the meantime, the other cop had run a check on me and found the outstanding warrants, so they arrested me on the spot and dragged me out in handcuffs, half naked. All the neighbors were watching, convinced I was getting arrested for beating up a girl. Jennifer and I were screaming at each other as they took me away. It was just a bad episode of Cops. Thankfully, Lindy bailed me out, and we left on tour the next day. But during that period of my life, you had to plan on something like that happening before a tour. Or when we got back from a tour. We were returning from a freaky styly tour leg when I ran into Bob Forrest, who was waiting for us at the EMI parking lot. Bob was the classic shit stirrer of the city. If he could stir the pot, if he could drop a hint, if he could make drama and conflict, he would. He loved it because, God knows, he was falling apart at the seams, and I'm sure it took some of the attention away from him. Bob knew about my indiscretions on the road, but I was surprised when he came up to me and said, "Okay, you're out there doing all that crazy stuff. Don't you ever worry about Jennifer?" That was the last thing I would have worried about. In my mind, she would never do anything to betray me, even though I was cheating on her left, right, and center. He smirked. I got some bad news for you, buddy. My heart started pounding in my chest. My friend, the unusual hour is upon us when I'm going to share with you information you might not be too keen on, he continued. Maybe a certain someone wasn't so loyal to you while you were away either. You're crazy, I stammered. Jennifer would rather cut her own wrists than take interest in another man. She loves me with every cell in her body. She's physiologically and emotionally incapable of giving herself to another man. No, it's possible, because I have proof. I threatened to crack his skull open on the pavement if he didn't tell me all he knew. Finally, he spilled the beans. Jennifer had slept with Chris Fish, the keyboard player of Fishbone, one of our brother LA groups, while I was out on tour. But it still didn't compute to me. I could have seen if she'd slept with Angelo Moore, who was the good-looking lead singer. What girl didn't want to fuck Angelo? But Chris Fish? A guy with bad dreadlocks and worse fashion sense? I was mortified. It hadn't mattered that I had slept with 100 girls on the road in the last year. This killed me. The reality of my friend and my girlfriend doing this while I was away was incomprehensible demoralization to the 10th degree. I felt paralyzed. I probably gave myself cancer at that moment. What could I do? For some reason, I went to my father's house and formulated a plan. First, I picked up the phone and called Chris. Chris, did you fuck my girlfriend? There was a giant pause. Then a slow and stunned voice said, "Oh man, Bob spilled the beans." I took a deep breath. You're not going to come after me, are you? I'm not going to come after you. But you are not my friend, and stay the fuck away from me, I warned. End of conversation. He wasn't my problem. Jennifer was. I called her. Jennifer, I know what happened. Nothing happened, she protested. No, I know exactly what happened. I've spoken to Chris, and we are finished. She started protesting, claiming Chris was lying, but I was adamant. We're finished. Don't ever come around me. I hate your guts. Goodbye forever. I hung up, and I meant it. It was time to move on. This sense of excitement came over me, and I called up Flea, and he and I and Pete Weiss went out driving. I stood on the top of the car as it was rolling down the streets of Hollywood, screaming, "I'm a free man! I'm a free man!" We had toured on and off till the spring of '86, and now it was time to start thinking about our next album. One of the producers we were considering was Keith Levine, who had been in Public Enemy. I knew Keith and thought he was a great guy, but I also knew he was a heroin addict, so we were in for a convoluted experience. But that sounded great to me, since I was a mess. The more convoluted the landscape was, the less obvious I would seem as a fuck-up. EMI had given us a budget of $5,000 for the demo, and that seemed pretty high to me. There was no way a demo could cost that much. When I brought it up with Hillel and Keith, I found out that they'd earmarked $2,000 for drugs to make the tape. I don't think Flea agreed to it, and I know Cliff had no idea. He was just caught up in the maelstrom of insanity. I was late for the session, and as I pulled up at the studio, I wondered if they had been serious about putting aside funds to get high. The first thing I saw when I walked in that room was a mountain of cocaine and a small molehill of heroin. Hillel was fucking gazacked. They told me that the first $1,500 worth of drugs had already been consumed. So I started scooping and grabbing and snatching and saturating and got so loaded I was in no shape to be part of a creative process. Poor Cliff was off in the corner of the studio, tinkering with what was then a brand new device, a drum machine. You would hit the pads to create a pre-programmed drum sound, and you could record your own sound so you could play the drums with whatever sound you wanted. Cliff's favorite was a baby crying. It was a low-tech device, but Cliff was fiddling with it as obsessively as we were with the drugs, laughing in a strange, nervous fashion. He looked at me and said, "I could play with this thing for 10 years. This is like a whole band within itself." I remember thinking, that's what he wants to do. He's sick of this circus, and he's looking at this machine and seeing his future. It was obvious that Cliff's heart was no longer in the band. He didn't quit, but we sensed that he didn't want to continue. So Flea visited him and gave him the bad news. He took it pretty hard and had bitter feelings for a couple of years. But then Jack Irons, our original drummer, decided to come back to the band, which was as much of a shocker to me as when Hillel came back. Something must have happened with What Is This to shake Jack's loyalty.
because he was not the kind of person to leave something for a better career opportunity. Whatever. He missed us, and he loved us, and he wanted to play music with us. So he came back, and we began to write music again as the original foursome. Then someone else came back into my life. About a month had gone by since I split with Jennifer. I was still shooting a lot of heroin and cocaine, not learning anything. I wasn't growing as a person. I wasn't setting goals or working on my character defects. I was just a fucked up drug addict. One night, about 3 a.m, there was a knock at my door on Carmen Street. It was Jennifer. She was working as a go-go dancer at a club, and it was obvious that she had come right from work, because she was dressed up in 1,000 different colors, with feathers and boots and chains and crazy makeup that must have taken her a few hours to apply. "Please, just let me in. I miss you. I miss you," she begged. "No chance," I said. "Just go. Don't get me in trouble. Don't start yelling. I don't need cops at my house." I closed the door and went back to sleep. When I woke up, I saw Jennifer curled up on the welcome mat outside my door, sound asleep. This went on for the next few weeks. Every night, she'd come up and either knock or curl up and go to sleep on my doorstep. I even started going out my kitchen window and climbing down a huge lemon tree that was right outside, and which came in handy when I scored some Persian heroin, which was oil-based and had to be cooked up in lemon juice. One night, I succumbed. I can't remember if I gave in to her love, or if I was so bad off that I needed $20, or if she came offering drugs, or whatever sad, sick, and bizarre circumstance it was. But I let her in, and we picked up where we left off, high as kites together, back into the mix of a totally dysfunctional but passionate relationship. So passionate that it would be documented on a video that became a cult classic in the underground club scene of LA. It happened one night at the Roxy. Some people had organized a benefit for Sea Shepherd, a hardcore version of Greenpeace, and the Chili Peppers were asked to play. The theme of the night was that every band would cover a Jimi Hendrix song. There was a great bill that included Mike Watt, our friend Tree, and Fishbone, so we were psyched to play. When I showed up at the gig, Fishbone was about to go on. Earlier, there had been some discussion of Jennifer singing backup with Fishbone, but I kiboshed it. "You are not going on stage with that guy." Fishbone took the stage, and I made my way to the balcony. When I looked down, there was Jennifer on stage. That was not good. Now I had to make her pay for disrespecting me like that in front of my friends. At the same time, I kept my focus, because what really mattered to me was that I sang Foxy Lady well. Right before we were scheduled to go on stage, this young hippie girl walked backstage. She had brown hair, was really pretty, and had these huge tits poking through her tank top that couldn't help but be in everybody's face. A light bulb went off in my head. I went over and whispered in her ear, "We're going to do Foxy Lady, and when we get to the end of the song, when we're freaking out on stage, I want you to come out and dance with me naked." Two can play the same game. The hippie goddess agreed. We went out and killed Foxy Lady. It was like our band could have levitated. The drums were happening. Flea was digging in. Hillel was orbiting. I was giving it everything I had. I almost forgot there was supposed to be a surprise guest. We came to the end of the song, and this slinky young hippie walked on stage. She hadn't gotten completely naked, but she was topless, and her big tits were just to-ing and fro-ing across the stage. She came up to me and started to do her hippie shimmy next to me. Norwood, the bass player from Fishbone, came out to join us, and we sandwiched this semi-naked girl. Suddenly, a figure flew on stage as if shot out of a cannon. It was Jennifer. She grabbed Norwood, who's a big man, and tossed him aside like a rag doll. Then she grabbed the girl and literally threw her off the stage. Meanwhile, the band kept going. I realized that I was about to become the recipient of some serious pain. By then, I had wound up on the floor on my back, singing the outro. And there was Jennifer, coming at me with fists and feet, punching and connecting and going for my crotch with her boots. I was trying to block the punches, all the while not missing a note. She kicked my ass till I finished the song and somehow escaped and ran off into the night. Between my dysfunctional girlfriend and my dysfunctional platonic friend and my dysfunctional self, my life continued on a downward spiral. We had settled on a producer for our third album, Michael Beinhorn. He was a very intelligent fellow from New York who was into all of the same music that we were and had produced a hit by Herbie Hancock called Rocket. But I was stuck in my Groundhog Year, waking up every morning to the same gray reality of copying to feel right. I went on another horrible heroin run with Kim and stopped being productive. I was withering away, mentally, spiritually, physically, creatively. Everything was fading out. Sometimes doing heroin was nice and dreamy and euphoric and carefree, almost romantic feeling. In reality, I was dying and couldn't quite see that from being so deep in my own forest. The few times I showed up at rehearsal, I wasn't bringing anything to the table. I didn't have the same drive or desire to come up with ideas and lyrics. They were still in me, but the process was thwarted, numbed out. We'd written some music for the third album, maybe 4 or 5 songs, but we needed a lot more. The whole band was suffering from Hillel and me being on drugs, but I was the much more obvious candidate to put the onus on, because I was literally asleep at rehearsal. One day I showed up to rehearsal, and Jack and Hillel and Flea, who probably loved me more than any other 3 guys on earth, said, "Anthony, we're kicking you out of the band. We want to play music, and you obviously don't, so you have to go. We're going to get a different singer and go on, so you're out of here." I had a brief moment of clarity when I saw that they had every right in the world to fire me. It was an obvious move, like cutting off your damn foot because it was gangrened, so the rest of your body wouldn't die. I just wanted to be remembered and acknowledged for those 2 or 3 years that I had been in the Red Hot Chili Peppers as a founding member. A guy who started something. A guy who made 2 records. Whatever else came after that was theirs. Part of me was genuine in letting go of the band. But what made it so easy for me to accept was that now I knew I had 0 responsibilities, and I could go off with Kim and get loaded. Much to their amazement, I shrugged and said, "You guys are right. I apologize for not contributing what I should have been contributing this whole time. It's a crying shame, but I understand completely. I wish you guys the best of luck." And I left. Once I didn't have anywhere to report to, it went from worse to worse than worse. Kim and I went for it. We were getting more desperate, and we owed too much money to the drug dealers around Hollywood. So we started walking from her house, which was not far from downtown Los Angeles, to known drug neighborhoods, mainly 6th and Union. We went down and started introducing ourselves to these different street characters. I met a pretty talented hustler right off the bat. He was this scurvy street urchin, an out-of-control white trash drug addict who was moving deftly in the downtown Latino drug world. He became our liaison to all the other connections. He still lived with his parents in this little wooden house. The kid was covered with track marks and abscesses and disease from head to toe, but he was a master of the downtown corners. Kim and I were always such petty, punk-ass, low-budget buyers that he would always do us right. We trusted this guy. We'd buy bindles of cocaine and bindles of heroin and walk a couple of blocks into these residential neighborhoods and shoot up right there on the street. We still had an air of invincibility and invisibility, so we thought we couldn't be touched. About a week after I was terminated from the band, I had a defining moment of sadness. I was talking to Bob Forrest, and he told me that my ex-band had been nominated for LA Band of the Year at the first annual LA Weekly Music Awards. For our circle, that was similar to getting nominated for an Oscar, so it was pretty exciting. Bob asked me if I was going to go to the ceremony. I told him I wasn't talking to the guys, so I couldn't imagine showing up. But the awards show happened to be at the Variety Arts Theater, a classic old venue right smack downtown. Coincidentally, I was in the same neighborhood that night, trying to hustle more drugs for my money than anyone wanted to give me. I was down to my last $10, which is not a good feeling, because on a night like that, you want to be inebriated, and instead I was barely high. I remember doing a speedball with some gang dealer guys when I realized the LA Weekly event was going on. I stumbled into the lobby of the theater in a bit of a haze. It seemed unusually dark inside, and there was hardly anyone there because the show was in progress. The doors that led down the aisles of the theater were open, so I leaned up against one of those doors and started scanning the audience for my old bandmates. Sure enough, they were in the front. I hadn't been there for more than a minute when I ran into someone I knew who said, "Man, you shouldn't be here. This is going to be really sad for you." Just then, they announced the winner of LA Band of the Year. The Red Hot Chili Peppers! We won! We won the damn award! I cheered to myself. I looked over at the guys, and they all had big grins and a pep in their step as they marched up on stage in their fancy suits and hats. Each guy got his award and made a little speech like, "Thank you, LA Weekly. Thank you, LA. We rock. We'll see you next year." Not one of them mentioned our brother Anthony, who did this with us and who deserved a part of this award. It was like I had never been there those last 3 years. Not a fucking peep about the guy they had kicked out 2 weeks before. No rest in peace. No may God save his soul. No nothing. It was a poetically tragic, bizarre, and surreal moment for me. I understood getting kicked out, but I could not understand why on earth they didn't have the heart to give me a shout from the podium. I was too numb to feel sorry for myself. I was just trying desperately not to think about how bad I had fucked up and trying to escape any responsibility or reckoning. So I just said, fuck 'em, to myself, and tried to borrow $5 from someone in the lobby so I could go out and continue to get high. Money for drugs was a real issue for us, but one day Kim got a big check, and we went out and got a ton of smack and went back to her place to do it. I got so high and felt so good that I said to Kim, I gotta get off this stuff. Sometimes when you get high, you think you're going to feel that good for the rest of your life, and you actually believe you can get off dope. You can't imagine that euphoria ever going away. I'm going to call my mom, go back to Michigan, and get on methadone, I told Kim. As far as I knew, that was the cure for addiction. We were drooling and way too high for anyone's good, but Kim thought it was a great idea, so I picked up the phone and dialed my mom. You're not going to believe this, but I have a pretty bad heroin problem here, and I'd like to come back to Michigan and get on methadone, but I don't have a penny to my name, I said. I'm sure my mom was in shock, but she immediately tried to act together and rational. She must have sensed that my life was on the line, and that if she flipped out and got judgmental, I would never come home. Of course, if she could have seen the way we were living, she would have had to be committed to a mental asylum. She made the arrangements, and the next day the ticket arrived, but we couldn't stop getting high. The day of the flight came, but we had been getting high all night, and when it was time to go to the airport, we were incapable of getting it together. I called up my mom and made up some stupid lie about why I couldn't leave that day, but I changed the ticket to the next day. That went on, and each time it was, I'm coming tomorrow, while Kim and I were up in her house getting plastered. Finally, I made up my mind to leave, but I had to do one last run and get really good and loaded right before the flight so I could be high the whole way home. The morning of the latest flight came around, and we went downtown to buy a bunch of balloons of dope and some coke. Kim was driving an old Falcon that she had borrowed, and I kept jumping in and out of the car, looking for good deals on the street, filling the pockets of my trench coat with heroin, cocaine, spoons, cotton, syringes, you name it. I was out on one of the downtown streets when I saw someone that could be useful to me on the other side of the street. I crossed in the middle of the block, and before I knew it, a cop barked out, Hey, buddy, you in the trench coat, why don't you come over here? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kim parked behind the wheel of the Falcon. She slumped down and started moaning. I weighed 120 pounds if I was lucky, and my hair was one big helmet of matted hair, like an elephant ear. I was wearing this trench coat that was hanging off my body, and my skin was a strange shade of yellow and green. I also had on canvas high-top sneakers, which were black and red and filled with marker drawings that I'd done. On the top of one of the shoes, I had drawn a pretty nice Star of David, about the size of a silver dollar. Oh, and I had dark glasses on. I was so busted. By now, the cop had backup. We saw you jaywalking back there, and you look a little suspicious, the first cop said. Why don't you go ahead and show us your ID? I don't have an ID, but my name is Anthony Kiedis, and I'm actually late getting to the airport to get on a plane to go see my mom, I stammered. While this interrogation was going on, the other cop was systematically searching me inch by inch, starting with my sneakers and socks. I was telling the first cop my date of birth and place of birth and address, and he was writing it all down, keeping me distracted while his partner searched me. The partner was up to my pants, going through the pockets, pulling out whatever scraps of paper and junk I had with me. He even went into the mini pocket, and I was getting more and more nervous because he was getting closer to my side pockets, which were packed with bad news. Does that jacket have inside pockets? The second cop asked. I started stalling and showed them my plane tickets and whatever else I had in the inside pockets. Just as he had exhausted all the other pockets and was about to start in on the ones that were loaded, his partner looked down at my sneakers and said, Are you Jewish? Why do you have the Star of David on your sneaker? I looked up and saw his name tag. It read Cohen. No, but my best friend in the world is Jewish, and we both have a thing for the Star of David, I said. Cohen looked at his partner, who was about to find my stash, and said, Kowalski, let him go. What? Kowalski said. Let me talk to him for a second, Cohen said, and pulled me aside. Look, you shouldn't be down here, he whispered to me.
Whatever you're up to, it's not working for you. So why don't you go get on that plane and get out of here? I don't ever want to see you down here again." I nodded, and as soon as the light changed, ran across the street, and that was the morning I made it to the airport. By the time the flight arrived in Michigan, I was still loaded on the drugs. I saw my mother in the waiting area and walked up to her, but she looked right past me, because I looked like I had stepped out of a grave. "Hi, Mom," I said meekly. The look of shock and horror and fear and sadness and disbelief on her face was unbearable. "Let's go straight to the clinic," I said. We drove to the building and asked a worker where the methadone clinic was. They told us that the state of Michigan had discontinued the use of methadone 6 months prior to my arrival. That was really, really bad news for me, because normally I would go hustle something somewhere. But I had no game left. I didn't have a penny in my pocket, and I could barely walk. The counselor offered to admit me to a long-term treatment center, but that was a year's commitment. I would have rather gone out on the curb and died than check in for a year. "Well, the only other alternative is the Salvation Army," the guy said, "but there's no detox there." We drove to a seedy part of Grand Rapids, and I checked into the Salvation Army. "Thank you. We'll have your son back to you in 20 days, they said, and my mom left. I was at a loss. They took me to a big room and gave me a cot. I looked around and saw white kids, black kids, Hispanic kids, alcoholic kids, dope fiend kids, crack kids, and a smattering of older guys. I fit right in. I was facing cold turkey. I knew what to expect because I'd been through it already. I knew I was going to be sick to my stomach, that every single bone in my body was going to hurt. When you're kicking, your eyelashes hurt, your eyebrows hurt, your elbows hurt, your knees hurt, your ankles hurt, your neck hurts, your head hurts, your back hurts. It all hurts. Parts of your body you didn't know could experience pain, experience it. There's a bad taste in your mouth. For a week, your nose is running uncontrollably. I didn't throw up that much, but the worst agony was not being able to sleep. I couldn't get a wink the whole 20 days. I'd stay up all night and wander the hallways and go sit in the lounge and watch late-night TV. For the first few days, I couldn't eat, but I got my appetite back and started to put some meat on my bones. After a few days, a staff member came up to me and said, "You have to go to a meeting every day you're here." It was cold and snowing outside, and I was feeling pretty miserable, so I accepted my fate and marched along with all the other kids into this little room. I was not in a great state of comprehension because I was in physical pain and emotionally agonized, but I sat down in the meeting and saw the 12 steps up on the wall. I was trying to read them, but I couldn't focus my eyes. I was trying to listen to these people, but I couldn't focus my ears. I had mocked anything that had to do with sobriety or recovery for my whole life. I'd see stickers that said 1 day at a time, and I'd be like, fuck that. I was a hustler, and a con artist, and a scammer, and a fiend, and a liar, and a cheat, and a thief, all these things. So naturally, I started looking for the scam. Was it a money thing? A God thing? A religious thing? What the fuck was going on here? But as I sat in that meeting, I felt something in the room that made sense to me. It was nothing but a bunch of guys like me, helping one another get off drugs and find a new way of life. I was keen on discovering the loophole, but there wasn't one. I thought, oh my God, these people are coming from the same place as me, but they don't get high anymore, and they don't look desperate, and they're joking about shit that most people would send you to jail for talking about. One girl got up and started talking about not being able to stop smoking crack, even though she had a kid. She'd had to give her kid to her mother. I was thinking, yeah, I'd do the same. I'd be leaving the kid with the mom and disappearing. I did the same thing with my band. This was not a cult, not a scam, not a fad, not a trick, not an out-to-get-your-buck type of thing. This was just dope fiends helping dope fiends. Some of them were clean, and some of them were getting clean because they were talking to the ones who got clean, and they were being honest about it and unafraid to say how fucked up they were. It flashed on me that if I did this, I could be clean. I stayed there for the 20 days. Not sleeping, but going to meetings every day and listening and reading the books and gleaning a few of the basic principles. After 20 days, I went back to my mom's house in Lowell, feeling a hell of a lot different than when I came. At age 24, I was totally clean for the first time since I was 11 years old. I was able to sleep through the night, and my mom and I celebrated the next day.
My stepdad, Steve, was real supportive, and so were my sisters. I was feeling pretty good, oddly in acceptance of the damage that I had created. There's a whole lot of optimism in those meetings, with people being freed from self-imposed prisons, so everything seemed fresh and new. Steve had some old weights lying around the house, and I rebuilt them and did some weightlifting. I took long walks and played with the dog. It had been so long since I'd felt normal and wasn't chasing something or calling someone or meeting someone in the middle of the night to talk him out of a bag of something. Amazingly, none of that was on my mind at all. During my stay at the Salvation Army, I realized that if I didn't want to keep doing what I had been doing, that I'd have to let go of Jennifer. I really wanted to stay sober, and I wasn't blaming her for my problem, but I knew that if I was with her, my odds of staying clean would be diminished. I kept going to meetings while I was at my mom's house, and I learned that alcoholism/drug addiction is a bona fide illness. When you recognize that there's a name and a description for this condition that you thought was insanity, you've identified the problem, and now you can do something about it. There's a real psychological relief that comes from discovering what's wrong with you and why you've been trying to medicate the hell out of yourself since you were old enough to find medicine. I wasn't too clear on the concepts in the beginning, and I still wanted to cut corners and do things my way and take some shortcuts and not do all the work that was asked of me, but I did like the feeling and I did identify hugely. I also felt waves of compassion for all of these other poor motherfuckers who were destroying their lives. I looked at the people in the meetings and saw beautiful young women who had become skeletons because they couldn't stop using. I saw other people who loved their families but couldn't stop. That was what attracted me. I decided that I wanted to be a part of something where these people had a chance of getting well, of getting their lives back. After being in Michigan a month, I decided to give Flea a call to check in. We exchanged greetings, and then I told him about the cold turkey and the meetings and the fact that I didn't get high anymore. "What do you mean you don't get high?" Flea said. "You're not doing anything? Not even pot?" "Nope, I don't even want to. It's called sobriety, and I'm loving it," I said. "That's insane. I'm so happy for you," he said. I asked him how it was going with the band, and he told me that they'd hired a new singer who had a bunch of tattoos, but I could tell in his voice that they weren't happy with him. I didn't really care. In no way or shape or form was I trying to get back in the band. Flea must have heard something in my voice that first call, something that he hadn't heard since we were in high school. It's amazing to me, because it wasn't like me not to be angling my way back into the band as soon as I felt good. But I honestly didn't care then if I went back to the band or not. It was a real take-it-or-leave-it feeling, which is really not me, because I'm a control freak, and I want what I want, and I want it immediately. However, at that moment, I was relieved of all the self-obsessed, driven behavior. A few days later, Flea called me. "Do you think you'd want to come back here and maybe play a couple of songs and see how it feels to be back in the band?" he asked. That was the first time I had even considered that as a possibility. I blurted out, "Wow, yeah, I would. There's really nothing else I'd want to do." "Okay, come back and let's get to work," Flea said. I got on the plane to go home, riding a whole new wave of enthusiasm for my new life. I decided to write a song about my month-long experience of going to meetings, getting clean, and winning this battle of addiction. I look back on it, and it seems naive, but it's exactly where I was at that point of my life. I took out a pad of paper, looked out the window at the clouds, and started channeling this river of wordology that was cascading toward me. From Fight Like a Brave. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, if you're sick of all the bullshit and you're sick of all the lies, it's better late than never to set it straight. You know the lie is dead, so give yourself a break. Get it through your head, get it off your chest, get it out your arm because it's time to start fresh. You want to stop dying. The life you could be living, I'm here to tell the story, but I'm also here to listen. No, I'm not your preacher and I'm not your physician. I'm just trying to reach you. I'm a rebel with a mission. Fight like a brave. Don't be a slave. No one can tell you you've got to be afraid. When I got back to LA, within 2 months, I was shooting heroin and cocaine again. My sobriety hadn't stuck for a long time, but now I knew there was a way out of the madness if I wanted it, and if I was willing to do the work to get it. I had been given the tools. I just didn't want to use them yet. Chapter 8. The Organic Anti-Beatbox Band.
Rejoining the band wasn't the only thing that I talked to Flea about when he called me in Michigan. While I was away, Flea had a part in a science fiction movie called Stranded, and he met a beautiful young actress named Ione Skye, who he was certain was my type. We made plans for an introduction when I came home. When I got back to LA, I moved in with Lindy, who was nice enough to let me stay in the spare room of his 2-bedroom apartment in Studio City. Of course, that meant he had to fend off all the calls from Jennifer. I had no desire to talk to her, especially after I met Ione. From the moment I laid eyes on Ione, I knew that goddess was going to be my girlfriend. It was a few days before her 16th birthday, and she looked like she'd come out of a fairy tale book. Whereas Jennifer was this exquisitely manicured, modern, self-created sculpture of a punk rock superstar, Ione was more of an all-natural, soft, soulful forest nymph. She had long, flowing, curly brunette hair, a beautiful, large, flirtatious rack, and an overbite. I was always a sucker for an overbite. Ione came from an alternative lifestyle Hollywood family. Her dad was the folk singer Donovan, but he wasn't really in the picture. Her mother, Enid, was a beautiful hippie with blonde ringlet hair. Ione had a brother named after her dad. They all lived in this great old craftsman house on North Wilton, which was suffused with a warm, rustic, loving family vibe. Ione dressed like a hippie child and had an ethereal sixth sense about her, an extra gift. She was also way too sexually curious about everything. It was an energy that she didn't verbalize, but it worked for me at that age. She was probably the most beautiful, smart, sexy, caring, and nurturing young girl in all of Hollywood, and our attraction was mutual, thank God. A few days after we met, she was introducing me at her birthday party as her boyfriend. It was mind-blowing how quickly I fell completely and deeply in love. Now I was ready to go back to work. I sat down with our producer, Michael Beinhorn, and we went over the status of the songs. We were supposed to go into the studio and cut basic tracks in 10 days. So I planned to write throughout the recording process. It wasn't an overwhelming amount of work. Back then, you needed only 12 songs for a record. We worked on Fight Like a Brave, and Beinhorn put a football rally chanting chorus on it. Me and My Friends, a song that I'd written while driving home from San Francisco with my old friend Joe Walters, came together nicely. Funky Crime was basically a lyrical description of a conversation that we'd had with George Clinton, in which he maintained that music itself was colorblind, but the media and the radio stations segregated based on the perceptions of the artists. Backwoods was a song about the roots of rock and roll, and Skinny Sweaty Man was my ode to Hillel. I wrote another song, No Chump Love Sucker, that was also in Hillel's honor. He had just been left high and dry and shattered by a girlfriend who dumped him for a guy who had more money and more drugs. So it was a revenge song against that type of evil, materialistic woman. Behind the Sun was a definite branching out for us. Hillel had this unusual melodic riff, and Beinhorn felt it was a song that could be a hit. He worked a lot with me on the melody, knowing that it wasn't my forte to get wrapped up in a pretty song. I guess my reputation at that time was for songs like Party on Your Pussy, which EMI refused to put on the record until we changed the title to Special Secret Song Inside. But it wasn't entirely accurate to think that all of our songs were raunchy. Love Trilogy became one of our all-time favorite songs. The music started off like a reggae thing, then it went into hardcore funk, and ended up in speed metal. For years, whenever someone would question our lyrics, Flea would say, "Read Love Trilogy, and you'll know what real lyrics are all about." It's about loving the things that aren't necessarily perfect or always lovable. From Love Trilogy. My love is death to apartheid rule. My love is deepest death, the ocean blues. My love is the Zulu groove. My love is Koopaloop move. My love is lightning's blues. My love is the pussy juice. My love can't be refused. After 50 days of being sober, I thought, that's a nice number. I think I should honor that number. I decided it was a good time to do drugs. My plan was to get high for a day or two and then go back to work. What I found was that once I started, I couldn't stop, and it really made a mess at the beginning of the recording process. The songs were amazing. Hillel was on fire. We were all in love with recording in the basement of Capitol Studios, another incredibly historical monument of Hollywood recording. Beinhorn was working his ass off, and I went and got high and couldn't stop. Finally, I decided to do a bunch of heroin, get some sleep, and face yet another mess I'd made. I went downtown and found an El Salvadoran who hooked me up, and I was in that opiate haze one more time.
but all I could think about was the fact that I was supposed to be in the studio. I started hearing Jackie Irons' beat in my head for a song we were working on called The Organic Anti-Beatbox Band. I sat in a downtown park, surrounded by an odd mixture of park people, and wrote the lyrics. I felt excruciating pain and guilt and shame behind not being there for the beginning of the record, but I thought if I showed up with something good to offer, the heat would diminish. And it did. I crashed at Lindy's, then got up and apologized and pulled it together for the rest of the session. Part of the reason I relapsed was because I didn't have a support system. I didn't know anybody who was sober. I had ventured out to a couple of meetings on my own, but I had a lifetime of the mindset, I can take care of whatever is wrong all by myself, and I don't need any of you yokels to guide me, because I don't, at this moment in time, want what you have. I went back into a self-imposed abstinence, which equaled what they call a dry drunk. It's an accident waiting to happen. You're not putting the stuff into you that makes you bonkers, but you're not dealing with any of the shit that's been in there your whole life and makes you want to get high in the first place. We had a great time making the record. It was inspiring to see Jack Irons back in the mix. He added such an important and different element to our chemistry. Hillel, Flea, and I were all pretty self-obsessed maniacs. Jack was the one wholesome fellow. He turned out to be messed up, but in a different way. He was a nice element, really hard-working and joyful and supportive. When it came time to record the vocals, I used Hillel as my bandmate/vocal producer. Every time I did a vocal, we both felt like I was going to a new place and that these were the best vocal expressions I'd ever put down on tape. Hillel was ecstatic, running in between takes going, "I'm telling you, this is the most beautiful thing we've ever done. I can't wait to release this record." Of course, on the last day, when the last note was done and in the can and our jobs were finished, Hillel and I found a French dealer and got loaded on some China White, reveling in our accomplishment. That opened up the floodgates. While I was still staying at Lindy's house, I orchestrated an absolutely gory scenario of speedballing. I didn't have a lot of money, and I didn't have an automobile, so I'd wake up in the middle of the night, grab some spoons from the kitchen, and clean out Lindy's bucket of change. Then I'd take a fishing pole out of his closet, crack his bedroom door open, and fish his car keys off his dresser, feeling miserable that I was such a freak that I could be doing this to the poor bastard who was trying to help me out. Once you've seen a solution to the disease that's tearing you apart, relapsing is never fun. You know there's an alternative to the way you're living and that you're going against something you've been given for free by the universe, this key to the kingdom. Drug addiction is a progressive disease, so every time you go out, it gets a little uglier than it was before. It's not like you go back to the early days of using when there was less of a price to pay. It isn't fun anymore, but it's still desperately exciting. Once you put that first drug or drink in your body, you don't have to worry about the girlfriend or the career or the family or the bills. All those mundane aspects of life disappear. Now you have one job, and that's to keep chucking the coal in the engine, because you don't want this train to stop. If it stops, then you're going to have to feel all that other shit. That chase is always exciting. There are cops and bad guys and freaks and hookers. You're diving into a big, insidious video game. But again, you're being tricked into thinking that you're doing something cool, since the price is always bigger than the payoff. You immediately give up your love and your light and your beauty, and you become a dark black hole in the universe, sucking up bad energy and not walking around putting a smile on someone's face or helping someone out or teaching someone something that's going to help his or her life. You're not creating the ripple of love. You're creating the vacuum of shit. I want to describe both sides of how I felt, but it's important to know that in the end, all the romantic glorification of dope fiendry amounts to nothing but a hole of shit. It has to appear enticing, because that's why God or the universe, creative intelligence or whatever you want to call it, put that energy here. It's a learning tool, and you can either kill yourself with it, or you can turn yourself into a free person with it. I don't think drug addiction is inherently useless, but it's a rough row to hoe. In my deluded mind, I thought that if I chipped away at a little bit of dope every now and again, I wouldn't go on these insane speedball binges, and my life wouldn't spiral out of control. I moved into Ione's house, and a couple of times a week I'd go out and buy $40 worth of China White, smoke it, get high all night long, and then go to sleep and feel all right. About a month into living with Ione, she convinced me that I shouldn't go off and do that, so the compromise was I'd get the dope and bring it back and smoke it in bed with her.
We used to have these all-night sessions when I'd smoke the dope, and then we'd cuddle up in bed and read books like Interview with the Vampire and Catcher in the Rye to each other all night long until the sun came up. Despite the occasional heroin smoking, I was keeping it relatively together while I was at Ione's house. We had lots of glorious days together. I'd wake up next to her in bed and think, Jesus Christ, she is such an angel, and I am so in love with her. Then we'd lie in bed and sing along to Bob Marley's record Kaya every morning, holding each other tight. We'd drive around in her little Toyota and have lunch and smoke pot together and make love all over the city. I was still carrying around that 1 foot on a banana peel, 1 foot in the grave energy, but I was trying to be respectful of this new place in my life. On one of those days, we had just smoked some pot, and I was thanking my lucky stars that this was where my life was at that moment, when the Stevie Wonder song, I Believe, When I Fall in Love It Will Be Forever, came on the radio. We pulled over and cranked up the radio and started weeping profusely because we were so in love and this song was describing our feelings. A week later, I'd disappear into the downtown maze of ghetto dope hell. I'd borrow her car in the middle of the night and always mean to get it right back, but sometimes I'd be gone for days. That was when I started partnering up with this Mexican mafia drug dealer named Mario. I knew Mario from my downtown runs with Kim Jones. Mario always gave me a great deal, charging me the least amount of money for the most amount of drugs. I could have stayed in Hollywood. It was full of hookers who would deliver heroin to your house. But I didn't want to have a lot of dealers in my life, and I'd convinced myself that if I went downtown, it would only be for that one time. I wasn't really going back to that forlorn life. When we weren't shooting up in his drug-infested apartment, Mario knew this safety zone beneath a freeway bridge, some weird hideaway that the LAPD never patrolled. He explained to me that no non-Mexican gang members were allowed there, so in order for me to get in, we had to lie and tell them that I was engaged to his sister. We walked up to the big guys guarding the gate, told them Mario was my future brother-in-law, and they let us in. Sheltered beneath that overpass right in the middle of the city, I spent countless days lying on a bunch of dirty mattresses and shooting up with a bunch of killers. About the only thing that could tear me away from this endless cycle of abuse was to go out on tour. When it was time to start the touring for Uplift, a damn limousine came to pick me up for the trip to the airport. I figured if we were going out on tour in a limo, something must be working. And it was. We played some of the greatest shows of our lives on that tour, mainly because Hillel and I weren't obsessed with getting high. We drank a lot and did coke whenever we could, smoked a lot of pot, and maybe had one shipment of dope sent out. But we crisscrossed the country, charging these small stages for hundreds of willing and beautiful customers. Kids would come out of the woodwork to rock out with this different outfit from Hollywood. We weren't part of the punk rock movement or the post-punk movement. We were a different animal. I had no idea how these kids even knew about us, but they were the best audiences you could ever ask for. So much heart, so much spirit, so much enthusiasm. They just show up and give everything they had. We did a lot of crazy things to while away the time while we were on tour. When we got to Texas, I decided to shave off all my pubic hair. I collected it and put it in a Ziploc bag and gave it to our roadie Nicky Beat as the merch for that night. He went out to the concession booth and tacked it up on the wall next to the t-shirts and started hawking Anthony's pubic hair, only $25. At the end of the night, he reported that he couldn't get the money, but he did get panties from 3 different girls with the promise that they'd bring their entire families to the next show. On that tour, we came up with a new touring pastime called Tongue in the Dirt. In the past, a lot of our games and challenges revolved around food. On the Freaky Styly tour, we had something called the Truck Stop Vomiting Club. We'd typically eat horrible, greasy, disgusting food, and we knew it was no good for us. So we'd go onto the truck stop and upchuck it by whatever means necessary. Whether it was fingers down the throat or thinking about something disgusting, your manhood was defined by your ability to make yourself vomit. Flea was always the hair trigger of these events. All he had to do was look at an egg, and he was vomiting all over the place. Then Hillel came up with something called the Grizzlers. Every day, when we'd hit a greasy spoon, to perk up the atmosphere of our experience, we'd turn our order into a rhyme. So we'd be in Utah, and the waitress would be hovering over us, waiting for the order, and we'd say something like, I don't know any Chinese, but I've worked with blacks, so give me scrambled eggs,
with a side of flapjacks. Then we'd end it with, because we're the Grizzlers. We'd go around the table and everyone would have a minute or two to compose a Grizzler verse. Tongue in the Dirt evolved out of challenges Flea and I gave each other back in high school. I remember one time I was on a city bus with Flea when we were about 15, and I was a little under the weather and coughed up a hideous cookie of congealed phlegm into my hand. We were both looking at this fucked up loogie with awe when I challenged Flea. If you got any balls at all, you'll eat this right out of my hand because you're the only motherfucker crazy enough to do that. And he did. Tongue in Dirt was born without our even knowing it. In our newest refinement of the challenge, we'd get a few roadies and some of the girls who were traveling or visiting with us and form an irregular circle. If we were throwing a football around, we'd line up 40 feet apart. If it was some awkward chunk of metal we'd found on the side of the road, we'd be closer together. The object of the game was to catch the object without dropping it. It was a group decision whether a particular throw was catchable or not. If a throw was not catchable, the person who threw would lose. But if someone fumbled a catchable throw, then he or she would lose. The loser would, as the name of the game implied, have to get down on their hands and knees and lay his or her tongue flat down in the dirt and then come up and show the other players. As the game developed, the more dirt you took in, the greater your honor. The losers began eating bugs off the grills of cars or licking the entire circumference of a trash can, anything that would entertain their brethren with an audacious display of absurd bravado. It was a terrific game, because you could play it with a hockey puck or a football, and it was all about psyching out your opponents and making the unexpected throw and putting a spin on it. It was a great way to spend time with friends and de-stress. Tongue in the Dirt maintained its presence in the camp for a very long time. It was during the Uplift tour that I had the first inklings that we were becoming a tiny bit famous. Girls would show up backstage and offer themselves to us. Suddenly, I became disinterested. Even under the influence, I couldn't be persuaded to sleep with these girls, because they would come up to me and go, "You're Anthony Kiedis. I want to fuck you. Let's go." I'd be like, no, I'm going somewhere and I think your friends are waiting for you. It was like when Groucho said he'd never join a club that would have him as a member. That was me. I wanted something that I couldn't have. I'd rather have a challenge or even failure than something that was too freely given. Most of the time. The longer we were on that tour, the more our popularity increased. In the South, we had been booked into theaters instead of clubs. By the time we hit Denver, Lindy was ecstatic because we had to move our show to a huge theater thanks to the ticket demand. That night after the show, Hillel and I were sitting backstage congratulating each other on our newfound success when a girl came storming backstage. "Anthony, I have to show you something," she screamed. "I'm so in love with you. Look what I did." She pulled down her pants, and there was my name tattooed right over the old pubic mound. There was a guy standing a few paces behind her. "This is my boyfriend, but he doesn't care. I'm all yours if you want me," she said. "Yeah, thumbs up, dude. Take her. She loves you," this guy said. I didn't take him up on his offer, but Hillel and I looked at each other and realized that maybe all that touring for the last 3 albums had finally amounted to something. We still weren't getting radio airplay, but we were definitely infiltrating the psyche of American youth. Touring was usually not a lucrative endeavor for us. After Freaky Styley, we each got $3,000. But following this tour, Lindy announced that after expenses and including t-shirt sales, we were getting $22,000. To split? I asked. "No, we each get $22,000, Lindy said. That was a quantum leap in finances for us. So my first order of business was to get a nice place to live for my angel girlfriend and me. But every time I'd go to look at a place, they'd hand me a long application. I thought I could just fork over some dough and the house would be mine, but every landlord was asking for me to list my last 5 residences, along with my last 5 places of employment. Okay, the last place I lived was with my girlfriend's mother. Before that, my manager's couch. Before that, a squat in Pasadena. Before that, I was homeless. Before that, it was another girlfriend's mother. Before that, it was Flea's sister's bed. Before that, a house that didn't have a door. My references weren't looking too good. They'd ask for bank account numbers and credit cards, but I didn't even own a checkbook then. All I had was $22,000 in cash. Eventually, I went to a 2-bedroom house on Orange Drive. It was a 30s triplex, very Art Deco, with wood floors and an old tiled bathroom. It was paradise, and it was $1,000 a month. After I inspected the place, the Russian landlord handed me an application, but I gave it right back to him.
I can't fill this out. It doesn't work for me, I told him. Then you can't have the house, he shrugged. Get out of here. I pulled out a shoebox with $5,000 in cash. This is the first 5 months' rent. If you don't like me after 5 months, then kick me the hell out, I offered. He looked at the $5,000. The house is yours, he said. So I had our dream house, and I still had a lot of money. I decided to celebrate my new acquisition with the yin-yang of drug use, a nice pile of heroin and cocaine. Once again, I started speedballing like a maniac. There was no furniture in the house, and I didn't even know how to get the electricity turned on in my name, so I went out and bought 5 watermelons and dozens of candles. I cut the watermelons in half the long way and set them all over the floor of the house and shoved candles into their cores. So now the entire house was a sea of halved watermelons and candlelight. I inaugurated the bathroom by shooting up a ton of coke and dope. I picked up Ione and brought her back to our dream house. She looked a little skeptical, especially because there were mad streaks of blood down both my arms, and my eyeballs were spinning around in my head. I'm with you. We're in this together. It's going to be okay. But my mom is not having this, she said. In fact, she's on her way down here right now. Baby, don't you worry about a thing. I'll handle the mom. This is my forte, I said. They always told me I should have been a lawyer. Watch me work. Enid pulled up in front of the house, and I marched out into the street, my shirt covered in blood, with crazy eyes and matted hair. She got out of the car and stood under the streetlight with her arms crossed, just beside herself. Enid, it's gonna be okay, I reassured her. I love your daughter with all of my heart. I would die for your girl. She's my baby, and I'll take care of her as good as you did. She looked at the blood and then at me. But you have a problem. You're not well. Enid, trust me, this is a passing phase, I said. Enid was peeking past me into the house and staring at the watermelons and candles, probably convinced that this was some sort of satanic ritual sacrifice of the Virgin. But somehow, in the midst of this debauched debacle, I was able to come to some state of clarity and convince Enid that things were going to be okay. I sent her home and kept her daughter, and we started our life together in that house. The band's suspicions that we were moving to another level of popularity were confirmed when K-Rock asked us to play a daytime promotional show at the Palomino in the Valley, a classic old-school, beer-drinking, barroom-brawling cowboy venue where people like Linda Ronstadt and the Eagles had played on their way up. The day of the show, we drove to the gig and were within half a mile of the venue when we got caught in a massive traffic jam. It was like the Rose Bowl parade. Traffic was stopped, and there were cops on horseback, and we were indignant because we had to get to our show. Then we realized that all the traffic was from people converging on the Palomino for our show. Between the power of K-Rock and the celebrated sons of the moment returning from their tour, we had stopped traffic. I must have gone on a pretty serious dope bender around this time, because in pictures of me from that show, I was frighteningly thin. Mario had re-entered my life, and I was back to borrowing Ione's car and going on runs with him. One day, in the midst of an outing, we were running out of money, so we suggested that we go deeper into the jungle of downtown, where the drugs were stronger and less expensive. We piled into Ione's Toyota and drove down to Skid Row, where 90% of the people on the street looked like extras from the Night of the Living Dead. Even though it was broad daylight, Mario and I looked like an unlikely duo to be rolling through those streets. I had taken all of my drugs and syringes and spoons and put them up under the driver's side visor of the car. Mario was in the passenger seat, scanning the streets like a computer for the right guy. I was driving cautiously, but all of a sudden I saw a cop car in the rearview mirror. I alerted Mario, and he told me to make a left, so I dutifully put on the signal, got in the proper lane, and made the turn. The cops kept following us. "Pull over by this alley," Mario said. As soon as I got near the curb, he opened the door and bezalted right out of the car. Now the cops were coming out of their car toward me. "Who's your friend there?" the first cop said. I tried to stay calm. That's Flacco, just a guy I know." "Well, do you know your friend Flacco there is an escaped convict and on the most wanted list?" the other cop said. Next thing I knew, I was under arrest for being in the company of an escaped felon. Luckily, they didn't search the car, but they did put me in the back of their patrol car, and we started canvassing the neighborhood for Flacco. Sure enough, they drove down some alleyway, and there he was. He looked at me like I had ratted him out, but when he got in the car with me, I made it clear that I hadn't said nothing to nobody. They took us to jail and separated us. They interrogated me, but I told them nothing. So they returned me to this glass-enclosed cell that was about as big as a large couch and stuffed with other prisoners. I was sitting there bemoaning my fate when I got a visit from the FBI. FBI? I don't even know this guy. I was just giving him a ride and don't talk so much. The Fed cut me off. We're here to take pictures of your teeth. Apparently, I fit the description of the Ponytail Bandit, a white kid who had successfully knocked off dozens of Southern California banks. Finally, a forensic dentist arrived and stuck his damn fingers in my mouth and turned to the agent and said, "This is not the guy." They transferred me to the Glass House, the downtown LA County Jail. It was a hellhole. By now my drugs were wearing off, and I hadn't slept in days and was feeling raw and empty and nervous. On arrival, they told me I'd have to undergo the old strip down and bend over, spread my butt cheeks, lift up my nutsack, peel my foreskin back, full body check, because they didn't know how long I was going to be in there, and they didn't want me keistering in goods. The only problem was that they had just passed a new law that stipulated if you had track marks on you, you'd have to do a 90-day mandatory sentence. And I had some track marks. So on my way to the full strip search, I started talking to the cop about to search me. I began to empathize with him, telling him I understood how rough it was being a cop, and he told me about his family, and we related as two humans for a minute. He asked me what I was doing downtown, and I told him I was trying to get back in college and get my life together, just lying my ass off, trying to make friends with him. As soon as I took off my shirt, he looked amazed. "Holy Toledo, look at your arms! You know that's a 90-day mandatory," he said. I just laid on the bullshit about how I'd be fired from my job and I couldn't get back in college and I had to support my mom, who was disabled. "Put your shirt back on and keep your arms covered the whole time you're in here," he said. After I'd spent the next few harrowing hours in a big dormitory room with 50 other inmates, a guard came into the cell and told me I could leave. Waiting for me in the corridor was Lindy. "You motherfucker! I called you at 9 this morning. It's 9 at night. What took you so long to get me out of here?" I screamed. "Well, Swanster, I got some advice from some of the other guys, and everyone seemed to think maybe it was a good idea if you chilled out in here for a minute and got some idea of where your life was going," he said. "It really wasn't my thinking. My thinking was, if I was in there, I'd want to get out. But they said, maybe if we let him sit in there for a while, it'll help. Look, motherfucker, you better give me $40, because that's not brotherly, leaving me in there like that," I said. "Whoa, $40? Swanster, I don't know if I should do that," Lindy said. "That's the least you can do. If you don't give me the 40, I'm going to be sick," I warned. He gave me the money and drove me to a place where I could cop. While my drug use remained blatant enough to send me to the Glass House, Hillel was battling his own demons in private. Whereas before we'd be together or there'd be girls involved, a whole party atmosphere, now it was more reclusive and isolated. There was a dark feeling to it. He was going off into a more constant and necessary use of heroin and cocaine, while I was becoming more of a periodic binger. I'd go ballistic for a week, and people always murmured and rumored and gossiped and spoke behind my back about how I'd be the first person they knew who'd die of drugs. Every now and then, even Hillel would come to me and say, "Dude, don't kill yourself. Look at you. You're close to death." Ione was terrified, telling me, "Please don't die. I can't handle it." That winter, the band embarked on our first proper European tour. London was our first stop. Come the night of the show, Hillel was too sick to leave his room. Flea and I went to his room, and it was incredibly sad to see him losing the battle with this darkness. He didn't have that look in his eye that said, "Yeah, I'm losing, but I'm going to fight this thing through." Instead, he was wailing, "I can't do this. I'm dying here." We convinced him to come to the club, and we took the stage and went into our trademark sizzling beginning. But Hillel was not part of what was happening. We tried playing another song, and Hillel stopped and mumbled to me, "I can't do this," and left the stage. I looked over at Flea and Jack and said, "Do something," and then I ran backstage, where Hillel was slumped over, crying into his hands. "Hillel, you can do this. Get your fucking guitar and come back." "No, I can't," he moaned. "Cancel it. It's over." I ran back on stage, and we proceeded to play an entire set
of a very rhythmic bass and drums and vocal thing. We started breaking out the jokes and the banter and the one-liners, and no one laughed, no one booed. People just went back to dancing and jumping around, but it was obviously the weirdest show we'd ever played, because there was no guitar. A couple of days after that, Hillel was fine, and he and I were back to joking about keeping an eye out for suspicious-looking characters who might be able to hook us up with a little of the downtown. Somewhere in Europe, a car full of Dutch weirdos showed up. They were there to document our tour. They had a lot of great behind-the-scenes tumult to capture, especially when Jack entered a totally manic phase of his life. He had been an extremist when it came to love, maybe because he was a late bloomer in that arena. Once he latched onto a girl, she meant everything to him. He had been in this tight union with a woman, and while we were in Europe, she left him for a guy we knew. Jack got the horrible news while we were in Berlin. After the show, I scored a bunch of coke and went to a club and wound up making out in a bathroom stall with this beautiful German girl who didn't speak a word of English. After a while, Flea and Lindy had left, and I was all alone there with this girl, jacked out of my mind. I was willing to go at it right in that stall, but she wanted to take me home, and I wanted to get some coke, so we met a dealer who fronted me a bunch of drugs. The next morning, everyone was boarding the bus to go to the next venue when I pulled up in a big black Mercedes limo, accompanied by the drug dealer, a big, burly guy. He grabbed me, held me like a toddler, and marched me over to Lindy and told him that he was in possession of my passport and wouldn't give it back until Lindy paid for the blow I'd done the night before. No one was too happy that Lindy had to spend band money to bail me out. During all of this tumult, poor Jack was out in the middle of the lawn surrounding the hotel, literally banging his head repeatedly on a tree. "What's wrong with Jack?" I asked Flea. "His girlfriend left him, and he doesn't know what to do," Flea said. We were still at a level where we were intimately connected to the audience. People would come backstage to meet us after the show, and we'd hang with them and even go back to their houses and check out their record collections. They were loving us and appreciating us and willing to give us the shirts off their backs, though we were still like one of them. It becomes so much different when you pull up in a tour bus, go through a back door of a giant building, go backstage, take the stage, go back off, and get back in the bus. There's no connection with the street or the local culture. We used to invite the whole audience back to our hotel. That was one of our ongoing jokes. I'd say, "There's a party in room 206 at the Finkelstein Hotel on Rotterwheel Avenue." That would be Flea's room. And he'd grab the mic and go, No, the party's in 409, which was my room. Despite Hillel's meltdown and poor Jack starting along an arduous section of his life, that tour did have many, many happy and magical moments. It's always at the end of a tour that you become this organic vessel. You're tight and it's effortless, and you become one heart beating together. But then we flew to New York and played a big college show at NYU. I made a deal with Hillel not to get high before the show, because New York was dope town, but I lost sight of him before the show, and when I got backstage, he was high on smack. Flea and I were furious. "Dude, this is not happening. If you want to do this, do it after," we cajoled him. "Let's play the show and then go party. But you're not capable of doing that." And he wasn't. Hillel was pulling the exact routine that I had been before I got kicked out of the band. And when we got back to LA, we fired him. Hillel started to miss rehearsals, and Flea was like, "Fuck this. Hillel, you're out of the band." We began rehearsing with an ex-Funkadelic guitarist named Blackbird McKnight, whom Cliff had introduced to Flea. Hillel was bummed and sulking, but accepting of his fate. We tried it with Blackbird for a few days, but then we decided to give Hillel another chance. Then we went back to Europe to play a few festivals. We did a huge outdoor show in Finland on the same bill as the Ramones. It was a great show. One big, massive orgy of 80,000 drunken, half-naked Finnish people. We rocked this enormous audience, but they weren't there to see us. They were there to see the Ramones. After our show, we all assembled to watch the Ramones, who weren't the most engaging fellows if they didn't know you. They kept to themselves in the backstage area. Before they went on, they went through their entire set in the dressing room with unamplified instruments. When they went out, we huddled at the side of the stage, and someone came up with the idea of taking off our clothes and running on stage and doing a little dance in homage to the Ramones. Hillel was dead set against it, But Flea and Jack and I stripped down and skanked naked across the stage during Blitzkrieg Bop. Later that night, I ran into Johnny Ramone and their manager in the lobby of the hotel. Johnny bitched me out. "Who the fuck do you think you are to get on our stage during our show without your fucking clothes on? That was not cool."
"I'm sorry, we did it because we love you. We didn't mean to interfere with your aesthetic." I apologized. Johnny stormed away, but Joey Ramone, who'd been lingering in the shadows, came up and whispered to me, "Personally, I thought it was kind of cool," and then walked away. Our next stop was Norway, and on the way to Oslo, we had to take a long train ride. Hillel and I wound up sharing a berth. I always had a deep connection with Hillel. He had that capacity to allow people to go past the barriers of their comfort zone with how much they wanted to reveal to people. I set up those cutoff barriers all the time with my close friends, always reserving 25% in a mystery zone. But with Hillel, you were comfortable showing that hidden 25%. I bonded with him closer than I ever did to any other male. Maybe part of it was that we shared the sickness of drug addiction. You can't understand the experience of addiction unless you're an addict too. Hillel and I had that in common, but he also had a capacity for forgiveness that was beyond most mortals. No matter what you did or what your flaws or failures or weaknesses were, he would never hold them against you. Unlike Flea, who had a real scrapping brother-type relationship with me, Hillel wasn't competitive. He was paternal in a way. He wasn't a braggart. He wasn't a macho guy. He prided himself on being a man, but not in a macho way. Hillel and I sat in that train berth, looking out at the scenery whizzing by, and we talked about everything. A lot of what we talked about was drugs and heroin, and where we were with our addiction, and what we wanted to do about it. We were still pretty clueless as to the nature of the disease. I had a little more experience with meetings than Hillel. That spring, Kim Jones had gotten clean, and I started to go to meetings with her. I had seen these transformations, people who had lost their will to live, coming back from their zombie states and radiating a new life force from their eyes. I took Hillel to a meeting once, but he hated to admit that he had a problem. He hated to admit that somebody could help him, and he was generally shy of crowds. After that, I could never get him to go to a meeting again. On the train, we agreed that the band was going really well, and we vowed to make a concerted effort to stop the drugging. In the next breath, we joked about Oslo being the heroin capital of Scandinavia. That was an ongoing thing with us. Whatever town we were in, it would become the heroin capital of the world. I could see that neither of us was committing to anything positive. It was more like, "Let me get high first, and then we'll see." I think we were sitting in the midst of a dark spirit, and we had to take the power away from that darkness and carry on as friends and bandmates. We both realized that we were at a point in our life when it was do or die. We played Oslo and then flew back to LA. We landed at the airport, gave one another a hug, and it was, "Great tour, great being with you. Call me in a few. I'll be good. You want to be good? Yeah, I'll be good too." We said goodbye, and then both Hillel and I made a beeline for our individual dealers. You probably could have set a stopwatch to see who copped first. I went home, checked in with Ione, and was off and running on a terrible, painful, speedballing binge. I was downtown and realized that all this time had melted off the clock, way more than I had planned. So I decided to come home and at least be with Ione, because unlike Jennifer, she would rather I use with her than away from her. She was like a little Mother Teresa. I'd come back from these long, terrible binges, and instead of her wanting to kill me or make me feel worse, she'd say, "You have to eat. Come and lie down on the couch. You're not going anywhere. Give me your keys." She would cook me a healthy meal, and I'd cry and apologize. I'm not saying it was a healthy relationship, but it was different. God bless her for having that kind of unconditional love and compassion towards her junky-ass, selfish bastard boyfriend. I was on my way home and stopped a few blocks from the house to call her from a payphone. I couldn't just go there and face her. I had to apologize first on the phone. Actually, I didn't even know if I was going to come home because I was still on a run. When she answered, I said, "Ione, I am so fucking sorry that this is what I'm doing." She was wailing and sobbing. I was thinking, this is weird. This is a bigger reaction than I've ever gotten from calling. She was screaming, "Come home right now. Something terrible has happened." I don't think she told me the details, but Hillel's name came up, at which point part of me knew that he might be dead.
but I went quickly into a rock-hard state of denial. She's confused. Maybe he just OD'd and she thought that must mean he's dead. It was enough to get my attention. I drove home, got out of my car in a chemical fog, and Ione came running out into the street, half-dressed, her face all puffy and red and splotchy and wet. She was screaming, "Your friend Hillel is dead!" And she lost it. You would have thought he was her best friend. But she felt all of this pain immediately, whereas I refused to accept it. There must be some mistake. Deep inside my core, I knew he was gone, but I would not allow myself to accept that then. The rest is a real blur, because I think I turned off my brain. I know I didn't stop using the rest of that night. I woke up the next day in a state of shock and denial. Everyone was dealing with this huge upheaval, death and aftermath and funerals, and people laying blame, and I knew there was never anyone to blame when people get into drugs. They're always responsible for their own behavior. And it's not the dealer, it's not the friend, it's not the bad influence, it's not the childhood. For some sad and disgusting reason, people associated me with being responsible for Hillel's demise at age 25 because my own addiction had started so much younger. His family tried to say I was the bad influence. It was kind of ironic, because I never blamed anyone for my own drug use, and I had tried to introduce Hillel to the idea of getting well. Meanwhile, I continued to get loaded. It's a myth that something like that scares you into going straight. Even when your close friend dies, you maintain a false sense of invincibility. You don't want to deal with your own wreckage. You just want to keep getting high. I heard from Ione that they were planning the funeral, but I was in no shape to attend. I couldn't stop using, for one thing. I was at my wit's end. I couldn't quit, but I couldn't keep using. Nothing was working, and my friend was dead, and I didn't want to look at that. Ione's mom had once mentioned that her friend owned a house in a tiny fishing village in Mexico, and we could use it any time we wanted. So that's what we did. People thought it was in poor taste that I didn't go to the funeral. Hillel was my guy, my best friend, but I was dying of the same thing that killed him. And it wasn't about taste. It was about insanity and unmanageability. Ione and I flew to Puerto Vallarta, and from there we took a small outboard motor to a place called Yalapa, a small fishing village of about 100 people. We stayed in a nice house with a bed and a mosquito net, but there was hardly any electricity in the town. I lay there and went through another fucked up, nasty, cold turkey heroin kick while I was light years away from what was happening in Hollywood. I turned off that station in my mind. Ione was incredibly supportive, and after a few days I started feeling better. I began to exercise, and we went back to having sex and sharing this love. We caught fish in the ocean and cooked on the beach, and I developed a false sense of wellness. After 10 days, my hiding had to end, and we went back to L.A. The minute I got back, I couldn't get high quick enough. I didn't know what the fuck else to do. By now, I was down to about 10 grand to my name, and I was out of game. I went out and bought a bunch of heroin and coke. While Ione was asleep in bed, I was on the floor shooting up and doing some inane art project all night long. But something had gone drastically wrong with my chemistry, because I was putting these drugs in me and wasn't getting high. I wasn't disappearing, wasn't escaping, not feeling euphoric, not blocking out the pain, not blocking out the reality. I kept doing more and more and more, but I was right there. I couldn't escape myself. Right around then, Jack Irons called a band meeting. He'd never done anything like that before. We met on Lindy's modest sailboat, and Jack sat us down and said, "This is not where I want to be. I do not want to be a part of something where my fucking friends are dying." He quit the band, and we understood. Lindy was probably thinking, what's going to happen here? The guitar player's dead, the drummer's quitting, the singer's hanging by a fucking thread. What happens now? But Flea and I did not plan on stopping playing music together. It wasn't out of lack of respect. It was out of respect. This was something that Hillel had helped build, and we were going to keep on building it. Which was weird, because I was in no great mental shape. But I knew that it was what I wanted to do, and Flea knew that it was what he wanted to do, and Jack knew that it was what he didn't want to do. Even though I was a mess, Flea and I hunkered down. We hired D.H. Peligro to play drums and Blackbird McKnight to play guitar. We had known D.H. for years, and at one point Flea, D.H., and I had a joke band called the Three Little Butt Hairs. We had played with Blackbird when Hillel was temporarily fired, so we were comfortable with him. But before we could even think about playing, I had to do something about my drug problem. When I was going to meetings that spring, I'd met a guy named Chris who was a young and crazy, skirt-chasing, mischief-making, sensible, funny guy. He had introduced me to a guy named Bob Timmons and said, "This guy could be your sponsor." Timmons was a bearded guy with tattoos who had a pretty hardcore past, but I immediately trusted him. He was quiet and not pushy, and he didn't seem to want anything from me. After one of those drug runs when I couldn't get loaded, I called up Bob Timmons. "I don't know what to do. My friend is dead, I can't stop using, and it's not even getting me high. I'm fucking going crazy." "Why don't you go into rehab?" he suggested. "That sounds horrible. What is it?" "For one thing, it's $10,000. $10,000? That's all I have," I said. "I think it would be a good investment," Bob said. "I think your life is at stake, and maybe one day you'll be able to make another $10,000 if you spend $10,000 right now. If you don't, that might be the last $10,000 you ever know." I didn't know what else to do, so I agreed. The rehab was a place in Van Nuys called ASAP. I got in the car with Ione to drive out there, and I was so infuriated that I was trying to drive the car into the tarmac. I zigzagged all the way down Van Nuys into oncoming traffic, and Ione was cowering in the passenger seat. I was mad that I had to check into rehab. I was mad that I couldn't get loaded anymore. I was mad that my friend had died. We got there, and I checked in, and they took a Polaroid of me. I was not looking real good. My skin was green and orangey yellow. My eyes were dead, and my hair had a life of its own. Then I was assigned a room, and a roommate. I was sharing a damn room with some other crazy bastard. He turned out to be this kid from Palm Springs who became my first sober rehab buddy. When you go to rehab, you end up meeting people from dozens of walks of life, all races, different financial realities, different religious backgrounds, but you end up loving all of them and seeing yourself in all of them. There was a female basketball player who couldn't stop smoking crack, a Brazilian businessman, a doctor, and a black SWAT team cop who busted people to get their drugs. I settled in, and it wasn't that bad. I stopped hating and started just being. My whole life I had been the most offensive person you'd meet, unable to tolerate any criticism. But now I started listening and being. Ione came to visit, and we broke the rules and had conjugal visits in the bathroom, which meant the world to me. I was so in need of some love and affection. From time to time, Bob Timmons would send different random sober people to visit me. I didn't know any of them, but I'd sit down to talk to them, and therein lay the magic of recovery. No one will ever really understand your predicament better than another addict. This stranger came in and talked with me, and the next thing I knew, the process of recovery was happening, whether I liked it or not. About 2 weeks into my time there, Bob Timmons came to visit. He'd seen that I had avoided going through the grief of Hillel's death, so he told me that he was going to take me out on a day pass. We drove to the Jewish section of Forest Lawn Cemetery and wandered around until we found Hillel's gravesite. There was a humble plaque in the grass, not even a tombstone. The inscription was something simple like, Hillel Slovak, devoted son, brother, friend, musician. I was sitting there with Bob saying, "Yep, okay, there he is. I guess we did that. Can we get out of here now?" "No, I don't think we should leave quite yet," Bob said. "I'm going to take a walk. Why don't you do me a favor and talk to Hillel and tell him how you feel about him dying? And why don't you also make him a promise right now that you're not going to put another needle in your arm and that you're not going to drink and use?" "Talk to what? It's a plot of grass with a rock on it," I said. "Just act as if Hillel is here listening and have that conversation," he said, and walked away. I was sitting there feeling really awkward about talking to no one. But then I said, "Yo, Slim," which was the way I'd always greet Hillel. And it was like this wall came down in a second. I started weeping like I'd never wept before. From that point on, I was a waterfall of blabbering and blubbering and crying and coughing. I had this talk with Hillel and told him how much I loved him and how much I missed him. And then I made him the promise. I'm clean. I'm in this rehab. I promise you I'm not going to put a needle in my arm again. I'm going to stay clean. I cried all the way out of that cemetery. Early on in my stay at rehab, we had a group meeting, run by a counselor who was this big semi-biker-looking dude. He'd been clean for 5 years. He got 30 patients into the room, everyone who was part of the class that month. Everybody was listening intently because we were all giving it our best shot. He said, "I've got some pretty unfortunate news for you people right now. Statistically speaking, only one person in this room is going to stay clean for any length of time after you get out of here. That's just usually what it boils down to." I looked around that room and saw the basketball player and the cop and the businessman and the doctor and the criminal and all these people, and I was like, well, they can all go home right now because I'm taking that slot. So you guys can save your money and your time because I'm the one who's going to be sober from now on. No 50-day celebrations, no wiggle room. I just vowed to give everything up. There wasn't any single moment of bedazzling revelation. It was more of an educational process. The more I learned about the nature of addiction, the more I was willing to look at my own behavior and history, and the more I was able to help the people I was in there with, the more it all made sense. A lot of this process came through witnessing the sickness of these people I was in rehab with. For me to see all these people and care about them, to know how slim their chances were of ever changing the demonic possession they had been living with. I realized this was not the jail I wanted to live my life in. When I made the decision that no matter what happened in my life, I was not drinking or using, this gorilla that had been beating me down for years evaporated. By the time I walked out of rehab, I didn't even want to get high. I turned off that voice in my head, which was wonderful, except it was almost too wonderful. I wasn't compelled by that pain anymore to keep working toward getting better and putting myself in a position where I could help someone else get better. I was so relieved of the pain of wanting to get high that I was able to coast and skate a little bit. I still went to meetings, and I showed up on panels and went to hospitals and talked to other alcoholics, but I didn't dive into this incredible opportunity of instigating a true psychic change. I went halfway and then started backing off. When I checked into ASAP, I wanted to die. 30 days later, it was, let's rock. Let's go write songs. Let's go be a band. And we did. Flea was excited and supportive when I got out of rehab. We went right into rehearsals with DH and Blackbird. DH seemed to fit right in. He was fun-loving and absolutely lived to play music. Blackbird had a harder time fitting in. He was a uniquely talented guitar player, but he'd never been in a band where everyone rocked together. He was used to George Clinton giving him some tape and then going into a studio by himself and working for days on his parts. We had been friends with DH for years, but Blackbird was harder to get close to. He was a little older and a little kookier. The more we played together, the more obvious it became that it was not clickety-click clicking. Our idea of working on new material was always the jam, and it wasn't happening.
Around that time, DH introduced Flea to a young guitar phenom named John Frusciante. John was a Chili Peppers fanatic who had been going to our concerts since he was 16. In fact, I had met John before Flea did. Around the time Uplift came out, we were playing a big show at Perkins Palace in Pasadena. I was still struggling with my addiction, and I had to do a little bit of smack before the show to get right. I drove to the gig and parked a few blocks away and walked through a park adjacent to the venue to find a place to shoot up. Just then, two fresh-faced kids walked up to me and gushed, "Oh my God, Anthony! We just wanted to say hi. We're huge fans of the band." I chatted with them for a while, and then I walked across the park and sat down on the first staircase I could find and cooked up some dope. Then I looked up and saw that I was shooting up on the steps of the Pasadena Police Department. After John had impressed Flea so much, I started hanging out with him. At the same time, Bob Forrest was all over John to play guitar in his group, Thelonious Monster. John told me he was going over to Bob's garage to audition, so I drove him there. In my mind, he was auditioning for the Red Hot Chili Peppers. One song into his performance, I knew this was our guy. Now it was my turn to do the firing. Blackbird lived in South Central LA, so I decided to do it on the phone. Blackbird, this is Anthony. I've got bad news. I'm really sorry, but it's not working out, and we can't be in a band with you. We're going to go in a different direction. Thank you very much for everything. You motherfucker, Blackbird said. What? You motherfucker. Come on, Blackbird, it's not me, it's the situation. I'm just the messenger here, I said. You motherfucker. I am going to burn down your house. Blackbird, don't burn down my house, I said. It's a band decision. It didn't work out. It's not us or you. It's just the situation. All right, I accept, Blackbird said. Just so long as you can accept that I'm going to burn down your house. That was the end of our conversation. I was a motherfucker, and he was going to burn down my house. Not everything made perfect sense for us the minute John joined the band. But what did instantly change was the chemistry. There was a wholeness to the love of being in the Red Hot Chili Peppers, which we hadn't felt for a long time. Here was this young man who had dedicated every waking moment in his young life to music, and you could feel that. As inexperienced as John was, we were getting everything he had to offer. It was just better chemistry. DH and John were friends. We now had a group in which we were coming from the same place and wanted to go to the same place. It was pretty exciting, but it would still take a long time to gel. Instead of trying to make a record immediately, we decided we should just play for a while, write some songs and rehearse some old ones, take time to become a real band. We ran into some obstacles. DH was an unbridled, wild Mustang of enthusiasm, but Flea was a perfectionist for accuracy and diligence when it came to learning songs. DH's forte was not necessarily that. Flea was riding DH pretty hard, being sort of a dictator when it came to that, which he was no stranger to because he had been the dictator in other configurations of the band. It was, come on, let's make sure we get this done. Don't be lazy, and don't forget to do your homework, and make sure you learn all your parts. Some tensions developed between DH and me as well. Once I got sober, I had the audacity to think that everyone else should follow my lead. Okay, world, the party's over. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm sober now, so close up Bolivia, and everyone put down their drugs and alcohol. My controlling nature and my insecurities continued, so my ability to make other people feel bad in order to deal with my own not feeling good continued. On some level, DH must have realized that his drinking and using could become an issue. He started showing up late and not always in the clearest frame of mind. My level of tolerance and patience and acceptance of another man's difficulties was not a flourishing element in my own personality then, unfortunately. I wasn't exactly clashing with DH, but I was brooding that now I had somebody else's unmanageable behavior in my band. While we were rehearsing, I started a cautionary song called Knock Me Down. It was a song that described what it was like to be a drug addict, to have that ego, and to think you were impenetrable and impervious to the forces of nature and life. But it also was a love song for Hillel. I had pages and pages of verses, but no melody or organization. John had come to me right after he joined the band and told me that I could show him anything and we could write together. One of the first things I showed John was Knock Me Down. I warned him that it was very verbose. Oh, that's okay. I've been working on this really verbose melody, and I can see how it's going to apply exactly to these words, he said. He sat there, studied the lyrics, and started smushing them into his melody. It was uncanny. In a few minutes, he had a complete verse melody. This was a real epiphany. Okay, here's another way songs can be written. Even when Hillel was there, everything we wrote was in a group context. Flea and I had written songs together, but it was different on the bass. Now I felt that I could write anything, a melody, a rhythm, a lyric, and go to this new friend of mine and sit down, and when we left that session, we'd have a song. I felt like anything was possible with this kid. I could show him my most sentimental writings, and he didn't stop to judge them once. There was no moment when he read the lyrics to see if he liked them or if they were something he wanted to do. Whatever I'd written had to be a song. Now I didn't have to second-guess myself or be afraid to show something or try something new, which opened up the avenue for writing songs and making cool music. John and I started to slowly but surely become the kind of friends who would spend every single day together and then go home and call each other to say goodnight before going to bed. When we woke up, it was, "Good morning, what are we doing today?" After a while, we didn't go anywhere or do anything without doing it together, which is a rare and valuable but sometimes too intense experience. Though John had gone through a period of cocaine and alcohol abuse, he was clearly willing to sacrifice getting loaded to focus on being in the band.
He was living near Cantor's with his girlfriend, but when we went out to parties and clubs, she started resenting that this guy in the new band was whisking him away from the routine of the relationship. Ione had no problem with that. She was doing great, working a lot. But John ended up breaking up with his girlfriend shortly after he joined the band. We decided it would be a good idea to break in the new bands at obscure, off-the-beaten-path venues. So Lindy booked a tour that we called the Turd Town Tour. It was a disaster. We played holes in the wall in cow towns in Wyoming, and northern Colorado, and Utah. Nobody in these turd towns cared enough about us to show up, and when they did, it was a real rodeo crowd. Unfortunately, D.H., bless his heart, sweetest guy in the universe, was drinking quite heavily, and he wasn't at his sharpest for these shows. One night on that tour, D.H. was dropping the beat, forgetting parts, not so clear on the songs. After the show, he and I had a huge confrontation. Look, if you want to be in this band, you're going to have to do something about your condition. It's either do something or bow out, I told him. Flea and John were both backing off, going, we're not sure what to do here. Anthony's being kind of a jerk, but the fact is, D.H. is fucked up, and he isn't really carrying his weight in the band. They didn't want to side with me because I was being such a teetotaling killjoy, but they knew it wasn't working out with D.H. either. When we got home, it went from bad to worse. He started to miss rehearsals, and his addiction started consuming him. Every other time we'd fired someone, with the exception of that bizarre Hillel thing, it had always been obvious and necessary, and without a doubt for the betterment of the band. But D.H. was our friend whom we loved and cared about and didn't want to see anything bad happen to. Still, it wasn't salvageable. Unluckily for Flea, it was his turn to do the firing. It was worse than we could have imagined. Flea had to stay in bed for days after firing D.H. The only beautiful thing about it was, years later, I got to be a huge part of D.H.'s sobriety and his rebirth into the universe as a human. Because from the moment he was fired, he went on a crash course of deceleration into a whole other level of unbelievable abuse. By now, we had moved into a rehearsal space in Glendale. It was there that we began the process of auditioning drummers. We assumed that all the greatest drummers in the land would come marching in from near and far to have this opportunity. Looking back, it wasn't as brilliant an opportunity as we saw it. Everybody and his grandmother did start coming through that door with a set of drums, but not too many of them were any good. During the process, a friend of ours, Denise Zoom, called up Flea and told him that she had a drummer for us. According to her, this guy Chad Smith was the best drummer she'd ever heard, and he ate drums for breakfast. Anytime someone calls you up out of the blue talking about some dildo from the Midwest who eats drums for breakfast, you're like, save me the time, please. But we let this guy come down and audition. We were waiting and waiting for him to show up, and he was late. I went outside to see if anyone was there, and I spied this big lummox walking down the street with a really bad Guns N' Roses hairdo and some clothes that were not screaming, I've got style. I had already decided against the guy, based on how he looked, but he came in and we were all business. There are the drums, get ready to play, you got 10 minutes. We're going to jam for 5, and then we're going to try a song or two for 5. Chad was not in the least bit intimidated by all this attitude we were giving him. Every other poor bastard who had sat down at the drums would look over at Flea, who would launch into an aggressive, hardcore, slapping funk rock bass line, and the drummer would fall over himself trying to follow. Flea would wash them away with his intensity. Flea started playing something hard, complicated, fast, and awkward to see if the guy could follow. Chad instantly not only matched him, but started leading him and taking him for a ride. He over-aggressed Flea and did it with finesse and did it some more and some more and some more. We couldn't believe what was happening. I was so turned around from my initial impression of this guy that I started laughing hysterically. Now Flea was looking at him like, whoa, what do I do? Where do I go? What the hell's happening here? Chad wasn't stopping for a second to let Flea catch up and figure it out. He was screaming like Art Blakely did behind the drums when you're getting your gusto up for the moment, because there was a lot of energy being released at that moment between Flea and him. It was a big eruption of sound and energy, and all I could do was laugh hysterically, howling at this fucking guy with the bandana and the puffy hairspray hair and the bad Venice Beach muscle man shorts, thinking how funny was this that the goofiest guy we'd ever seen blew all of us away right in our own rehearsal studio. It was genius, and everyone loved it. We all knew that Chad was the guy, and now we wanted to see what his level of commitment was. We also wanted him to change his look. We said to him, okay, you're good. You can be in the band if you shave your head today. Show up later at Cantor's with your head shaved, and you have the job. Chad said, Whoa, a shaved head? I don't know. The choice is yours. Shave your head and be in the band. Don't shave your head and don't be in the band. And we went to Cantor's and waited for him. He showed up with the same bandana and stupid hair. Dude, do you want this job or not? We asked. Yeah, I'm going to play in the band, but I'm keeping the hair, he insisted. And we conceded. We realized that anybody who was bold enough to stand his ground in the face of all that pressure was not going to be a bitch. Later on, we found out that the real reason he didn't want to shave his head was because his hair was receding, and he was hiding that behind the bandana. Either way, it was another important day in our history, because now we had a drummer who was reliable and an awesome person to jam with. Now we could get down to work. Chapter 9. Reforming. Because John was so young and inexperienced, he came in for a lot of good-natured ribbing. He was a kid who'd spent most of his young life holed away in his room, practicing his guitar, so everything about being in a rock band was new to him. Flea and I used to continually tease him, calling him Greenie, or the Green Man, or the Green Hornet. Years later, John confessed to me that all this ribbing made him incredibly self-conscious, but at the time, we had no idea of the effect we were having on him. Flea and I didn't consciously want to make him feel bummed out or insecure. That was just the playing ground of our comedy. The litany of green names spoke of something else, a huge sign of affection. You're in our graces and in our hearts if you have more than one nickname. All that green stuff was because we loved this kid, and we were so happy to have his creative energy in our lives. If we did it with a smirk and a poke, maybe it was just to not show how much we cared about him. If you look at it like, whose phone number are you dialing the most, and whose house are you going over to the most, and who are you sharing the most experiences with, it was clear I was completely in admiration of this young man. John and I recently talked about the fact that when things wouldn't go my way, I'd ignore him. Okay, this guy's acting in a way that I can't appreciate and, without him having any idea, affecting my sense of well-being, so I'll ignore him until the feeling goes away. It wasn't a healthy or communicative way of dealing with stuff, but you have to remember that John went from being a 17-year-old unrecognizable kid to being in the Red Hot Chili Peppers. He was equally, if not more, abusive to the people around him. He was a pretty crass fellow for about a year there. I had people coming to me constantly going, "Your guitar player is a fucking dick. He fucked this girl and then threw her out in the street in the middle of the night and told her to never come back." I never saw him acting like that, so I defended him. I was willing to accept the fucked up aspects of his personality just because he was young and going through a rough transition. Chad wasn't getting renamed every day because we weren't as close to him. He stayed very much a man unto himself within the band. He had a whole different way of dealing with being the new guy, and that was, I don't need them, I don't want them, I've got my own life. He never showed any signs of needing to be in our inner circle. He would rather run with his own kind, which was a different breed of person than either Flea or me. Chad showed us very little of who he was and where he was coming from and what he was thinking. Just to give an example, he's been in this band since 1988, and it wasn't until the end of 2003 that I found out when Chad left Michigan to come to LA, he was heading to Hollywood to become a handsome leading man. We never sat down and had the heart-to-heart of what his hopes or dreams or fantasies were. Chad shows up to do his job, he's friendly and personable. I considered him one of the weird pillars that held up our fortress when times got rough. When it came to clothes, his sensibility were way different from ours, and I used to tease him about it all the time. He'd show up in 80s-looking purple double-breasted suits, and I'd say, "Did you raid Arsenio's closet for that?" He thankfully stopped teasing his hair when he joined the band, but instead of hanging out at a punk rock dive like Smalls with Flea and me, he'd go to the Motley Crue bar and wear funny jeans and belts and cowboy boots and play pool and go after rock chicks. People would see him and report to me that he had his hair teased up higher than a girl's, but the next day he'd come to rehearsal wearing a baseball cap. It wasn't that he was a chameleon by nature. He just wouldn't show off all his colors around us. We found common ground in the music. Even there, his musical sensibility was different, but his energy and passion and the power he had for creating rhythm were unsurpassed. Just about every time we had a rehearsal or a show and he was practicing by himself, I'd rock the mic and sing along, and it always felt exciting and fresh, even when he was playing simple, basic, you've heard that before beats. He wasn't experimental or avant-garde, and he didn't listen to a super different variety of music, staying pretty much in the rock and pop genre, but what he did was fulfilling nonetheless. We'd never had a drummer who had a supercharged angst battery that never seemed to run low. I shudder to think that we ever would have made him feel unwelcome or unwanted by giving him the same tough love boot camp style introduction into the band that we gave John, but we did it because we cared about him. We wanted him to be close to us. We had our new guys and started working. It was weird and difficult at first to develop songs, more so than ever before. Flea was showing up with parts, and John and Chad were trying to find themselves. Michael Beinhorn was throwing in another wrench. There were a lot of days when we had a lot of good ideas, but we didn't know how to craft a song out of all this music that was coming up. It was a lot to expect to pick up where Uplift Mofo Party Plan had left off. I think John felt a big responsibility to follow in Hillel's footsteps, though he wasn't trying to replicate Hillel's sound. He had a cleaner, more modern sound. We just needed new songs. When Cliff and Jack Sherman came into the band, we had already written a body of work. Now we had to write an album's worth of new songs. Slowly but surely, some pretty different sounding grooves started to develop. The drums had a new uber intensity. Cliff was artistic and creative and intricate. Jack Irons was very much the metronome. But Chad was moving more air than had ever been moved by a drummer, so that was giving us a new vibe. I'd listen to the jams and go home and sit in the kitchen with piles and piles of papers. It never dawned on me that you could write a song with 5 sentences of lyrics and a chorus. I thought because Flea was busy and the drums were busy and these textures were complicated, I had to do the same thing. When I sat down to write, I wasn't looking for 1 or 2 interesting ideas. I wanted a 5-page poem to rap. I'd sit there for 8 hours at a time, writing songs like Good Time Boys and Subway to Venus and Johnny, Kick a Hole in the Sky, where the lyrics go on and on and on. Even my tribute to Magic Johnson was constant wordology. Anything that was hard to say, I was happy to write it. When it came time to record, we began butting heads with Michael Beinhorn. He had an agenda that, unlike Andy Gill's, had more to do with sound. Michael had a lot of smarts and musical savvy in the studio, but he was also domineering. He wanted John to have a big, crunching, almost metal-sounding guitar tone, whereas before we always had some interesting acid rock guitar tones, as well as a lot of slinky, sexy funk guitar tones. John wasn't into it at the time, so there was a lot of fighting between them over tone and guitar layering. It was not a good time for John. He was wrestling with a lot of different behaviors that were making him tense, and Beinhorn was pushy and manipulative. If it wasn't for the Tracy Lords porn tapes that were constantly on rotation in the lounge, I don't know if John would have made it through the sessions. We worked hard on all the songs, but Beinhorn put an extra amount of focus on our cover of Stevie Wonder's Higher Ground. Flea had been playing that bass line for years, and John and Chad came up with monster parts for the song. Beinhorn went through hell and high water to get John to play the layered sound on that cut. For me, doing the vocals was totally daunting and frustrating and challenging. A song like that was not my forte, but Beinhorn was sure I could sing it, so he kept pushing and pushing me. I know it sounds like a bullshit whine, but when you're in front of that damn vocal mic and you're having a hard time, your insides start to hurt. It took me forever to get that song, but it was well worth it. When we got to the choruses, we called all our friends to come down and had a room full of 25 people singing together. Half of them were competent singers, and the other half weren't, but it didn't matter. It still sounded surprisingly good. I had a great time up until the last few weeks of recording. I was just loving life and feeling so happy to be sober, to be making a record, and to have these songs. But Beinhorn and I came to a relationship-ending moment of tension at the end of the recording process, when he wanted me to do ad-libs at the end of Higher Ground. I couldn't tolerate his direction any longer. He was trying to squeeze something out of me that I wasn't feeling, and we got into a fight, and I knew that I was done with him. We didn't finish that record and say, "This is our best record ever," but I didn't feel bad about Mother's Milk. I did feel bad about the album cover. Flea had come up with the title of the album as an homage to Loisha's bodily fluids, which were sustaining their young daughter, Clara. We can put to rest the rumors that Mother's Milk was a slang reference to heroin. We went back to our good friend Nels Israelson, who had done the photos on our second and third album covers. I had an old poster from the 60s of Sly and the Family Stone, where Sly was holding out his hand and his band was congregated in his palm. and I thought it would be great to be a little person held by a giant. Only in my vision, the giant would be a naked female, and we'd be held near her chest. I brought this concept to the band, and they weren't 100% enthusiastic, but I was, so they agreed to humor me. Nell started to audition models for the cover, and because they were taking off their shirts, it had to be a closed set. Unfortunately, I showed up late, and he had already decided on a girl. EMI planned to cover up her nipples with some lettering and a flower, but they were definitely part of the feature package. Then we found out that the model was uptight about the whole concept. I couldn't understand why we couldn't have found a model who was happy to have her tits on a cover. I started to choose the photos of us that she'd be holding in her hands, and John despised every last photo of himself. He finally let me use one, and I think the cover came out great. It was like 4 Tom Sawyers being held by this giant naked lady. The album cover was printed, and her nipples were contractually covered, but EMI printed up a couple hundred posters of her with her nipples exposed. These were for record stores and friends, whatever, and the poster signing machinery went into action. This was a period in the life of the band when we were all still pigs and heathens, brash and obnoxiously sexual. I think it was Chad and Flea who wrote some stupid, sophomoric, perverted things on one of the posters, and lo and behold, the model caught wind of the poster and sued the piss out of us. She won $50,000, which was a huge settlement back then. Despite the cover tempest, EMI must have heard something in the grooves because they gave us a budget to make 2 videos before the album was released. It was odd. We weren't coming off a successful record. Uplift had sold about 70,000 copies, maybe making its money back. But we were happy for the new level of interest and commitment. So we made the videos back-to-back to accompany the singles from the album. The first was for Knock Me Down, and Alex Winter played a Chaplin-esque vagabond who's paranoid and wanders around a house of horrors, shocked by the psychedelic morbid images of dead rock stars on the walls. He comes to an all-white room where Flea, John, Chad, and I are rocking out and bouncing off the walls, playing the song. We shot the Higher Ground video on one of the famous old SIR sound stages, where the Three Stooges made their movies. We had a full makeup and art department and separate wardrobe people, and a huge, huge stage, which was quite a departure. When we shot our Catholic Schoolgirls Rule video, Dick Rude's mom catered the shoot. But now we got to dance around and outdo one another jumping off things, so it was a fun video to shoot. From Knock Me Down. I'm tired of being untouchable. I'm not above the love. I'm part of you and you're part of me. Why did you go away? Too late to tell you how I feel. I want you back, but I get real. Can you hear my falling tears, making rain where you lay? Finding what you're looking for can end up being such a bore. I pray for you most every day. My love's with you, now fly away. If you see me getting mighty, if you see me getting high, knock me down. I'm not bigger than life. It's so lonely when you don't even know yourself. That ending is lonely, sad, but true. Those are the feelings you feel when you're out there and enough dark energy possesses you and you think, who the fuck am I? What happened to me? I'm sure that was where Hillel ended up. He so clearly knew who he was and what he wanted early in his life, and he was a determined and hardworking, creative, life-loving guy. By the end, he forgot who he was, which I've seen happen to many people. Knock Me Down was the first single off Mother's Milk, and it actually got on the radio. Every now and then, Lindy would tell us that a station had added the song, but that didn't really compute. A few months later, on a weekend tour to Washington, D.C., Flea and John and I flagged down a cab in the middle of the nation's capital. We got in, and the driver looked at us and said, "Hey, aren't you those guys? What is it? Beat me up, slap me around, kick my ass? I love that song. You're those guys, right?" That was the first time somebody other than the musical underground had arbitrarily become aware of us. In September '89, we started a year-long cycle of touring behind Mother's Milk. Another indication of our escalating level of success was our upgrade to a full-fledged tour bus. But we needed the room because we had so many people on the road. We hired Tree to play horn, but he came up with this cockamamie notion to play an electric hybrid synthesizer that you blew into and produced several different horn sounds. Then we hired Kristen Vigard and Vicky Calhoun as backup singers. Kristen was a full-on character who had been a successful child actor. She was a 5'0" redhead, freckled-faced mad woman who had been a jazz singer on the Hollywood scene. Vicky was a large black woman who had sung backup on Knock Me Down and been featured in that video. Besides the band, we had Chris Grayson, our sound man, Mark Johnson, our tour manager, and a new face in the organization, a roadie named Robbie Allen. When we got to England later in the tour, Robbie developed an alter ego, Robbie Rule, who opened our shows for us. With the help of Flea and John, Robbie developed a musical comedy act where he would go on stage and pretend to cut off his dick. It was a sleight-of-hand magic trick. He'd go out with a proper butcher knife that was sharp on one side and extremely dull on the other. Then he'd stretch his dick out, put the knife to it, and subtly turn the knife over so the dull side would be doing no damage to his private parts. Like Bob Forrest, Robbie was a tortured musician working as a roadie, so we gave him his moment on the stage. It was a crazy play within a play, and Flea played comedy drums during the act. All the kids in the countryside of England had to endure this dick slashing before we came on. Since I was no longer chasing cocaine or alcohol, new entertainments had to be created. Something called The Job spiced up the tedium of being on the road. Since we were playing a lot of college dates, we'd routinely get fed meals at the venues, which consisted of reheated cafeteria food that had been topped with industrial-strength salad dressing. It was hard to tell if that mystery liquid was for garnishing your food or cleaning the floor. The first job we created was in Canada, where we encountered a supersized bowl of bacon bits on our dining table. We came up with the idea of collecting some money and challenging Mark Johnson with the job of eating that entire bowl. It turned out Johnson was capable of eating some shit, and he successfully completed his job. My first job was to eat what appeared to be a half a pound of butter brought to our table at a gig. I had 3 minutes to finish it off and $120 to gain, but I got only halfway through before I had to quit. I thought I could mind power the job, but my body rejected that much butter. Eventually, Flea, John, Chad, and I realized it was silly to torture ourselves with these jobs when we could torture those around us. Besides, we weren't as much in need of the money as the sound man or the backup singer or the roadie. One night, we were backstage at some college in the middle of Pennsylvania, and our hosts brought us some inedible food. The girls had been bugging us for a job, so we took an empty wine carafe and started mixing up various salad dressings and condiments and wound up with a bottle full of green stuff that wouldn't have been out of place in the 50-foot bug that ate St. Louis. Then we selected Tiny Kristen, who needed the money, and we all chipped in $180 if she'd drink the entire carafe and keep it down for 5 minutes. She was such a firecracker times 10 about everything that she not only accepted that job, but offered to eat some various other food stuff if we threw in $50 more. Accepted. We didn't want to leave Vicky out of this, so we raised some money and gave her the job of eating an entire huge metal container of butterballs. She agreed and sat down and ate the whole bucket like it was whipped cream. Then we all watched Kristen. I would have been projectile vomiting at the smell of that sludge, but Kristen zenned out, took the liter of goo, drank it, and then ate the bonus bogus food. Then I got out the old watch and sat with her as she began to sweat, cry, and turn 15 different colors. But she made it to the 5 minutes, and when that time was up, she calmly got up, turned around, and went into the toilet, and it all came flying out of her. At the sound of Kristen's first heave, Vicky lost it and ran to the bathroom, and like two dragsters side by side, they egged each other on. When they returned, the whole meal degenerated into a food fight until a stern matronly cleaning lady came back and chastised us and ordered us to clean up after ourselves, which we did very sheepishly. The road food was execrable, but a few months into the tour, sex had been added to the menu. That was possible only because I had broken up with Ione in December. I had managed to stay sober by not ingesting drugs, so my body had pretty much healed from all that torturous activity, but my mind still wasn't healthy enough to work out the problems that come up in a relationship. Neither of us adapted after I got sober. I had been the needy, groveling fuck-up, and she had been the caretaker who, for whatever reason, loved me and nursed me back to health. When that changed, instead of us both finding a workable, healthier, more sustainable dynamic, we just didn't. I didn't have anybody in my life for whom I was willing to listen to. Dude, you're sober now, but you're acting like a fucking asshole. Work through your steps and take an inventory and see who you are and get better. I was still the jealous, raging, controlling, selfish, bratty kid that I had been, only drug-free. We became another typical fighting couple, and I knew that our relationship was doomed. There wasn't anything horrible going on between us, but we weren't making each other happy, and we weren't giving ourselves completely to each other. We were fading and fighting, and I think we were both over it, but we were afraid to give each other up, because we were at times tighter than I'd ever been with anybody. At the end, it was my house, and I said, rather crassly, "Please take your stuff and just get out of here." She argued, No, I don't want to leave. I want to be here with you." That happened over and over again, and on the 10th time, I did the big, "Take your stuff and get the hell out of here." She looked at me and said, "I think I will." "Well, do it then. Just take your stuff and keep on walking, little lady," I said. She left the house and never came back. She moved back in with her mom, and I kept waiting for the pattern to play itself out, when she would come right back a day or so later, but she didn't. I was desperate and lonely and confused, and I wondered why I had told her to leave when I really wanted her to stay. About 3 days later, I called her up and said, "Isn't this where you come back to the house like all those other times?" She said, No. In fact, nope. Actually, I'm never coming back again. I finally agree with you. It's over." This was right before Christmas. Before I went home to Michigan, I bought Ione an Art Deco statuette and delivered it to her house. Her mom answered the door. "I've got this gift for Ione," I said. And she said, "You're going to have to leave it on the porch." I thought, wow. So I left her gift and bummed out on the plane ride and wrote a sad and lonely heartbreak song about it, which never became a full-fledged song, just something to sing to myself. I used to write song mantras to sing to myself and deal with whatever it was I was going through at the moment. At my mom's house, I was alone for the first Christmas in years. I realized it was over with Ione and that she already had somebody else in her life, so I'd better accept that this was all part of the beauty and the flow, and it was time to move on to a new chapter of life and love and adventure. Even still, there was a lot of unfinished business from the relationship. It would take years and years and years before I was even able to understand and cop to all of my lying and insanity and emotional terrorism. I'm glad that I was ultimately able to express that to her and to try to make amends for it. When I got back from Michigan, the band played a big show at the Long Beach Arena, which was filmed for a documentary. In the middle of a backstage interview, the interviewer started asking me about Ione, and I told him that we'd had a rough breakup. Just then, John peeked into the camera frame and said, "That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Anthony's a free man, and you know what that means? It's time to fuck." It was John's way of bringing me out of my doldrums, and it was a tactic that we'd both use on the rest of the Mother's Milk tour. I might still have had reservations about the easy availability of girls on the road, but they remained theoretical reservations. Sex was once again on the menu. Once again, it was freely available. In Houston, we were coming off the stage on the way to the bus when I ran into another Marilyn Monroe look-alike. Unlike her New Orleans counterpart, this little Marilyn never broke character. She became my Houston girlfriend, and every time we'd play there, I'd wind up going back to her apartment and having sex, and she'd be in her own private Marilyn movie. Not all of my road affairs were consummated. We were playing a college show in Kentucky, and I was backstage getting ready to go on when Robbie, our roadie, made a surprise visit to the dressing room. "Swan, I thought you might like this girl. From what I can tell, this is what you're into," he said. I looked up and saw an absolute princess of a college student, with white skin and black hair. A princess who'd been handcuffed, hands behind her back, with gaffer's tape. "Thank you, Robbie. Now go away," I said, and proceeded to provide this delightful young girl with explicit directions to my nearby motel for an after-show rendezvous. "Oh, no, I was just having fun. I just wanted to say hi," she said in her adorable, thick Kentucky accent. "I'm out there with my girlfriend, and I have a boyfriend at home. Let's at least hang out. I'm not saying anything has to happen," I countered. "I don't know if that's possible," she said. "I'd like to be friends with you, but I don't know if he would like that, and I'm loyal to him." I was looking at her thinking that I would die if I didn't have this girl. There was no way I would continue to tour if I didn't get to know her. She told me she lived with her mom and dad, and somehow I finagled her address out of her. It was time to go on stage, and we played the show, and as soon as I got backstage, I searched out Robbie. "Where's the girl?" I implored him. "Brother, I've been looking for her for the past half hour. She disappeared," he said.
There was no way I was going to let that girl disappear into the Kentucky night. I grabbed a pen and some paper and sat down and wrote her a poetic letter, and then I got some college kid to drive me to her house. It was around midnight, and I found the house and went around the back and started calling her name, but there was no answer. I left a note, along with contact numbers for the next hotels we'd be at, in her mailbox. A few days later, we were in Chicago, where I met a girl who looked like a 70s starlet, with her kinky, chestnut-colored, full head of hair. She was very free and easy and sweet and obviously sexually enthusiastic, so I took her back to the hotel. I was rooming with John, and I could tell just by kissing and touching this girl that she was one of those hypersensitive live wires who become super intensified when you touch them anywhere. I told John that I needed to be alone with this girl, and he said that Chad happened to have an extra bed in his room and he was out drinking. John also happened to have an extra key, so I grabbed it and shifted over to Chad's room. We lay down in the extra bed and took off our shirts and were kissing and touching, and she was unusually responsive. It was all getting ready to go on when I heard what sounded like Clydesdale stomping down the hallway. Before I could react, the door flew open and it was Chad. Except it didn't look like Chad. Something had come over him. He had some little heavy metal tramp in tow, and he saw me and screamed, "What are you doing in here, you motherfucker? I'll fucking tear your head off!" "Whoa, Chad, come on, hey, whoa," I said, but Chad was out of control. He charged me, and I jumped over a bed, and he followed, knocking over lamps, banging into walls, taking huge swings at me. I told the girl to grab her shirt, but Chad was still diving for me, and I was still eluding him. "What is your problem? Chill out," I said. "Who let you in my room? I'll kill you," he slurred, and kept taking full haymaker swings at me with hate and vengeance in his eyes, as if I had done something horrible to him. But if you knew the history of our behavior on the road, there was always that give and take with rooms if you ended up with the girl. Finally, the girl and I made a break for the door. It turned out that Chad had drunk a whole bottle of tequila and was in a blackout rage. To this day, he only has vague recollections of seeing me in his room. The girl was very understanding of the whole matter. "Your drummer drank a little too much, I guess," she said. "Let's go somewhere else to be together." We were staying in a lightly traveled, quiet old brick hotel with lots of hallway space, so we curled up next to a radiator in a stairwell and had relations right there. What I didn't know about this girl was that she was not only hypersensitive, but also a world-class screamer. At first I thought she was kidding, because I touched her pussy and she started bellowing at the top of her lungs. Every single person in that hotel could hear her clearly, but at that point, there was no stopping. This went on for some time, and when I got back to my room, John was wide awake. "Jesus Christ, do you realize that every single person in this hotel listened to everything that just happened?" I was touting the virtues of a girl who couldn't control herself on any level when John cut me off. "If there's ever a time when you're feeling like it would be permissible for all parties involved, I have to experience that," John said. "Hold your horses there," I said. "We'll see. One never knows." She wound up coming with me to the next few cities. We parted company in Milwaukee, her hometown. The next stop on the tour was Cincinnati. Against every odd in the universe, both the screaming girl and the Kentucky girl of my dreams showed up at the show. At that moment, I had to make a decision, and it's not something I'm terribly proud of, but I called John over and said, "John, can you please take the screaming sensation, because I have to pursue Kentucky." I had no choice. I couldn't imagine having a better sexual partner than the screamer, but as great as the sex was, I had to have Kentucky. The poor screaming sensation saw what was happening and looked at me like, "You motherfucker." But at the same time, she conveyed that she was willing to accept the affection of John, and they went off. We played the show, and then I begged the Kentucky girl to come back to my room to be with me. Luckily, I had my own big room, and we sat there and talked for a couple of hours. I just wanted to be around her and smell her and look at her and touch her hand. She told me she was about to go to graduate school in Massachusetts, and I was making all these mental notes because I was ready to follow this girl anywhere. Slowly but surely, I got closer to her, and she let me hold her and kiss her. Finally, she allowed us to get into bed together, but she drew a line in the sand at intercourse. "Listen, I'll be happy to lie there naked with you. Believe me, this is wonderful. I'm just happy to be with you," I gushed. I was thinking that she wanted to cuddle naked, and I felt the hand of God brushing me one more time. We lay there in that bed, in that high-ceilinged old room, and we kissed and touched, and her purring, revving, undulating spiritual motor started humming, and she allowed me to engage her in a very long and wonderful exchange of oral sex. I was stone-cold sober and lying on my back, and she was giving me head, and there was so much love being exchanged, and she was pouring so much of her heart into that physical expression that I started to leave my body and was able to look down and see myself lying on a bed with this girl, with her flowing chestnut locks and her beautiful white skin making love to me. I just watched for a while, and then came back down, and everything went on, and I had the realization that that was the single most beautiful sexual moment of my life to date. She disappeared after that, and the next time out, when we hit the Massachusetts area, I looked in the phone book and called every school to no avail. Every time we came anywhere near Boston, I'd be out on the pavement. "Do you know a girl named blah blah blah? She looks..." Nothing. I called up Kentucky and found people with her last name. "Did you have a daughter who blah blah blah?" Years later, I found someone who remembered her and told me she had mentioned me once. I never could get with her again, and she meant everything to me. And I'm sure she's married with 10 kids by now, but you never know. Maybe she'll read this book. If you are reading this, my Kentucky dream, please skip the next story. Later in the tour, we were playing a gig at a restaurant/disco club in Baltimore. It was a couple of hours before the show, and I was hanging out in my room with John in another old, crazy, weird classic hotel when the phone rang. It was Fleet, who was rooming with Chad. Guys, you gotta get up to my room right away," he said. "There's some craziness going on up here with some girls. Gotta go. Bye." John and I went running up the stairs and bounded into Chad and Flea's room and were struck by one of the most bizarre sights I'd ever seen. Chad Smith was sitting on a couch, fully clothed and calm and relaxed. In one hand, he had a cooking spatula, and in the other, he had a big wooden spoon. There were 3 girls in the room, 2 of whom were topless and ample of bosom, dancing on top of a table. One girl actually had one of Chad's shoes tucked under her breast, and the massive weight of her mammary was holding it in place. The other topless girl had a pile of coins that she was balancing on top of her grandiose globes. Chad was sitting there like some weird impresario, alternately spanking the girls with a spatula and tossing coins on top of their chests. "We want to dance. Play us a song," the girls were pleading. There was no stereo in the room, so we broke into an a cappella rendition of some of our songs and some Led Zeppelin covers. We were running around the room singing songs to 2 girls whose asses were pinkened by the marks of a spatula. One thing led to another, and John and I both wound up in the bathroom with the 2 topless girls, who had become naked girls. John was standing in the bathtub, and I was sitting in the sink, and we had a fevered little sex party. What's amazing was that the girls were so nonchalant about it, making small talk while they blew both of us. John and I looked at each other and shrugged. Whoa, Baltimore. Who knew? By the time we got to Japan in January, not only were we all getting along, we were also starting to feel like a real band. We played a warm-up gig in Nagoya, then picked up momentum in Osaka. After the show, the promoter took us all out to a Japanese sushi feast, where Mark Johnson won a job by downing the largest ball of leftover wasabi. By now I had made the observation that Japanese girls were much more reserved and not as overtly sexual as their American or European counterparts. Normally we'd all be carousing or at least trying to hang out with some girls, but their quietness and shyness seemed off-putting. You can't entirely be fooled by appearances because, in the end, we're all biologically driven creatures, and if you can get your foot in the door, the biology can take over and the culture can lose its power. On the way out of the restaurant, I persuaded a gorgeous Japanese girl and her fairly homely friend to accompany John and me back to the hotel. After about 5 hours of non-stop, subtle, loving coercion, at the break of dawn, the gorgeous girl was so turned on and so unable to repeat that she couldn't possibly have sex that she gave in and gave up the whole enchilada of love. It was an incredible experience to see her go from, No, I'm not that kind of girl, to, please fuck me more. It was all good, and she slept over, and we spent the morning together. Now it was time to take the train to Tokyo, and she was a bit weepy. She insisted on meeting us at the train station and saying goodbye.
When I checked into my hotel in Tokyo, there was a demanding message waiting for me. "You must send for me now," she wrote sternly. Must send for her now? Maybe there was some Japanese etiquette that if you have sex with a girl, you must send for her now. I didn't know, but I didn't send for her. That night, we played to another polite and restrained audience. After the show, I was sitting backstage when I looked up and saw the cutest girl I'd ever seen in my life walk into the dressing room. She was a 5'9", 19-year-old blonde Nordic goddess with big blue eyes, a boyish bowl-cut hairdo, and an unbelievable smile. Plus, she was wearing a t-shirt with a huge face of Woody Allen on it, and her tits were poking out of each of Woody's eyeglasses, so that his eyes seemed to be going in different directions. I couldn't have put in an order with God for a more perfect physical specimen. At that very moment, my destiny became clear to me. She was my new girlfriend. As she walked into the room, I whispered to every dude who was near, "Back off. That's my girl." Then I walked straight over to her. "Hi, my name's Carmen," she said. "I'm visiting from San Diego." I introduced myself and told her that we'd be hanging out for the next year or so, and she seemed amenable. I swooped Carmen up, and she joined us for dinner. Then she came back to my hotel room. Unlike the girl from Osaka, we didn't have to wait till daybreak to get in bed together. She was so beautiful, and I was so attracted to her, that I got nervous about having this sexual moment. Carmen sensed my uneasiness, and with a calm and loving grace said, "This is such a perfect moment. No matter what happens, there is no place in the world that I'd rather be than lying with you right here." Whatever wave of insecurity that I was feeling got washed away under the tsunami of her love. That night became one of the most powerful and magical coming-togethers I'd ever experienced. I felt like I had ended up in the lap of true love, with this girl who was different from anyone else I'd ever met. There was a certain whimsy about her. She was smart, and she knew good music. She seemed relaxed and loving, and we were pure magic together, and I was completely and utterly prepared to be her man from that point forth. Carmen was an elite model working in Japan, and the next night I went and stayed with her in her little model's apartment in Tokyo. We started sharing our stories that night, and hers was rife with dysfunction. Her father had abandoned her when she was still a baby, and she never was able to connect with him. She told me that she had relatives back in Missouri who were full-out white trash living in makeshift lean-tos along the river and eating squirrel for dinner. It was all pretty intriguing. Without realizing it, I reversed the roles in my former relationships and began becoming a caretaker for her. I would be delinquent if I didn't mention that, sexually speaking, Carmen was from a different planet. She was the most sexually magnified person I'd ever been with, and in retrospect, I think it was a compulsion. She lived through sex, and whatever pain she was experiencing, it was nothing that sex couldn't fix. I was all for it, because I had a lot of pain and troubles of my own, so as our relationship developed, whenever we had a problem, we'd just have sex. She would say things like, "I can come 20 times in a row without a problem. I could come for an entire hour straight." And she could. Nothing could ever prepare you for meeting a girl who's built like that, psychologically and physiologically. God bless Carmen Jeanette Hawk for being my first girlfriend at a new time in my life when I was vulnerable and needing to locate my confidence. Of course, we were in a faraway land, and as much passion as I was feeling for her, I was going to England, and who knew if I'd ever see her again. I desperately wanted to, but time and distance have a way of playing tricks with your best intentions. After Tokyo, I had every intention of not being a single person anymore. I wasn't out there on the hunt in England, but when we stopped in New York on the way back, I met a model named Karen who was a big, sturdy, muscle-toned goddess from South Africa. It was confusing, because I had fallen head over heels for Carmen, but she was still in Japan, and Karen was warm and friendly and interested in hanging out. She was a picture of health, full of cheek, full of breast, and full of heart. We had a break in touring, so I went back to LA and moved back into my apartment on Orange Drive, which was now devoid of Ione's stuff. A few days later, I got a great package from Karen. It was filled with professionally shot, beautiful nude photos of her. By then, Carmen had returned from Japan and moved in with her mom in San Diego. We made plans for her to come up and spend a weekend with me, and it was a portentous experience. We spent the first few wonderful days in bed together, just getting really close. Then I had to go do some errands, and I left my little sex kitten purring contentedly under the covers. When I returned to the bedroom, there was confetti all over the room. I had no idea what had happened until I picked up one of the pieces of confetti. Oh shit, that's a nipple. She must have found the pictures, I thought. I was right, and Carmen was not having any of it. "If you're seeing me, why is this girl sending you photos of herself?" she raged. "That fucked up hussy slut can just go ahead and lose your address." This was a mild outburst compared to what was to come. But I adored her, and she was so much fun, and she had the greatest laugh, and she was always smiling. I don't want to gush on about the sex things, but she was the most sexual person I had ever found myself in love with. She was starting to pick up some steam as a fashion model, so she decided she was going to move to LA. Because I had recently gotten out of that long-lasting situation with Ione, I was gun-shy about having her move right into my house, so we went apartment hunting and found her a cute one about 2 miles away. After spending about a week there, she ended up living with me. Thus began a topsy-turvy, whoopsie-daisy relationship, which was sometimes fun and always exciting. I won't say she was manic-depressive, but she was manic something. She would go from bam, through the roof, happy, excited, grab, kiss, sex, to ready to sock me straight in the face because she was convinced I was looking across the street, down and around the driveway, and trying to memorize the house number where a beautiful girl had just entered. Half the time I had no idea what she was even talking about. Her imagination was running wild. But those times were always balanced by the ones when she would let me tie her up and blindfold her in bed and take Polaroid pictures. In April 1990, Lindy held a band meeting to tell us that by the end of the week, we'd have our first gold record. Mother's Milk was about to go over 500,000 units sold. It was no thanks to EMI, who were the most backward people ever, except for Kim White, who always believed in us and who fought to get our record played on college radio and helped it cross over to the alternative charts and then mainstream radio. EMI flew us to New York to have a party celebrating our first gold record, but none of it meant anything to us. It seemed awkward and disingenuous that EMI was trying to create this celebratory ambiance of record sales success. Still, in the midst of that hurricane of weird record company energy, I looked at Flea, and we hugged and embraced and felt that we'd really accomplished something that we'd never done before, even if it took us 4 albums and countless ups and downs. Suddenly, other record companies started paying attention to us, especially after our lawyer, Eric Greenspan, poured over our EMI contract. Even though we were due to deliver 1 more album to them, Eric noticed that there was a personal services clause that made the contract invalid after 7 years. We were fast approaching that anniversary. So nearly every bigwig in the industry began putting on a dog and pony show for us. Chris Blackwell, the founder of Island Records, invited us to his house in the Hollywood Hills and talked to us about Bob Marley and the history of his label's involvement in reggae. It was fun, but even he admitted he didn't have the money to match what the other major labels could offer us. David Geffen did. He made a serious pitch for us, even flying us home from our concert in Oakland in his company jet. The funny thing was that Warner Brothers had flown us to the concert in their corporate jet. Mo Austin of Warner's was the coolest of all the record company executives we met during this process. He had founded Warner's, and when Flea and I went to his office, we sat and listened to Mo's stories about Frank Sinatra, Jimi Hendrix, and Neil Young, who were all on his label. Later in the negotiations, Mo invited us to his house in Brentwood. If you put a roof over the better part of Disneyland, that's how big this house was. After giving us a tour of his home, he took us outside. His compound was set on top of a mountain that looked all the way from the ocean to downtown LA. His pool was the size of a small lake, and when he invited us to have a dip, Flea and I stripped down to our underwear and dove in. When we got out of the pool, there was a butler with hot towels waiting for us. Despite all the opulence, Mo was a real human being with a huge spirit and a palpable love for and connection with music. While this courtship was going on, we decided to move on and begin work on our next album. We weren't going to work with Michael Beinhorn again, so we started talking to other producers, one of whom was Rick Rubin, who was famous for his work with the Beastie Boys. We had considered Rick as a producer around the time of Freaky Styley, and he came to visit us with the Beasties at our EMI rehearsal space. Later on, he told me that the whole time he was there, he sensed the darkest, most oppressed energy in that room, and he couldn't get out soon enough. But now we were all in a different place, and we talked to Rick and really liked him. Rick had transformed himself from a brash, aggressive, obnoxious, caffeine-saturated carnivore New Yorker into a mellower, kinder, gentler, spiritually minded, incredibly giving, vegetarian Californian. So Rick came on board, and we began pre-production in this rehearsal space out in a quiet section of the valley on Lancashire called the Alleyway. The facility was a big, high-ceilinged space with couches and a loft and a great stage, just 15 minutes away from where we all lived. As soon as we got into the place, we became the most prolific we had ever been. We just couldn't stop writing music. We'd jam all day, get super ideas, and then Rick would come in and lie on the couch for hours at a time, taking notes, taking naps, and taking in all the music by osmosis. He wasn't in our face. He was real laid back. But soon we realized that he didn't miss a beat. He gave us wonderful ideas for arrangements, and then he worked with Chad on drum patterns and beats. On Halloween, we took a break from working to attend a costume party thrown by an enigmatic, filthy rich guy who lived in a Bel Air mansion. He had built a huge outdoor stage and hired Jane's Addiction to play his party. All of us agreed that we would attend the party in matching costumes, which consisted of a huge rubber strap-on dildo and nothing else. I dutifully put mine on and went to the party with Carmen, who was appropriately costumed. We got there, and lo and behold, there was my good buddy Flea, totally naked except for his dildo. Then I saw John sporting his fake hard-on. Chad also didn't chicken out, even though it was the end of October and it was pretty chilly. So we were 4 naked guys with hard-ons trying to act like nothing was wrong. Jane's Addiction started playing, and everyone started singing along. At one point, Stephen Perkins from Jane's Addiction asked us if we wanted to play, so we decided to play the Stooges' Search and Destroy, something we'd been rehearsing at the Alleyway. There were literally hundreds of people at this party, and we got up on that huge stage naked as motherfuckers but with giant hard-ons. It was like walking on the moon. We were extra amped because of the nakedness and the coldness and the gesture of camaraderie from Jane's Addiction, who had always been in a little bit of competition with us over the years. The record company negotiations ultimately came down to 2 companies, Warner's and Sony. We went to see Tommy Mottola of Sony Epic in New York. He was currently riding a wave of success with Mariah Carey and Michael Jackson. Tommy was pushing the hardest to get us, and he made that clear by telling us he knew we were talking to all these other labels, but in the end, we'd sign with Epic. Our thinking was that we had been mistreated at EMI. We'd had 7 A&R guys in 7 years, no stability at all. We were looking for a good home. When Eric convened a lunch meeting and told us that Epic had upped their offer by $1 million, the 4 of us got up and started doing a conga line around the restaurant, chanting, "Epic! Epic! Epic!" We had gone from being the earnest, let's have a family situation, to $1 million more? Let's go with the corporate monsters from New York. Eric dropped a bombshell on us that meeting. He sat us down and said, "I got news for you guys. Each of you will be getting a check for $1 million. We each had a few $1,000s to our names, and we were instant millionaires. It felt like we'd won the lottery. We were screaming and hugging one another when we realized that for the first time, we wouldn't have to scrape and scratch and live from week to week. Each of us decided on the spot to buy a house. Within 2 weeks' time, we all had new homes. My house was a brand new construction on the top of Beechwood Canyon on Holly Ridge. It was a blank palette that I'd end up redoing in a very nouveau riche way. I took out all the carpeting and had antique teak hardwood from Thailand put down. In my bedroom, I painted each wall a different color. I had a crazy mosaic installed on the staircase so it looked like a river was coming down the stairs. But the piece de resistance was my living room fireplace. I took out the standard issue one and had a stoneworker bring river rocks from Ojai. Then I had a fireplace fashioned into the shape of a giant nude woman. You'd load the logs into her vagina, and she had 14-inch across purple glass nipples. But the nicest thing about the house was my backyard, which backed up to the west ridge of Griffith Park, a large nature preserve. If you were lounging in the pool, all you had to do was look up to see the famous Hollywood sign above your head. We decided to go with Sony, with the proviso that they buy us out of the last album due to EMI. The entire brass of Epic Sony Records flew out to the Four Seasons in LA for a lavish brunch to celebrate the decision and do some photo ops. We were ready to go to work as soon as they could extricate us from the EMI contract. But even though they told us it would only be a matter of days, the days dragged on and turned into months. Meanwhile, my relationship with Carmen was tumultuous. She was off her rocker. I got her to go to therapy so she didn't kill herself. One time we were in the car and she started screaming and pounding on her face, giving herself a black eye. Then she tried to jump out of the car while I was driving full speed. I wasn't trying to force therapy on her. I was offering to pay for her to get help because she was clearly in pain. If I was looking through a magazine, she'd come over, grab it out of my hands, go back a few pages, and say, "Why'd you stop on this page so long? Who is this girl?" We'd go to the movies, and we'd be walking out in the middle of this packed sardine crowd of people. I'd have my head bowed down, inching along, and she'd sock me and say, "Why are you looking at that girl?" By now, we were verbal battlers. So when she'd beat herself up and then show up in front of my friends with a black eye, everyone would look at me like, "Dude, are you beating her?" Who would believe that she was giving herself the black eyes? I kept trying unsuccessfully to end the relationship, but after I bought my house, she simply would not leave. She locked herself in the bathroom with a knife. She had gone in there to cut her wrists, so I had to knock down the door to get to her. She was standing there holding the knife, but she hadn't cut herself, thank God. The jealousy factor and the insecurity factor and the sex as medicine factor just got worse and worse. I think the minute she realized she was losing her hold on me, she felt she would perish. Any time I suggested that we might not stay together, she would have a meltdown and start tantruming like an autistic child. The band had set a date to start working on our next album, and I had to become free of this crazed relationship so I could have the focus to work, because the record meant more to me than anything. I offered to get her an apartment because she didn't have the funds, but she wouldn't accept that. I told her 100 times that it was over and that she had to leave and we couldn't be together, and she would come over and scream and shout and bang, and I would go down to the gate and say, "Carmen, you don't live here. You can't be here. We are not together. This is finished." She would stay out there screaming and yelling and trying to force her way into the house. I finally bought her a plane ticket so she could go model in Italy, and that was the end of our relationship. I was thanking my lucky stars that it was over. Maybe she had no idea how much hellish drama she was creating, because at the end of most of these episodes, we would end up having sex. Maybe in her mind, that indicated that everything was fine. Shortly after that, I got a phone call from Mo Austin at Warner's. "I heard about the deal you made with Sony," he began. "Congratulations. It sounds like a fantastic deal. And Sony's not a bad record company. Just go out and make the greatest record you can make. Go get 'em." I hung up the phone, genuinely touched. The coolest, most real person we had met during all these negotiations had just personally called to encourage me to make a great record for a rival company. That was the kind of guy I'd want to be working for. I called up Flea, and he had gotten the same call. He felt the same way. We called Lindy and asked for an update on the Sony EMI situation. Apparently, Sony was hitting a wall with EMI. That was all we had to hear. We begged him to get us out of the Sony deal and go with Warner's. We let Mo step up to the plate, and in one phone call to his old friend who ran EMI, we were off that label and signed with Mo. And we were ready to record the greatest record we could make.